Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from around the world. Here I am to speed run through another bit of this trial, and I'm hoping that it comes out all right. Don't have Rabbit here tonight. Rabbit, I hope you're enjoying time with your grandson. I'm so happy to have you. And for the rest of you, I'm happy to have you also. Well, we're going to get this thing kicked off here shortly, and hope that everybody enjoys it. Make sure that you hit the like and subscribe. Make sure you go over to Rumble. All my links I'll provide here shortly. Just pay attention. You'll see them. But why don't we just have a little fun tonight? Might have a little alcohol. You never know. You never know where it's going to go. But it's going to be fun regardless. So kick back, enjoy, and let's get this show on the road. As we wait upon the jury.
All nice for the jury.
So the jury is finally coming back. Here we go.
All right, we are back on a record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, United States of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, we are here on January 19th, 2023. We're going to continue with the cross-examination of Lieutenant Rasberg, who's still under oath. Who's doing the cross?
Your Honor, they haven't started the cross yet. The state did have some housekeeping matters we wanted to address pertaining to the admission of exhibits into evidence. If we could go through that real quickly.
Oh, there we go.
So the state would move exhibits S1 through S5 into evidence, subject to cross-examination. The state would also move exhibit S17, S18, S19, S20, 21, 22, 23. Well, those have been received. I'm sorry, S19 had not been received. Then also S26 and S27, S30 and S31, S33, 34, 35, and 36. And I would point out, Your Honor, with respect to S33, it's described in the exhibit list as the checkbook with initials JCJ. It's actually Julie Jensen's day planner, not her checkbook. It's about the size of a checkbook, so I can see how the court might thought it was a checkbook, but it's not a checkbook, it's a day planner. Then we also move, let's see, S42 and S45 into evidence. Subject to cross-examination.
Did you get the numbers? All right, the clerk got the numbers. They're received. We are done with your direct, correct?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rasberg, when did you say you were retired?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Mr. Perry. I retired in 2012.
And what was the last report that you ever did in this case?
I don't recall.
Certainly nothing since December 2012.
Correct.
Okay. You testified in this case in 2008.
Correct.
You've done anything after 2008 on this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was the last interview of a witness in this case that you conducted?
Possibly in February of 2012 when I obtained the manuscript and book.
Okay. Nothing for the last 10 years.
Not that I recall.
And prior to coming here yesterday, did you review your reports in this case?
Yes.
And did you review your prior testimony?
Yes.
You were the lead investigator in this case.
Yes.
Were you really the only investigator in this case?
Primarily.
You decided which witnesses to interview?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. You decided when to interview them?
Yes.
What evidence to collect?
Yes.
And you made the decision about what evidence to forward to the crime lab?
Yes.
And when to forward it?
Sometimes.
Were there instances where you didn't decide what and when to forward it to the crime lab?
Occasionally on some of the evidence, I had to make an appointment at the crime lab. So I may have wanted to take it up there earlier than I wanted to, but I had to make an appointment to get in there and explain the case.
I see. So it wasn't entirely your decision. You had to wait for other people.
Correct.
And if you made the wrong decision on what evidence to collect, there's a risk that it'd be just gone forever.
Correct.
Like the search of the house, right?
Yes.
You were there on December 3rd?
Yes.
And on December 4th searching?
Yes.
And really anything that you didn't collect at that point, that was maybe it, right?
Correct.
And you, of course, recognize that if witnesses aren't spoken to promptly, memories can be affected
Yes.
by the passage of time,
Yes.
by speaking with other people,
Yes.
by reading media reports.
Yes.
And this was a case where there were a lot of media reports.
At the time of trial, there was.
Uh-huh.
And what others say to people can cause bias,
Correct.
and bias can affect memories.
Yes.
You were also responsible for making sure that evidence wasn't contaminated in the case.
Yes.
Okay. And you did that by the process that you were collecting it,
Yes.
storing it,
Yes.
and then submitting it, right?
Correct.
And you made all those decisions on December 3rd, 1998,
In reference to what we recovered on December 3rd, that is correct.
about how to search and what to take from the Jensen family home.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you weren't the first officer on scene, correct?
Correct.
Who was?
I believe, I'm unsure, but however, I know that Sergeant Riley was there on scene, and he was the supervisor that was on scene before I arrived.
Okay, do you know how long Sergeant Riley was on scene before you got there?
Probably, and again, I'm estimating about an hour.
And when you got there, were David and Douglas still there, the kids?
No.
The cause of death was not obvious, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you received information that Julie Jensen was depressed,
On December 3rd?
right?
Yes.
And that she had recently started taking an antidepressant,
Yes.
had recently started taking Ambien.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay. He's not getting the source of the information.
Well, I think he talked about this information on his direct.
It was just yesterday afternoon.
Let's continue. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yes.
And you learned some of this from the EMTs that were on the scene before you.
there we go.
I did not talk to any EMTs at the scene.
Oh,
Good
did you get this
objection
information from
for
Sergeant
calling
Riley?
the judge.
No.
Well, who did you get this information from?
Mr. Jensen.
Well, that's the basis for my objection, Your Honor. It's hearsay.
Well, this one is sustained then.
I request that the witness's previous statements concerning this information be stricken and the jury be instructed to disregard it.
No.
Well, I don't know if he got all the information. Did he just say he got all the information from
Yes.
Mrs. Jensen? All right, then it is stricken.
Oh,
You instruct the
that's-
jury please to disregard that information that came from this witness.
And you are to disregard that testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you.
Jesus.
You explained to Mark Jensen that you wanted to get his consent to search the home. You testified to that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to look through personal items
Yes.
and to take items that you wanted to investigate further.
Correct.
And you received full cooperation and that consent that you asked for.
Mm.
Yes.
You looked for all medications.
Yes.
You looked for any toxins.
Yes.
You looked for any evidence of struggle.
Yes.
You even checked the windows.
Correct.
You looked for fluids.
Yes.
Did you look for fluids on the bed?
Yes.
Carpet?
Yes.
And you checked bathrooms?
Yes.
And you agree it was important to not make any assumptions about evidence at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't know exactly what you were looking for.
Yes.
You had to find anything that might be later relevant.
Correct.
On direct, you testified that you took samples from all of the drains.
Not all of the drains.
Okay, which drains did you not take samples from?
I have them labeled in my report, and on the bottles, I believe it's the bathroom and then the middle bathroom.
What other drains were there in the house?
There was one of them. I'd have to review the video again. I depicted in there, but there was one that was completely glued. And in fact, I pondered whether or not to saw Mr. Jensen's drains from underneath the sink, and I thought possibly that would be excessive, because then he wouldn't be able to operate the drain that I would destroy in getting it. So there was one drain that I decided not to take the fluid from because it would have done damage.
Okay, so I think that you testified that at least from the middle bathroom and master bathroom, you the samples were taken of the drain.
Correct.
Okay, so that would mean not the kitchen.
I think you are correct. Yes.
Okay. How many bathrooms did the house have?
2.
We saw the video yesterday of the walk through the house,
Correct.
and you noted at the beginning of the video, that was your voice on the video, right?
It was.
Okay, that Julie Jensen's body had been moved by the firefighters before you got there.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed as you walked through the house and handled certain things, you were doing that with your bare hands.
Sometimes. And again, to operate the camera, I couldn't do it with the gloves. And if you notice from the photos, and they're in evidence, we used a substantial amount of gloves in there. In fact, I still have them in evidence. And so there were times that the gloves just didn't, in wearing them, I couldn't perform the duty that I wanted to. But most of the time I did wear rubber gloves, and that's a matter of my usual technique.
So it's just like for convenience sakes at different times that you would just not have gloves on?
I would
Just
say it was
whenever I
for
felt
convenience
like it.
sake. It was a matter for me to operate my evidence collection. I couldn't, for example, the video camera with those gloves on there, the buttons were rather small. And you noticed in the video, I comment about that.
Tiny
the
buttons.
trouble I'm
Doesn't
having with
matter.
it. So wearing gloves and operating the video camera just wouldn't work.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. He is
I'm going to show you
full of
some
it.
photos from the scene.
He just didn't like wearing the gloves. Smell
Mark
the
is
glove.
exhibits.
Smell
Let's
the
see the back in
glove.
order. 40, 35, 41, 46, 47, 37, 38, 36, 39. They're in this crazy order, but that's the order I'm going to ask you about them.
Have you looked at these, Mr. Jambos?
I'm going to look at them right now, Your Honor.
Hmm.
Thank you. Yes,
A lot of stuff that they
see there's
didn't look
objections on it.
at.
I've seen all those photos.
Thank you.
If you could just page through them and let me know if you recognize them as being from the scene.
Yes, these are from photos that I taken at the Jensen home on December 3rd, 1998.
You took these, or did was there another officer taking pictures?
And it was a joint effort. I believe Sergeant Hunter took these photos, and of course I was there with him as he took it.
But you've seen those before.
I have, yes.
Okay. I want to start by asking you about Exhibit 40, and we can put that on the screen. What's that a picture of?
That's a picture of the nightstand that was next to Julie's bed. Julie would have been off to the left there, and it's the reason I took those photos or had them taken was there's a glass with a watery substance in it, and there's a pink bowl with crackers, and then there's a ceramic blue bowl with a spoon with macaroni and cheese in it.
Okay. And the blue cup that's got liquid in it.
Correct.
And did you take that liquid?
Yes.
Did you take the cup?
I don't recall.
Was that submitted to the crime lab?
The substance that was in the blue cup was submitted to the crime lab. Yes.
But the cup itself was not.
I don't believe so.
And you took the two bowls?
Yes.
And it's the blue bowl that has mac and cheese in it?
Correct.
And it's mac and cheese, you just visually identified it as that?
Yes.
And the other ones had, what'd you say, crackers?
Crackers. Yes.
Now, those weren't submitted to the crime lab, were they?
Yes, they were.
The bowls were?
Yes.
Was the mac and cheese and the crackers submitted?
You are correct. The mac and cheese was submitted in the crackers. I did confer with the crime lab when I went up there and submitted that. And I spoke with the analysts there because I had some questions about some other items. One in particular was the glass that's on the counter. You don't have that photographed here, but I was concerned whether they needed that for testing of any substance. And primarily what I was looking for was antifreeze. And the analyst advised me that he could not test to see if there was some substance on there, a poison, in particular antifreeze or ethylene glycol on there. So they elected only to take the food itself. In this case, it would be the macaroni and cheese and the crackers, and of course the substance that was in the blue cup.
You remember testifying earlier in this case that, that those items weren't tested because they were all eaten by mice?
Yes, that is accurate. What happened before they were eaten by mice was it was submitted to the crime lab, and the crime lab determined that there was no poisoning or ethylene glycol or antifreeze in it. And then while it was stored at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department, we had a mouse problem, and the mice came in and ate all of the macaroni and cheese and crackers in the bowls. But however, it was tested before the mice ate them.
If you could turn to Exhibit 35.
And I'm assuming there was
What's that
nothing in
picture of?
them. That's what he said.
That is a picture of the master bathroom.
Now you see some Dixie cups next to the sink, correct?
Correct.
Those weren't seized, were they?
They were not.
And they weren't sent for testing.
No, they weren't.
If you could put up Exhibit 41, please look at 41. That's the Jensen family den,
Correct.
and that's the computer room, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the view from the hallway looking in?
Yes.
And that was the positioning of the computer and the computer monitor as it was on December 3rd, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been to the house before December 3rd inside to see
No.
the computer den?
I'm sorry. No.
You've not.
Please, I go repeat your question, please. I spoke over you.
Prior to December 3rd, had you seen that computer room?
No.
And the positioning of the door, that door is just partially closed in this picture, right?
Yes.
And if it was closed even just a little bit more, you wouldn't be able to see the computer screen.
And
That
whose
would be correct.
shoes are those? His or hers?
Now, from that room, you took the Jensen family computer, right?
Correct.
You didn't take the monitor, you just took the CPU.
Correct.
And you recovered a cigar box with zip disks.
Yes.
That was in this room.
Yes.
And on the desk, you found a web printout on paroxetine, correct?
I recall recovering that, but I'm not absolutely sure that was on the desk, but I do recall recovering that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
Of course,
as
he
Exhibit 50.
recalls covering it, but we didn't look into that. So what do you think? She took a drug that she wasn't supposed to.
Yes, sir.
You recognize this?
I do.
And it was recovered from the Jensen home on December 3rd.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't remember if it was in the den?
I don't recall. It was at the Jensen household, though.
Okay. Did you look through this on December 3rd?
Not likely.
Have you looked through it ever?
Yes.
It identifies what paroxetine is, right? It identifies on page 1 that it's the brand name is Paxil, correct?
Correct.
And the printout is how many pages long?
25.
And on the bottom right corner, it looks like this was printed out on December 2nd, 1998, correct?
That is correct.
And there are notations in this packet, aren't there?
I see notations here on my evidence mark. Is that what you're referring to, or?
No, on and they're not they're not words, I think, but just on maybe flip to page 22. You see something starred.
they're getting to a
On
point
page
here.
22, yes, I see a star on there.
And what's the star next to?
Objection. It's hearsay, Your Honor. Who put that star on there? Would need to testify as to what the star is.
Oh,
It's
Jesus.
hearsay. It's a hearsay document, and the state objects.
Didn't he find this document at the residence?
He did, Your Honor. But if let's say he, maybe I don't have this argument
All
from
right, let me just look at it really quick. Page 22.
Oh,
Judge, I'm not
jeez.
asking who said what. I'm just asking to describe the document that he found.
And your question again, for the record?
I asked him, there's an asterisk, and I asked him, what's that next to?
I think he asked that question.
Star, and it's next to the star is on page 22 is a definition of nervous system or a description of it.
And on page 25, is there a notation?
Again, Your Honor, I object my counsel approach.
Go in the back, folks.
Yeah, because this right here is very, very damaging against the prosecution, because you're going to see what those doctors are going to testify against. Now, wouldn't everybody feel really crappy if this man has spent almost most of his life in prison because
For the record, this
she
is
had an
Exhibit 50,
adverse
right?
drug effect?
And this was found in the Jensen residence on December 3rd, 1998, correct?
That's been his testimony, yes.
Yeah. And where was this found? Do you know?
Judge, I don't recall, but I do recall that it was from the Jensen home.
And did you find it?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to let them ask questions of who put the mark on, but if the document was found, I think it's testimony we can allow.
I don't have a problem, Your Honor, with them asking questions about this document about paroxetine. I have an objection to them asking questions about any markings or notations that were on there. And the reason I object is the only reasonable inference is that the person that put an asterisk there and then underlined certain portions of it, the person that did that is almost certainly Mark Jensen. And his purpose in doing that at the time, I would surmise, the state's theory is that he would have done that in order to direct Julie's attention to that, to explain her untoward reaction.
Well, we don't know who did it, and that's not going to come in front of the jury.
Well, Your Honor, that's
There
just
you
it.
go.
So these notations are they're hearsay, and we don't know who did it. And since we don't know who did it, it should not be coming in, and we should not be asking the jury to speculate about what the significance of that asterisk is.
That's not his question. He just asked where the mark was, what it was next to.
Yes, and then he was
That's
going,
it.
yes, and Your Honor, then the next
Oh, he
question would be,
hates it.
so what was underlined there, and then have the witness read what's underlined. All these asterisks
Oh,
underlying, those are hearsay
prosecution
statements.
hates
We're
it.
not going to allow that. We're just going to let him say what was marked.
I mean, it's. I also don't know who typed up, at its source on whatever website, who typed up this informational packet on paroxetine. But this is really no different than what's going to be coming in terms of testimony about all the computer stuff. It's just truly a description of the evidence found. And I do intend on asking what was underlined. I'm not asking who underlined it or who said what about it or who described it to Detective Ratsberg. I'm just asking him to describe this packet of evidence that he seized from the Jensen home on December 3rd.
There
And
you go.
There could be inferences, but I'm not asking or eliciting hearsay.
I think it's. I'm going to allow it. It was found in the home by the lead detective. We're not
There
going to
you
get into
go.
who made the mark or try to explain who made the asterisk, but it was found. It's part of the record.
I see. Well, Your Honor, the state objects to it.
I understand.
As hearsay, but the court has ruled, and
Yeah.
we will hear this.
So we'll
Yeah,
bring back the jury thing.
He did.
And I'm sure you're going to ask questions about other items that were found in the house.
Yeah. See?
The state
No,
can
no,
use
not
the
me.
defendant because it's seen by a party.
Well,
and the defense cannot even.
I will remember when you make a question about some other item that was found in the house.
Oh, called out. Judge is not playing this morning. Oh, Judge is not liking this. Oh, hating it. Hating it. It's all right. Not saying the guy didn't do it.
(2002 CF314). The jury's back in the courtroom. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. Mr. Ratsberg, I was asking you about this Paxil printout, correct?
Correct, yes, you are.
And that's what you see on the screen is what you see in front of you, correct?
Correct.
That's page 1?
Yes,
Now, I asked you earlier to go to page, well, actually, if you could scroll down the bottom right corner. On the
This
bottom
guy
right corner,
doesn't
that's
like
where it
it
shows
when he's
12,298, right?
that is correct, yes.
And does this look like it was just printed out from a computer to you?
Yes,
I asked you a few minutes before the break if you could look at page 22, right?
correct.
And at the top left, that's where the asterisk is.
Correct.
And that's next to it says nervous system, and then it has just a lot of
So look at that right there. So paroxetine, this is some of the effects of it. Just letting you read. I don't want to say a lot of this because it could mean anything. I am not a doctor and this is not medical advice. But she had a lot of these tablets. Now imagine this is some of what she's seen.
Would you describe those as symptoms, side effects?
You know, there's a lot of words in there that I couldn't pronounce. I would not know what that definition is, quite frankly.
Well, for instance, it says amnesia, CNS stimulation, concentration impaired, depression, emotional lability, vertigo, and then it says infrequent, right? So that was under frequent. Does that appear to you to be describing, and maybe you don't know, but does it appear to be describing side effects?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could look at page 25.
Crazy. So I wonder what happened
Yes.
to Paxil.
And could you read the line that's been underlined
Yes, I can read it.
out loud, please?
Oh, very good. Any drug which affects the central nervous system can be drowsiness or the lethargy.
Lethargy.
And then further underlined.
Avoid drinking alcohol.
Amazing.
In all the years since 1998, did you ever have this printout or the zip disks that were recovered? Did you ever have those checked for fingerprints?
No.
Huh.
I'm going to ask you to look at
Why not?
exhibits 46 and 47.
Well, because they're plastic and it's hard to check those for fingerprints. With the technology they had
These
in
are,
the
these are pictures
1990s.
taken in the Jensen kitchen, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
6
boxes.
and 47, sir?
Yes. If they're all jumbled up and you need a hand, let me know.
Yes, they are. They are. Thank you. Yes, I see D46.
Okay, and also, do you see 47 right next to it?
You see the little alcohol glasses back
Yes.
behind it.
Okay, looking at 46 first.
Yes, sir.
And that's it. I think in the video we saw you opening up one of the packages for Paxil that's right next to the sink, right?
That is correct.
You,
Yes.
you can see that in this picture.
Yes,
What's right
I
behind
think
it?
even it maybe fell to the ground.
it did.
Um,
Do you see that?
there were some
What
dirty
might
dishes on
that
the countertop.
Can you point that out in the photo?
Well, I'm looking. I guess what I'm asking is the cups right behind the Paxil boxes on the countertop. Do you see those? Glasses?
Yes, the glasses. Yes.
Were those all clean dishes, or do you remember?
Well, I recall the glass that's right behind the Paxil in exhibit D46. As I stated earlier, that was one of the items I took up to the crime lab with me, and to determine if there was some type of poisoning or antifreeze or ethylene glycol in it. And so that particular glass I did collect, and I did have it reviewed by the crime lab person.
And also, if you didn't notice,
I
the
asked you earlier about,
dishwasher handle was
you testified
broken.
in 2008,
Correct. Yes.
and you reviewed that testimony before coming here yesterday.
Yes.
And when you testified, that was substantially more recent to 1998 than we are today, correct?
It was, sir. Yes.
Yeah. And you were you were still actively a detective in 2008.
Yes.
You were asked about
Mhm.
that glass in 2008.
I believe so. Yes.
And counsel, I'm directing your attention on February 1st, 2008, page 63, lines 1 through 3. And the question is, and ultimately you never had tested that glass, true? Answer, yes, that's true. Does that sound familiar, that you did a visual investigation of that glass but did not submit it for testing?
No, that wouldn't be accurate. I believe if you go further in the transcript, that may be more clear. My recollection of it is because that glass concerned me. It had substance in it, and that was things that we were looking for. I went to great lengths to obtain any substances from the Jensen home, and I recall going over that glass in particular and wondering how we could test it or if it could be tested, and I consulted with the crime lab about that.
Did you seize any of the other glasses?
If they had fluid in them, likely, but if they didn't have any fluid in them, no.
So if they appeared empty to you, you left them there.
Correct. Correct.
You're
Lobby.
aware that the crime lab can detect residue.
When I talked to them, when I brought the items up there in December, that was my question and why I did what I did. And under their advice, that was not what was told to me.
Did you consult with the crime lab before doing the search on December 3rd about which items in the Jensen home to seize?
No, I did not.
And at the time, you didn't know what exactly you were looking for,
Yes.
correct?
Correct. Yes.
And did you swab those other glasses?
Did I swab the
Wild.
glasses? No, I did not.
Okay, no samples were taken from the glasses.
That is correct. No samples.
They appeared to not be clean dishes, though, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, so presumably someone drank something out of them.
That could be yes.
And if it visually to you appeared empty, it got left.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
If you could look at exhibits 36, 37, and 38. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We'll just go to the 47. Really, same countertop, different angle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the glass that you said had the substance in it is right behind the Paxil boxes.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 other cups that are visible there, right?
Yes.
Okay, and those are the ones that you just left as they were.
Yes.
Those are some very
we can
nice
now go
looking
to-
Christmas mugs.
Exhibits 36. That's the fridge.
Correct.
And 37,
Both of the refrigerator.
just the open fridge door, right?
Correct.
38.
Yes, 38 is of the Jensen home refrigerator.
Okay. Beyond taking these pictures, nothing about the contents of the fridge were documented, correct?
Other than you see the photographs here, that was our documentation of it. But as far as a written documentation, no.
Wow.
But no contents out of the fridge were taken out?
No.
Not even removed from the fridge at the scene?
No.
Just doors were open, pictures were taken?
Correct. Yes.
Just
Nothing
to say,
inside that fridge,
men generally
including any
don't
containers,
kill
were opened or
using
tested.
poison.
Correct.
Exhibit 39,
As a general rule.
That appears to be a picture from the Jensen home.
okay, and that's garbage can, right?
Yes.
And I think yesterday you testified that you examined all the garbage in the home.
We collected all the garbage with the exception of in the garage. We collected the bags, and we likely collected this garbage also as evidence.
Okay, and it was collected. Were Kleenexes, paper towels, and such for that inside this garbage bag, garbage can?
It's garbage. I can't tell if it's Kleenex, but there's some crumpled up paper type objects in here. In fact, your photo is much, much clearer than mine is that you have up there. But I would assume that is accurate.
And were those, if there were Kleenexes, paper towels, were those tested?
They were not. No.
It was just, it was collected, and that's where it ended.
No, when I went up to the crime lab, as I commented earlier, when I took out the glasses, because I wanted to have everything that was that I collected in there analyzed, and I asked the analyst at the crime lab that I have the garbage, and I asked him if that was relevant, could he test for it, and he told me he's got to have some fluid to test. If he has no fluid, he can't make a test for
What
ethylene
about the
glycol
mac and
or,
cheese in there?
anything of that matter. So I did consult with the crime lab on this evidence. However, they told me that unless I had a substance like I did in the bedroom where the water was and from the drains, they'd have nothing to test.
So
Okay.
only
You don't know if there
water.
were paper towels with that had wiped up vomit and were inside that.
Does it not seem a little odd that they only tested certain items, but they weren't finding anything there? There was mac and cheese in there. You could have tested that. It does have a liquid in there.
Garbage can.
I do not know.
You don't know if there were there was mucus on the Kleenexes in that garbage can.
I do not know.
You don't know if there was any spit, any type of fluid poured in those garbage cans that had been mopped up.
I do not know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any pictures. I'm not sure there are from the garage, but we saw it in the walkthrough yesterday, right?
Correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage?
You mean 35 millimeter camera photos?
Well, I guess any pictures aside from the video camera pictures that you took, the moving pictures.
I don't think we did.
Why
You didn't take any
not?
chemicals from the garage, did
No,
you?
we did not.
And you weren't actually
Why
looking
not?
for antifreeze.
We were not. No.
So why were you looking for it
You
in one
agree
place
that,
but not
that
another?
from the video, it appeared that there might have been antifreeze in the garage.
That is possible. And when you say antifreeze, I did notice in the video as I looked at it, there are some gallon type containers on the shelf on the south side of the garage next to Mr. Jensen's vehicle. And those could have possibly had antifreeze in there. Yes,
That's where all those long shelves were, right?
correct.
That's where basically anything that was stored in that garage was. It was along that wall.
Yes,
Okay, and that's where you recognize bottles consistent with antifreeze.
correct. I also recovered some Playboy magazines from that area as depicted in the video.
What does
So-
that have to do
Playboy
with
magazines.
anything?
I'm
You
sorry,
didn't
interrupted me.
ask.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I took the Playboy magazines that were on the shelf, so I did do a visual check of the garage and of those shelves. But as you pointed out, at the time, I wasn't necessarily looking for antifreeze. In fact, that would have been pretty far-fetched. So I did inspect that area. I did recover Playboy magazines, and those are still in evidence at the police department. So I did visually inspect that area and the garage, as I pointed out.
I'm
in the
sure
garbage
you
and so forth.
did.
I videotaped that. However, I did not recognize that there was antifreeze on those shelves.
Kind of like the refrigerator.
Of course. So he's trying to make a really bad point, and I will say this is a really poor witness, because all of a sudden it becomes about, well, I collected the Playboy magazines. Well, why didn't you collect any of what you were suspecting as poison? You were suspecting poison inside, but you weren't suspecting any poison anywhere else. You're looking for antifreeze, and you got jugs of antifreeze out there, but you're more interested in having some of that the Playboy magazines, because those become more important than anything else. Hey there, Cool Frog. How you doing? How you doing, fine sir? It is so good to see you tonight. I had a good time earlier. Got to spend some time with my wife this evening. It is a beautiful thing. But the prosecution is really trying to make the case that this guy is just a pervert trying to kill off his wife. And this guy still looks like a minister to me. just saying. I don't trust this guy at all. If I was the jury, I don't know that I would be like too keen on this guy trying to make a case for dirty magazines. He had Playboy magazines. Oh my gosh, so horrible. What does that have to do with? It seems like they're more concerned with this guy's perversions than they are with the fact that he killed his wife, supposedly.
Aside from just an image of it, there's no inventory of it.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah,
you
this
took the
is
Playboy
weird.
magazines, but you didn't take the bottles of chemicals.
That is correct. Yes.
Why
And
not?
Nothing from the garage was fingerprinted.
No.
In the kitchen, you didn't take any chemicals either, right?
Other than the garbage, the only thing we took from the kitchen was the bag of garbage.
No cleaning supplies.
No.
The next day, December 4th, you attended the autopsy.
Yes,
And you were there with Dr. Chambliss.
I was.
Dr. Chambliss was not on the scene.
He was not.
And you were the one that took the photographs at the autopsy.
Most of them, yes.
Now, the autopsy report that we all saw said that it started at 2:25 p.m. Does that sound familiar?
That very well could be correct, yes.
Remember how long it took?
I do not.
If Dr. Chambliss had said that it took about maybe up to 2 hours, does that sound consistent with how long an autopsy would have taken?
It does, thank you. Yes,
Had you been to autopsies before?
many.
Okay, and is 2 hours a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, it is.
All right. And when an autopsy gets done, do you just immediately head out the door?
No, not necessarily. It just depends on the circumstances. Sometimes at an autopsy, in past autopsies, I've collected evidence. So maybe I'll let the doctor take care of that. Maybe he wants to turn something over to me, or if I want to turn over something to him, that's usually when we meet. Kind of call it a pre-meeting and then a post-meeting, pun intended.
I haven't seen, I want to know, were there any pictures that you took at the autopsy before incisions were made?
Well, I didn't take any. I took photos at the autopsy. However, I didn't retain the film. When the autopsy was going on December 4th, 1998, Dr. Chambliss had a camera, and at some point he got dirty, if you will, and I operated the camera for him and took the photos, and then he retained the roll of film that I took the photos with. So I did take the photos with Dr. Chambliss's camera. However, I didn't retain the film.
Nandor.
Have you reviewed the pictures?
Good to see you.
I've seen one.
Okay.
One, that's
So
it.
it's your memory that Dr. Chambliss took some pictures and you took some.
For the most part, I took photos, but Dr. Chambliss may have taken a couple also.
And just to be clear, it's your testimony that Dr. Chambliss retained the film?
Correct. Yes.
Now, on December 3rd, 1998, at the scene, you observed Julie Jensen's body.
I did.
And you testified earlier that prior to today, I guess, you reviewed your reports in this case.
Correct.
And nothing unusual about Julie Jensen's body was noted in your reports, correct?
When you say reports, I think the photos that I took are part of my report. So I obviously have that part of my report. And what I pointed out in those photos were the concerns, and something that I found unusual was the bent nose and the blood or petechia in both eyes. So I did document that in my report. I think what you're referring to possibly is my narrative. I didn't put that necessarily in my narrative. However, I documented it through photographs.
Sure. You have the photographs and you can look at those now and you can say those are items of concern, right?
Correct. Yes.
In your narrative report, you mentioned nothing about Julie Jensen's nose.
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And in your narrative report, you were describing items of interest at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember taking any photos at the autopsy of Julie Jensen's nose as it appeared on December 4th?
I don't recall specifically.
Now, the autopsy, if we ballpark it as lasting a couple of hours,
Yes.
that takes us to 4:30ish, right?
Correct.
On December 4th, 1998.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Would it be reasonable that within half an hour of it being done, you were out of there?
Yes.
Okay. So 5 o'clock, you would have left. Do you remember where the autopsy was?
It was at the old St. Catherine's, located on Sheridan Road near 7th Avenue in the city of Kenosha.
How far away is that from Pleasant Prairie address where the Jensen family lived?
It's probably, if you take Sheridan Road right down there, it's probably a 15-minute drive from St. Catherine's to the village of Pleasant Prairie.
Now, on December 3rd, after Mr. Jensen gave you consent to search his home,
Yes.
He then didn't stay there, right?
He did not.
And I think you mentioned that his father came and got some clothes for him.
No, in the video, I actually misspoke. I called it Dan Jensen. That was actually in the video. I say Dan Jensen when in fact it is Mark Jensen that came over. I had contact with him, and in the video, I say Dan Jensen, and that wasn't corrected until now. However, I meant Mark Jensen came over.
You meant
Dan Jensen wouldn't know where those personal items were, and Mark obviously did, and he collected them to stay overnight at his father's home, who lived down the road on Lakeshore Drive also. And so I misspoke on the video. That is actually Mark Jensen coming in to recover those items for his overnight stay at his parents' house.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
So it was Mr. Jensen, Mark Jensen, that came and got his clothes, came and got his shaving kit, right?
Correct. Yes.
And when he left, he had basically turned the house over to, with the consent, had turned the house over to you and investigators, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
All right. And at that point, fair to say he wasn't really allowed, no one else was allowed to just come and go as they pleased.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And it was kind of with that consent, that cooperation was understanding that the full scene had been, like, is relinquished the right word?
Sorry, what was your last part of the question? I didn't hear you.
That the whole house had been basically relinquished to you.
Yes, the house was in our charge. It was a crime scene and
Wow.
a potential crime scene by part of a death investigation, and the entire property was in my custody in the police department to obtain evidence.
Okay, now you left, or at least the video, I thought ended around 10 p.m. on the 3rd.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and did anyone stay there overnight?
The police officers, I had the entire home. It was a secure site, so there was a log started with who came and went, and I had an officer guarding the house until I released it later on December 4th.
Was it just one officer that was there at all times?
There were different officers, but only one officer.
Okay. Now, after the autopsy, and if you left at 5 o'clock and maybe it takes 15 minutes, did you go directly to the Jensen home?
I did.
Okay. And you went there because you were going to do another search, right?
Yes.
And you were, in particular, you were looking for fluids in the house, correct?
Correct.
Like bodily fluids.
Correct.
Okay. And you were checking the bed in particular?
Yes, while I was at the autopsy, I was there with Dr. Chambliss. He conducted the autopsy, and I explained to Dr. Chambliss that we didn't find any fluids in the carpet or in the bed, and then he wanted me to go there and double check to make sure there weren't any fluids on the sheets, on the pillowcases, or on the blanket. And obviously, Julie Jensen had her clothing with her, so if there were any fluids, we already had that.
Okay.
So
What
what I
about
did is I went back to December
stuff
4th
in the trash?
re-examined the bedroom, and I didn't find any other additional body fluids.
Okay. And additional, you never found any bodily fluids.
That is correct, yes.
So, like on December 3rd or December 4th, you didn't find any fluids on the pillowcase?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And with where her face was, the pillowcase seemed just normal dry.
Correct, yes.
Okay. We saw you testing,
That's
picking
odd.
up with your hands the towels in the bathroom, and you say this towel's damp or it's not damp. Did you do that with the pillowcase?
I did. In fact, if you don't have the photos here, but you notice a couple close-up photos of some marks on the pillowcase. I suspected at first glance, I thought it was blood. And you notice a wide angle, and then you notice that I come in and you notice my finger pointing that out. When I first saw it, I thought it was a body fluid and possibly blood. So that's how thoroughly I examined the bed at that point. And it turned out it was just some markings or part of the fabric. And all
Part of the pattern on the sheets, right?
Better said, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Better said, sir.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was like a little berries on a branch or something, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. No blood was on the pillowcase.
That is correct, yes.
No sort of a spit up.
No.
Yep.
Okay. And you went and you double checked all the bed sheets, and you were looking for any bodily fluids.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. No urine.
No.
No feces.
No.
Okay. Just normal bed sheets.
Yes.
Did that search take about an hour?
Probably less than an hour, but an hour would be a good approximation.
Okay. So that takes us to maybe 6:15 if you were being real efficient.
Yes.
Were there other officers at the scene while you were doing the search?
They were outside. The officers guarding the place they stayed outside, and I entered the house by myself.
Okay. Now, also on December 4th, you went and talked with the next door neighbors.
I did.
Okay. Was that after you'd done the search?
Correct. That was as I was leaving the residence.
So I've got the chronology right. Autopsy, drive to the Jensen home, search for an hour, then go and talk with the neighbors.
Yes.
And how long did you talk with the neighbors?
Oh, it was probably I don't know, 10-minute, 15-minute conversation at most.
Okay.
And again, I'm really estimating it. It was back in '98 also. So yes.
Is it just from memory?
Yes.
Yeah, but he
Well,
could
no, there's
remember
some
those
notation in
Playboy
my narrative report
magazines.
on my discussion with Mr. Voigt.
And in the narrative report,
Mhm.
it's kind of a lengthy description of that discussion, isn't it?
That is.
Okay. And you think 15 minutes is a fair approximation for that lengthy of a narrative?
It could be more. It could be less. That's an approximate.
It was all after this that you turned the house back over to Mark Jensen
Correct.
that evening?
Yes.
And did you call him on the phone?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember how quickly he came over?
I wasn't there when he came over. I returned to the police department. I called Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen was kind enough to give us a key also. So I wanted to make sure he got his key back and that he could re-enter and use the residence in the evening of December 4th, 1998.
Did you meet him at his house?
I did not.
Was another officer there?
Correct.
Okay. So officers were there when the house was turned back over to Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
And
And I told him to make sure to give the key back to Mr. Jensen when he arrived.
okay, so any sort of handoff back of the property would not have been done by just him showing up and the house being empty.
Correct.
Okay. There would have been like tape being taken down or and then squad cars leaving, all of that.
Well, back in '98, that tape that you commonly see now wasn't that popular, and we didn't use that out there. We didn't want to. Anyway, you mentioned tape, and we didn't use that. But I made arrangements for Mr. Jensen to return home and made sure the officer was there to hand the key off back to him.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the computer from the den.
Yes.
Oh,
You took this the CPU on December 3rd right away, right?
Yes.
Okay, you put it in the trunk of your car.
I actually put it in the back seat. Back then, well, I know it was a very expensive thing back in '98, but yes, I put it in the back seat of my vehicle.
Okay, and from your vehicle, it went to your office.
Correct.
All right, and it stayed in your custody until December 17th, 1998, right?
That is correct.
And you testified yesterday about with the chain of custody of then taking it to
sometimes, but not all the
Brad
time.
Holler in Madison.
That is correct. Yes.
You would have turned it over to him.
Yes.
Now you drove it there on December 17th,
That is correct. Yes.
and I want to ask you about the examination that was done on December 17th.
Yes.
Brad Haller, is my understanding, did not have time to examine it when you got there.
Well, what occurred was I made arrangements.
I'll ask for follow-up, but I guess right now I'd just like to kind of do the yes or no. Is that at least accurate in terms of what I asked?
I don't understand how you want me to answer.
Well, just if possible, yes or no. Did he have time when you got there to examine the computer?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And you had just driven from Kenosha, from Pleasant Prairie, right?
That is correct. I called him up ahead of time to make arrangements, and I drove to Madison with the computer.
You had scheduled an appointment with him?
I did.
And he said he didn't have time to do it?
He did say that he did not have time to do it after I made those arrangements, and then I drove to Madison. That is correct.
Okay. And you insisted that you wanted to do a look at the computer.
Yes, I explained to Mr. Haller that I wanted to look at the computer. That's why I called ahead and made the arrangements, because I noted, looking over the evidence from the Jensen home, that they obviously had quite a bit of written documentation, and we went over some of that yesterday. And I wanted to look inside the computer and see if there was anything in the documents section of the computer. So it was a death investigation. It was December 17th now. I had no cause of death, and there were some circumstances around this case, and there were some people very hurt and very concerned. And I wanted to try to obtain a cause of death ASAP, and I didn't have one, and I was hoping the computer would aid in that. And I was looking for, as I mentioned earlier, the information that I had from Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Jensen. I looked over the evidence. There was a lot of documents. I wanted to see what was on the computer and if there was anything like in a Word document as we know of today. I'm not sure Word was available in 98, but I wanted to see if there was some written communication on that computer. And I explained to Mr. Haller, look, I called ahead of time. I drove here 2 hours. This is over half my day just coming here and back. And the arrangement was to look on there and do a cursory look to see if there's any documents on that computer that
You
relate
get
to the death of
paid.
Julie Jensen.
Fair to say you were irritated.
Yes, yes.
December 17th, do you remember what the weather was?
I think it was a nice day. It was sunny. There was definitely not a snowstorm, but
Well, that's good at least.
yes.
But,
Yeah, I recall it being sunny, and the reason I recall that is at that time their office was down in the square in Madison, and it was I had parked some distance away. As you know, parking is very challenging there, and I can recall walking with a nice bright sunny day.
24 years later, you still sound irritated about driving there and him saying he didn't have time to look at it.
Oh, I wouldn't use the word irritated, concerned, because this was a priority case for us at the police department, given the history here, and I wasn't able to rule out natural death, accidental death, homicide, suicide. I wasn't able to rule anything that out, and yeah, maybe you are rather correct that I was irritated at the time, but I wasn't getting any progress, and I wanted things to move along quicker, and so I was a little irritated. I stepped back, and I agree with you.
You didn't want to leave without looking at this computer.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And you insisted that he turn it on.
I did.
All right. Now,
Why?
you pressured him to turn it on.
I did. I was very insistent. I said, hey, look, I just went through my reasons, and I explained those reasons to Mr. Haller, and I need to look at this computer. This is a death investigation.
And so he acquiesced. He agreed.
He did. Yeah, I had no clue on how to fire it up, hook it up. He had all those resources there. I also remember being that it was a Windows 98, which was, this was 98. So this was new whiz-bang computer software for its time. I had no clue what Windows 98 was. And he assisted and hooked it up, and he guided around with me and looking at the computer. And my particular concern was what written documents were on that computer.
Now, there's a reason you didn't fire it up from December 3rd to December 17th in your office, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because of the whole thing we talked about with preserving evidence,
Correct. Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
That, that with computers, you don't turn it on and just start poking around, right?
That is, yes, I know better now. Yes.
Yeah. And arguably you knew better then, right?
Well, no, that was the first computer I've ever obtained. The computers were just making their debut, if you would, in 1998.
weren't.
Windows 98 was the top-notch software of the time.
Because you had
my computer
Windows
skills were,
3.1
0
before
and
that.
nines. So, no, I wouldn't have.
You hadn't had any training on how to preserve computer evidence at a scene?
Yeah, we had some limited training at that time, but my training would have been.
Antiquated.
I had very little training, and frankly, it did not know.
And if you had learned that, I guess it hadn't stuck, right?
No, I obtained the computer, I unplugged it, and all that. In fact, I can recall when we seized the computer, we kind of had a conference around it to make sure knowing what we do. I do recall back then dial-up was the technology. I can recall a phone cord or something going into it, and we didn't know if we were going to disconnect the Jensen phone system or something like that. So our knowledge on, or my knowledge at least, on gathering that computer was very limited. But I did obtain it and bring it to the crime lab, as you mentioned, on December 17th, 1998.
Okay, and the reason why it's a bad idea to just fire it up, right, is because it alters the information or can alter information on that computer, right?
Objection. There's no foundation for this witness to answer that question.
Sustained.
Do you know
Yeah.
from your training why it's a bad idea to fire up a computer like the way you did?
Well, I object to that question. It assumes the existence of fact, not evidence, to wit that it is a bad idea.
Well, he did say he knows better now.
Well, I think he already
Yep,
testified.
he did.
Very limited knowledge. He's not an expert in the area, so the objection is going to be sustained.
Do you know if
But we're going to have other people testify later.
Yeah.
You can ask your question now.
do you know if the computer had been write blocked
When?
prior to insisting that Brad Haller and you turn on the computer?
Oh, no, I don't believe the computer was write blocked. That would be a question for Mr. Haller.
Can you spell write blocked?
No,
Is it you can't?
no, I mean, I could guess at right and then block, but I don't know that that's the, no, I can't.
And do you know what write blocking is?
I do now.
What is it?
That's when you take a computer now into the crime lab, at least this was before 2012, the crime lab does something what they call write block. And what that does is secure the data on the computer, and it can still retrieve it as if nobody turned it on, as example I did. So, and they'd be able to determine that.
Okay. Regardless, you just had him turn it on.
Yes.
And you poked around in it for how long?
10 minutes. And again, I'm approximating.
Now, Mark Jensen's work computer, you made no effort to obtain his work computer in December of 1998.
No, I did not.
Oh no,
When
we
you say his
waited
work computer
years
at
for
Stifel,
that.
Nicholas and Racine?
Yes.
No, I did not.
You didn't obtain it until 2002, correct?
Yes.
And it was in 2002 that you took 2 computers from his, I guess at the time, current office.
2002.
And an old work computer that was located in St. Louis, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So 3 years had gone by prior to trying to get those computers, right?
Correct. Yes.
In December of 1998, you didn't go to his office and interview any of his coworkers.
I did not know.
Wow.
And you didn't talk in December of 1998 with any of those coworkers about whether he was in the office on December 3rd.
Correct.
You didn't do
Wow.
that until after he was charged in 2002.
Correct.
And in those 3 years, this is a case that had been, this is a story that had been reported in the media
In what year again, sir?
between 1998 and 2002.
I don't believe there was much media attention on there between that. The media attention started after I arrested Mark in 2002.
Okay. Well, it
Yeah,
would have
I
been
imagine.
well known, I guess, among his coworkers. Wouldn't you say that that Julie Jensen had died in December of 1998?
Objection calls for speculation for what was going on with respect to
Sustained.
Would you expect memories to have improved in 3 years, in 4 years?
No.
I
There
guess my
you
math
go.
is wrong. 1998 to 2002, 4 years, right?
Well, the state will stipulate that from a particular point in 1998 to a particular point in 2002, that would be 4 years. But from December 3rd, 1998 to March of 2002 is not 4 years.
You could have
State objects to the question.
You could have gotten a lot greater detail in
Yeah.
the month of December 1998
Defense is just
by
like,
talking with
geez.
witnesses than in 2002, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Prosecution
I think he
really
can answer
hates
that question.
this.
He's the lead detective. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, would you repeat your question, Mr. Perry?
It's likely you could have gotten greater detail in December of 1998 about December 1998 than in 2002, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I mean, you testified at the very start of this today that that memory is going to be affected by the passage of time.
Yes.
By talking with other witnesses.
Correct.
Or by other people, just chatting amongst friends.
Yes.
Gossip.
Yes.
Reading reports.
Yes.
Okay. And 3 to 4 years is a lot of time
Asking
for that to happen,
pointed
right?
questions.
Yes.
Okay. And these are Mark Jensen's coworkers that I'm talking about.
That is correct. Yes.
They would have known something about his situation.
They did know. Yes.
Imagine that.
You interviewed the Voights on December 4th.
I spoke with him. When you say interview, do you mean a written statement or
Well, you
just
did.
I talked to him?
You talked just maybe 15 minutes ago about kind of a lengthy.
Oh, he is getting, you can just see him seething. He is, why are these people getting so angry whenever they're being questioned on some of the simplest things? And prosecutor is really busting his ass to get up in this guy's face over this. I mean, they're trying to object just basically to throw defense off their game because they're just hammering this guy. He is getting nailed to the wall. All right, Reverend Goodfinger.
Narrative in your summary report about the discussion you had with them on December 4th.
Yeah. When you say the Voights, which Voight do you mean in particular?
Either of them.
Okay. I only spoke to Mr. Voight on December 4th, 1998.
And you spoke with Carrie Ashley in December of 1998.
I spoke with Carrie Ashley. I don't recall an exact date on speaking with her.
Did you speak with any other of the Jensen neighbors in December of 1998?
You would think that they
No.
would.
No.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you ask a question? Ask a question.
The consent that you got from Mark Jensen on December 3rd, it wasn't just consent to search his house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It was pretty broad.
Well, I got a consent, pretty broad, meaning, yeah, it was pretty broad. I could search everything in there. I also obtained a form for him for any medical records of himself and Julie Jensen. So, yeah, it was pretty broad.
Yeah, it was basically things were an open book to you.
Well, I think that's probably overstated. I mean, I intended to search the property at 9020 Lakeshore Drive, and that's what I did. I explained that to Mr. Jensen previously. That when you say broad, that didn't mean I could go search the neighbors or out in the street or anything like that.
Well, those
but I
weren't-
got consent.
You didn't have to search. All you
the
had to do was
property
ask them
that
if
he
they saw
maintained.
anything.
And I also obtained a consent to obtain any
This guy's
medical
just
records
gonna
of Julie
rattle
Jensen and
off
Mark Jensen.
A bunch
Mark
of
Jensen's
shit.
medical records he gave you consent for.
That is correct. Yes,
I mean, obviously he couldn't have given you consent to search the neighbors' homes, right?
correct.
The things that that were in his possession or his control, he gave you consent to search and seize whatever you deemed important,
Correct. Yes.
including pretty personal medical records.
Correct. Yes.
Now, you never attempted to obtain Julie Jensen's, maybe you attempted, I don't know if you did or not. Did you ever attempt to obtain Julie Jensen's records from Mr. DeFazio?
Yes.
Did you obtain them?
No.
And who is Mr. DeFazio?
Mr. DeFazio was a, and I don't know the technical term, but the Jensen saw Mr. DeFazio for some marriage counseling.
He's a psychotherapist, isn't he?
I don't know.
Oh,
And
you
didn't get any
don't
records.
know?
I did not know. Well, let me be clear on that. I attempted to gain information from Dr. DeFazio, and I did call and stop by his office and speak with him. His office was also located over near St. Catherine's, and I spoke with Mr. DeFazio, and he could not recall the Jensens in treating them for the marriage counseling. He didn't know who I was talking about. He couldn't remember, and he was under the impression that his records, it was so long ago, that those records would have been purged. So I did communicate with Dr. DeFazio, attempting to obtain those records. However, I was unsuccessful.
In all the years since 1998, have you ever looked at or obtained Mr. DeFazio's records for treating Julie Jensen?
No.
I have not obtained them, but I know the district attorney's office, I believe, obtained them. I have not seen any, but I'm aware of that the district
isn't
attorney.
that weird?
I got better results than I did.
There was a 911 call on December 3rd, right?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, and it was Mark Jensen had called 911 to report Julie's condition,
Correct, yes.
to request assistance to the house.
Yes, he called for the rescue squad.
Now, all 911 calls, even in 1998, were recorded, right?
I don't know.
You just don't remember?
I don't recall. That's back in '98.
He can
And,
remember a lot of stuff, but he can't remember this.
They were likely recorded. Yes,
Regardless,
He
it wasn't
remembers
saved
the
in this case. Was it?
Playboy magazine.
that I don't know.
Have you ever listened to the 911 call in this case?
I have not.
So you've never heard exactly what was first said from Mark Jensen on when he found Julie Jensen.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay.
I really asked what he has never heard.
He said he never heard it. So
There you go.
At some point really just a few days after Julie Jensen had died, on December 6th, 1998, you put a GPS unit on Mark Jensen's car,
I did. Yes.
on his truck.
You know, I wasn't there. I invited Mark Jensen, or he was stopping out at the police department. I had frequent contact with Mr. Jensen, and as Mr. Jensen would come to the police department, through DCI, Department of Criminal Investigation, I teamed up with some of their agents, and I put a GPS tracker on his vehicle. I don't know what type of vehicle he was operating at the time. The DCI agents took care of putting a tracking device on Mr. Jensen's vehicle.
You just shot a video. You just reviewed a video of you walking around videotaping that pickup truck. White pickup truck. This guy does not come off very credible. If you find him credible, geez, I am very disappointed.
And then later on, they would remove it.
How long was there a GPS tracker on Mr. Jensen's vehicle?
For some time, I don't recall the exact length.
And nothing was ever found of value to you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and this was done in a way where he wouldn't have. You did this in a way so that he wouldn't know that there's a GPS tracker on his vehicle.
Isn't that
Absolutely.
weird?
Yes.
Did you get a court order for
I
that?
want to talk about the interrogation that we watched some of yesterday.
Jeez.
Yes.
That was on April 21st of 1999, right?
Correct, yes.
Now, you just got done explaining that you've been meeting with Mark Jensen on a regular basis.
Weekly, I would say, either by phone call or by in person.
And in person, was that at the police station?
Yes, it always was, because I wanted to make sure we could recover the tracker or put the tracker on his vehicle.
And how did that work? Did you ask him on these weekly phone calls or something to stop in?
Well, generally, Mr. Jensen would contact me primarily, and we would make the arrangements, and he'd stop in or by the police department.
He wasn't required to make weekly contact with you.
No, he was concerned.
Okay. And he checked in with you regularly.
He did, yes.
Okay. And did you just invite him in?
Yes.
Okay. And then he'd take you up on that?
Yes.
And how long would those meetings last?
Not very long, probably, not very long.
Can you ballpark it for me?
Less than 15 minutes,
Okay. And would these be like on his way to work?
sometimes.
Okay. So it wouldn't be unusual for him to show up in a suit and tie?
Yes.
Yes, it would not be unusual.
No, he generally was on his way to work, or possibly on the way back. But yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Would he normally stop by? Would he have any of his kids in tow?
I don't recall. I know on April 21st, when he came to the police department, he had his one son with him.
That wasn't the first time you had met his son.
Oh, definitely. Thank you.
I don't recall meeting his son previously,
appreciate
but I
you.
might have. But I didn't have a conversation with his
coming
son of any substance until April
Hit the
21st.
like button on the way out.
All right. And you had purposely tried to establish an apparent friendship with Mark Jensen.
Oh, well, I was certainly cordial and professional with Mr. Jensen. We had a very good relationship. We talked about the stock market, about his case, many things. So, yeah, I guess you would be accurate. We developed a friendship, yes.
You wanted him to be reaching out to you on a regular basis.
That was convenient as part of my investigation, yes.
Now, on
Amazing.
April 21st, you knew that this was going to be a different kind of meeting,
Yes, I did.
but you didn't communicate that to Mark Jensen, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. As far as he knew, this was like any of the other dozens of meetings he had with you.
That's accurate.
And so he might have been on his way to work.
I don't know.
I mean, you saw him in the video, and I don't know if you remember specifically, but he was in a suit and tie.
He was.
And I think your testimony is that this started at 9 a.m.
Correct.
And he had,
Wow.
he had David with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say he would have had no reason from you to believe that he'd be there until 4 p.m. that day.
Yes.
That's fair.
That is, yes.
Okay.
I didn't think it would go that long, so I'm sure Mr. Jensen didn't.
Okay. And at no point did you say, hey, this is going to take all day.
No, I wouldn't have forecasted that regardless. I never thought we started at 9. No, he got there early, so it was about 9 o'clock, and we didn't end until probably 4 p.m. in our discussions.
Whoa.
And with the exception of, I think you testified yesterday that there was maybe an hour and a half video that failed. Was the whole 9 to 4 recorded?
Yes, what I did was the interview rooms at that time at Pleasant Prairie, we had a one-way mirror on the one. And again, keep in mind, this is 1998. We had an old clunker VCR that we would put on your shoulder. So I set it up and put that on a tripod in the adjoining room, and then through the one-way mirror. And then I had this big VHS video recorder set up on the tripod, and then I ran a microphone above the false ceiling into there. And then because I wanted to capture everything that Mark Jensen was going to say. And so that's why I did that. Recording interviews back in '98 was pretty uncommon, especially video interviews. So, and the technology was a lot different than it was today. So I had that VHS, and I put in one tape, and Detective Berg, who you saw in the video, was operating the tape in my office or monitoring it where the recording device was. And then at some point, I took a break or came in and replayed the tape, and we discovered it wasn't recording. So we swapped out the tapes. There's a total of 3 tapes, and one of the tapes failed. And why it did, I don't know. I think it was defective out of the box. But the interview that I had with Mr. Jensen, there's probably a good hour that is not on VHS tape.
Mm-hmm.
Where was David Jensen during
That's
the interview?
He stayed
convenient.
with one of our support staff at the police department.
And was Mark permitted throughout this 7 hours to go and check on his son?
I'm sure he inquired. Mr. Jensen and I bought him lunch. We had, I think it was Burger King. We had some soda. We had coffee. We ate lunch together. We drank refreshments together. And I'm sure during that, that would have been a concern to me. However, the one secretary that was in charge of his son was very kind. And I think his son and the secretary hit it off, and he was occupied while I interviewed Mr. Jensen.
I'm not suggesting that David Jensen
For
was treated.
7
I'm just asking
hours.
If in those 7 hours, if he was permitted to go and check on his son.
If he wanted, I don't recall that, but if he wanted to, I would have certainly honored his request.
You didn't offer it.
I don't believe so. No,
And when you went and got lunch, it wasn't lunch with Mark and with his son, David.
it was not. No,
Okay.
no.
Now, at the time that you had Mark come in on this day, I mean, you testified, you prepared for this interview, right? This interrogation?
I did. I mean, I made some arrangements. I set up the VHS recorder, and I ran the microphone. We tested the equipment beforehand, and I gathered the reports and the information that I wanted to cover with Mr. Jensen.
You hadn't done that at any of the other meetings that you'd ever had with Mr. Jensen?
Well, we discussed reports, Mr. Jensen.
I mean, the VHS, the camcorder, all of those
I'm
things.
sorry. Yes. No, that was our first recorded interview.
Okay. And this is the first one that was not just brief.
Yes.
And the room that you were meeting with him in, that's not where you typically meet with him.
Correct. Yes.
Would you typically meet with him just in your office or in the lobby?
I'm sorry. Would you repeat that?
Would you typically meet with him in your office?
I would typically, when we met at the police department, there was a little conference room off the lobby. I would meet him in there.
On April 21st, you were under the, at that time, misimpression that antifreeze had been ruled out, right?
Yes, that is correct.
You believe that, the way I said that, I don't want to have it be confusing. You believe that antifreeze had been ruled out on April 21st.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And your plan was to confront Mark Jensen and to try to get him to confess to playing a part in Julie Jensen's death.
So, could you repeat that one more time, sir?
Your plan on April 21st was to confront Mark Jensen and to try to get him to confess to playing a part in Julie Jensen's death.
Yes, that is correct. Yes,
And you testified about this yesterday, that you lied to him multiple times in the interview.
I did. Yes.
And you lied about the crime lab determining that he had left photos.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with that.
I lied to him about the writing on the photos that were left around the Jensen home, and that I had a crime lab report about his handwriting being on them.
I mean, you lied about the crime lab even analyzing the photos.
That is correct. Yes.
The crime lab never analyzed the photos.
I think eventually they did. However, not while I spoke with Mr. Jensen.
Well, only one photo was ever retained, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And the rest were just lost to the ages, right?
No. The other photos, and they were primarily recovered by Mr. or Officer Cosman. And there was no real complaint on this. We were down there, as we pointed out, from 1992 until 2008, and we recovered some of those photographs. Our evidence room isn't all that big.
2008 or 1998?
I'm sorry, sir.
You said until 2008?
No.
Is there an objection?
Well, the response, it was non-responsive, Your Honor. I guess object on that point.
Uh-huh.
He's talking.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah. And so since we didn't have a complaining witness at the time, and we collected them, and we cleared Terry Perica, and there was no charges being pressed, I wasn't in charge of the evidence and how it was disposed of, but eventually that evidence is to keep room in the evidence collection. So there was nothing purposeful about, well, I guess there was a purpose to destroying them, but it was considered obsolete evidence.
They're gone.
They are, absolutely, yes.
They're gone and they were never tested.
Correct.
You did a few other things
Weird.
during this interrogation, right? In terms of tactics with Mr. Jensen.
Yes,
Talked about how you lied to him.
correct, yes.
You did something where you engaged in something called persistent questioning.
Yes,
You spoke over Mr. Jensen at times.
at times.
Yeah, you would interrupt him.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, and the plan with these things that you were doing was to put pressure on him in that interview. Fair?
Yes, I was intending to put pressure on him for him to tell me the truth.
And the truth is, as you were determining it.
It could be viewed that way.
You were trying to make
Yes.
it easy for Mr. Jensen to tell you what you wanted to hear.
I wanted the truth. I didn't want to impose on him, and there was
But you were.
to say that it's something that I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear the truth, and I wanted him to tell me the truth. And I knew he was lying to me during the interview.
Oh, so
Now, the
you're
interrogation was from
detective.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m., correct?
Approximately, yes.
And we saw, I mean, it was in sort of chopped up segments yesterday, right?
Correct.
We saw about 45 minutes worth of that.
Okay, yes,
That seems fair.
fair, seems fair, yes,
It took a lot longer yesterday than 45 minutes
probably,
because of the stopping and reading what we had just watched, right?
yes.
We saw a few different segments of the interview. Let me just grab the transcript of it.
Are we good yet? We need a break yet? Want to take a break? No? Yes? No? We're good. All right, we'll continue.
It looks like you have someone in the back row who would like to take a break.
I think you have a mixed
A mixed bag.
you have a mixed
I'll rule on the side of caution. Take your break.
Okay, so we're taking our first break of the morning. And of course, this is not. You will find where they come back in.
S27.
Here we
Continue
go.
with the cross.
And right about there, maybe.
They're unblocked a few times.
I'm shedding.
Yes, more information we wanted to know.
All right, we're back on the record. Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. We are going to continue with the cross-examination. The witness is still under oath.
Yes,
Mr. Retzberg, we were just talking really about the content of the interrogation that we saw yesterday, right?
correct, yes.
You can hear me okay, right?
I can, thank you.
Trying to figure out a place to put all this stuff. Early on, one of the early clips we saw, you told Mark Jensen that you had eliminated Perry Tarika as doing any of that stuff at your home.
Correct, yes,
And that was because at one point you talked to Perry Tarika and discovered that he was out of state, right?
correct,
And that's why you believed he could not have been the person leaving photographs.
correct,
Now, the harassment that that Julie had complained of over the years, while it did include photographs, right?
correct,
It also was heavily about phone calls to the house, correct?
yes. And I would prefer that we use the term images as opposed to photographs because they weren't necessarily photographs, but the term image would be a better description of what was left.
There was one photograph that was that's in existence.
Doesn't matter.
correct?
Correct, yes,
One image.
yes,
So he's not. You don't have to abide questioning by you how somebody prefers they were images, photograph.
And that's printed on Kodak paper, correct?
I don't know,
Okay.
Oh.
Have you looked at it?
not recently.
You don't know if it appears to be a photograph in that one instance, at least?
It does,
It does appear to be a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And the rest we don't have and we can't look at.
correct,
Amazing.
I want to show you, you were shown this yesterday, and it's exhibit S27. Let me just grab it.
Counsel, what was it that you gave?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What number is that for the record?
S27?
Thank you.
It is S27 that I gave you, right?
correct, yes.
And what is that?
That is a copy of some Pleasant Prairie Police Department reports.
You testified about this yesterday, right?
I did,
You've reviewed this before?
yes,
And page 1 starts on January 27th of 1992.
yes,
Well,
And the last report is December 18th, 1996, correct?
yes,
And this is a compilation of the police calls to the Jensen households between those years, correct?
yes,
And it outlines, if you go one by one, it outlines what the different calls for service were, correct?
correct,
And the responses?
sometimes,
In the interrogation yesterday that we saw in 1999, you talked about this ongoing issue with the photographs, correct? Or the images, as you'd like to call them?
yes,
And I just want to review a handful of these. And there aren't that many, really, right?
yes,
And if you could just page along with me. But the first one, I guess if you look at, well, page 1 and 2 is January 27th, 1992, right?
correct, yes,
Okay, and it just says January 29th, 1992, suspicious problem, no other details.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
January 30th, 1992, gone for the weekend.
Yes.
February 20th, 92, vacation times reported.
Yes.
And June 16th of 92, there was a call because a car was parked across the street for too long.
Yes.
Wow.
May 8th of 93, a belief that someone had entered the residence and moved items.
Yes.
November 4th, 93, there was a complaint about receiving annoying phone calls, hangups, and harassments.
Yes.
See that one?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the first time that something's reported, and it was reported about phone calls.
Yes.
Nothing about photographs reported in that complaint.
Yes.
November 4th, 1993, receiving annoying phone calls, hangups. No, I just read that one, didn't I? Sorry. October 21st, 1994, Julie Jensen complaining that there were black males in the neighborhood selling magazines.
Yes.
October 22nd, 94, a repeat of the same complaint.
Yes.
On Christmas of 94, their Christmas tree lights were damaged, and they complained about that. Or she complained about that. She's the caller, right?
Huh.
Yes.
January 19th of 1995, it just says, from what I can tell, there's nothing, right?
Correct. It's an extra patrol complaint.
January 21st of 95, there's a trespass to land, and there was a person that was cited, correct?
Yes.
May 27th of 95, nothing seems to be noted except that Perry Tarika is listed on that report.
Are you talking about the dated 5/27/95?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And then finally and this isn't the last report in the whole packet, but I guess for the first time, and it's August 25th of 1995, there's a report about photographs being found.
Yes.
And in that report, it indicates that they, on April 25th, produced photos that had been found from July and earlier, correct?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I want to make sure I said that right. On August 25th, it was reported that they kind of collected photos from earlier and they were turning them over on the 25th
It makes reference to August 23rd. You're correct. Yes, sir.
to July 3rd.
So, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
You are correct. Yes.
Oh, wow.
It's very possible I said it wrong.
We're good. Thank you.
Now, yesterday during the interrogation,
Come on. No need to string it along. Get to your point there, defense.
you were asking Mark Jensen about finding photographs, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me. And he told you some of that stuff, and this is on page 52 of the transcript. He told you some of the stuff I would accumulate, and then I'd say I found it in the shed. I'd say I found it in the shed. He went on to say, and it would be a way of giving it to her without saying I've been hanging on to the stuff basically. Yeah, I'm sorry. And it would be a way of giving it to her without saying I've been hanging on to this stuff basically. I mean, but in terms of I was not coming up with this stuff. He went on. I mean, this falls into the same trap as the phone calls. I know that Julie told me at one point that everyone thought that I was making the phone calls, and yet we'd be sitting on the couch in the living room together. Question, and the phone would ring. Answer, and the phone would ring. I mean, it couldn't possibly. I'm sitting there with her, so she knew it wasn't me. There's a time when the pictures, I know. Question, so you misled her, which in turn misled the police? Answer, the police, yes. I mean, it was not a malicious standpoint, it was. And you characterized
Amazing.
this yesterday as him acknowledging that he was the one leaving photographs, right?
Yes.
And what he actually told you is that they had accumulated and then he would show her, correct?
Yes.
And that's consistent with the report from August 25th, 1995 that you just read, right?
I didn't read it completely, but yes, I believe it's consistent.
That these photographs would accumulate and then they'd be turned over.
That's a little odd.
Yes.
Now you're also aware, we talked yesterday and we'll get into this in a little bit about Julie Jensen's log, right?
Yes.
That was her log of harassment.
Correct.
Yeah, and fair to say the vast
Big,
majority of that
fat,
is,
juicy
detailing
log
phone calls.
of
Possibly, yes.
harassment.
That you'd agree with that?
Yes.
And it does reference, though, this issue of pictures, correct?
It does.
And if you need to see it, that's fine. Just let me know. But this is consistent with her discussing in that log accumulating things and turning it over to Officer Kosman. We talked about a garbage bag full of evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. You remember seeing that?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that after Mark had explained that photos were received at the office, let me make sure I said that right, that after Mark had said that photos had been received in the mail at the office, that you talked to support staff in his office who opened the mail, and you determined that they'd never experienced that, correct?
In Mr. Jensen's interview, I said, would you?
Yesterday testifying.
Yes. Yes, yes, I did. I thought you were referring to the video. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. But yes, you are correct.
That's fair. I mean, I guess jumped from something that happened in 1999 to something that happened in 2023.
Yes, I thought you were referring to the video again. But yes, that was part of my investigation. I did speak with the staff at Mark Jensen's office,
And which office did you speak to?
the receiving office.
Of Stiffle.
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you about the interrogation.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Page
Interrogation.
51, lines 25 to 52, and this was all read yesterday.
I'm sorry, Council, which lines?
Lines 25 to page 52, line 4. This is Mark Jensen speaking at the beginning. He says, no, they were the ones that were mailed to the office were early on in the first year or two. Question, Answer, that is when I was at, and it says unintelligible, in Milwaukee. That was when I got stuff in the mail. Remember that?
I do.
Did you speak to anyone at either the Prudential office or Baird office in Milwaukee?
No.
You only spoke to the employees at Stiffle, where Mark started working in 1998, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that the well, there's the one photo that was kept, and the other pictures have been destroyed. Were those ever fingerprinted?
No.
Man, oh man.
You talked in the interview in the interrogation about whether Mark Jensen wrote anything on these pictures, right?
Correct. Yes.
You never asked him to identify anything he specifically wrote.
Correct.
He never said he created any of the photos.
I don't believe so.
He told you that his wife was upset by the photos
Yes.
and that he was reluctant to tell her he had received one, and then ultimately he would tell her or show her.
Yes.
I want to clarify something from the interrogation yesterday. We were shown a clip where Mr. Jensen denied there being any sexual violence or anything sexual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some necessary context to that. 5 pages earlier, because you had been suggesting different ideas you had of how Mark Jensen would have caused Julie Jensen's death, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were just, again, like we talked about earlier today, you're trying to make it easy. You're trying to propose ways for Mark Jensen to confess to you.
Yes.
And so you were coming up with these theories, right?
Yes.
And 5 pages earlier, you had suggested to him that her death was an autoerotic death and that he and Julie were playing around sexually.
Yes. Yes. Are you reading that off the transcript?
Well, I read it off the transcript, just not right now. I mean, do you remember suggesting that to him?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And his response of there not being any sexual violence or anything sexually, that's in context of you having proposed that to him.
I would have to see the transcript. But I recall seeing saying that.
Come
and,
on.
Mark and I had that conversation.
Now he's turning beet
come out of the
red.
No, it did not. If you had a copy of the transcript for me, I could be more efficient, if you will.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
I'm not sure what this has been. You've marked this, the portion of Jensen.
I have no objection using that.
I need this back, but
Okay,
Of course.
just reading the bottom of the highlighted part on the bottom of 67. What does that say?
Okay, you would like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Yes. Now, have you ever heard of erotic death or autoerotic death or something like that?
And for the record, the number of the exhibit he was reading from?
Bag it. Tag it.
Well, for the record, he was reading from.
Was the
I'll have to have it marked, this page.
I'm doing that for the higher authorities,
Um,
and we do have to make a good record. So that's all I'm trying to do. Somebody has to tell me what exhibit he was reading from.
sure, and it wasn't an exhibit because partial transcript was.
The whole transcript.
Get the clerk to mark.
I think we should print an entire copy of the interview and mark it as an exhibit. And
Whatever you wish to do,
but I'll do that. I'll do that over the lunch hour, and
and then just remind us, and we'll put it into the record.
the state has no objection to this method of examination. However, Your Honor.
This is the 52 that you just read from, right?
Yes, it is.
That's page 67 of the transcript of your interrogation.
Yes.
I don't blame him. I'd be sweating a little bit too if I accuse somebody of something and
On
sort
the
of.
latter
narrated a
segment that we watched
story
yesterday
over something
was
that
Mark
they
Jensen
completely
describing Julie Jensen on the
denied.
morning of December 3rd, correct?
Yes.
He described that she was taking very deep breaths
Yes.
as she sat up in bed with Mark's assistants.
Yes.
You asked, was she talking? He answered, hardly.
Yes.
Counsel, do you know which page of the transcript you're looking at?
I wasn't. Page 89 to 94.
Thank you.
He told you, I want to say she indicated that she was okay.
Yes.
And he also told you she took the other sleeping pill after the kids went to school.
Yes.
He was later asked,
It's
why would you roll her
seething
on her
right
side
now.
while she's sleeping? Do you remember asking him that?
Yes.
And he answered because she was having, the baby thing with kids, you don't lay them flat on their back because if they cough like that.
Yes.
He told you he tried to feed her. She wouldn't eat, didn't drink water the last day.
Now you're speaking of the transcript from yesterday, correct?
Right.
Yes. Okay. It would be most helpful maybe if I had a transcript, but so I could be accurate. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to be accurate.
So I know. I'll grab what was submitted yesterday.
Yeah, he didn't have a transcript yesterday, but he was just, yes, oh, yes, absolutely. That's exactly what happened. Oh, of course. But now the story has changed a little bit now that he's being called on it. Now he wants to be accurate.
Just to refresh, see if that'll refresh your memory.
Very good, sir. This entire page.
Yeah, hang on to this for right now. I'm showing you the pages I'll ask you about were pages that were admitted yesterday. Right now you're on page 103, correct?
Yes, I am.
And that's the page where Mark Jensen told you that he rolled her on her side because of the baby thing with kids. You don't lay them flat on their back, right?
Yes.
On page 118 to 119, let me know when you're there.
Yes.
You want to read through those pages real quick, just to yourself?
Now he's a little more sure of himself. Oh, now that I have a transcript.
He told you he tried to feed her. She wouldn't eat. Didn't drink water that last day.
Yes.
She tried Thursday morning, but choked on it, referring to water, right?
Yes.
Do you want to take a look at 137 to 142?
Yes.
He described that she had bad breathing on the morning of December 3rd.
Yes.
We heard a small portion of the book that was read by you yesterday, right?
Yes.
You read out loud the words, I walked in the door and approaching the receptionist counter explained, Julie was here yesterday to see Dr. Borman. He gave her some samples last night. She woke me up acting drunk and blaming it on this. I said, showing her the printout.
Mm-hmm.
That's consistent with what he told you in the interrogation on April 21st, 1999, correct?
Yes.
Prior to this April 21st interrogation, you had received the autopsy report.
Yes.
The autopsy report didn't have any opinion or conclusion as to cause or manner of death, right?
Yes.
And you had, like we talked about earlier this morning, you were under the misimpression that ethylene glycol had been ruled out, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about with the whole autoerotic
Wow.
death suggestion, you were trying to come up with a narrative that would explain that Mark Jensen could agree to for you, right?
Yes.
In addition to your sexual violence proposal to him, you had another idea regarding asphyxiation, correct?
I may have.
I'm going to give you the transcript back so you can follow along so you can remember exactly, okay?
Thank you.
What page are you counsel?
If you go to page 75 to 76, 75 starting at line 24.
Page 75, line 24, sir.
People
Yeah,
tend
read,
to forget cops
yourself
are
to,
not your friend
3 on page
if
76,
you
I
are
think.
being interrogated. as little interaction as possible.
Okay. You suggested to him, you said her arm was actually here. I'll show you how she was. Okay. Her arm is actually across her body like that. Okay. And it's an unnatural position. Do you sleep on when you're on your side with your arm across like that? You asked him that, correct?
Yes.
I want you to go to page 98 to 99 now. 98 starting on line 25.
He is about to get called out. He already knows what's
Page
there.
98, line 5.
Line 25.
25, thank you.
And read to yourself to 99, line 16.
Sorry, folks, it was a long day, but I am still here enjoying myself. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Defense is making a good case.
You told Mark Jensen, I know there was some type of contact there. There had to be in this chest area, Mark. There's no question about that. And the only person that could have done that was you. I'm thinking before you left, you pushed on her maybe. Now, she was frail at the time. She was frail. You said she was labored breathing. That makes sense, and I believe that. Okay, I know that probably happened, but she's frail. And you just innocently, I don't want to push her like that. And could that have caused something? I mean, we have petechia of the lungs. There's some type of contact here in the throat. There's also been an indication on the throat, as I showed you in Dr. Chambliss' report. It did not just appear there. Something and somebody had to touch her. That's the only way it could get there. There's no doubt about that. And did you push her, touch her on the throat maybe? Maybe like this? Did you say that to Mark Jensen?
I did, yes.
I'm going to ask you to go to page 152, lines 3 to 6.
Uh-huh. He's getting called on
Line
the
3 to
floor.
6, sir?
Yes.
You notice they're pulling it off that guy, the camera, because he is probably beat red right now.
Yes.
You told Mr. Jensen, maybe when you pulled her over this way, you pushed her back on the chest and then went back and brought her up again. You know, you would have pushed her back.
Yes, I asked that question.
Can I ask you to go to page 161, lines 19 through 20?
What do they keep cutting? What did they just edit out?
Yes, sir.
You told him, we still have to explain the nose part. The head pushed into the pillow. How are we going to explain that? I mean, that's there, right?
Yes.
Finally, I'm going to ask you to go to 162, lines 4 to 9.
Yes, sir.
So something had to push it down. There's 3 things that happened here. Head being pushed, the nose, some type of contact here at the throat, and some type of contact here in the chest. Okay, we know that happened. Okay, you were the only one there. You had to do something, Mark. Did you say that to Mark Jensen?
I did.
Well, now that we've recalled your memory, now we're going to hammer you on every bit of it. As they should.
It's pretty obvious the transcript of that interrogation was played since we've just been reading it, right?
Correct, yes.
Now.
I want to talk a little bit about Julie Jensen's log, the harassment log.
Yes.
I'm going to give you State's Exhibit 34.
Come on.
Is that the log that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 34.
Okay. And starting at page 33, that's where it starts, right?
Actually, I have it starting at page 31 in this log, sir.
Hang
If
up.
you could go to page 33.
Call.
I'm there.
All right. And that's what you see on the screen?
Yes.
Same
And,
thing, same thing, same
uh,
thing, same thing.
details,
All the way
hang-ups, and
through
incidents at the house,
15.
right?
Obtain a
That is correct,
trace.
yes.
And if you could find page 38.
I'm there, sir.
Okay. Is that what's on the screen?
The top half of it is, yes.
Right. Well, the top half is the part I'm most
Very good.
interested in at the moment. And it says June 3rd, 1996. Detective Ratsburg called with results of subpoena for trace of phone calls received April 19th, 96. April 19th, 1996, Friday, 10:01 p.m. Calling Mark an asshole. Is your understanding that was referring to a phone call that had been reported to you?
Yes.
And
Huh.
it says came from low-income apartment on west side of town. Woman didn't know any of us, but said other people used her phone. Detective asked if we knew any of the following: Tina Thomas, Steve Daniels, Jenny Gunderson, or Frank Espinoza. Neither Mark or I know any of these names. Do you see that?
Yes, that's in Julie Jensen's log.
In her log,
Imagine.
you reviewed this prior to testifying here yesterday?
Yes.
This log? Nowhere is there a report in this log that Mark Jensen was receiving photos in the mail at work between 1996 and 1998.
I don't know. I would have to go through it, but you're not trying to trick me or anything, are you? Okay, then that would be fair.
And
Oh,
consistent with that, as your investigation turned out, no one at Stifel recalled receiving any photos in the mail.
he
Correct.
Now, page 40 in the log.
now see he feels like he's being tricked into saying something that isn't true, and this is why he's not answering the questions. If I was looking at the transcript, no, he's trying to basically point out this detective's shortcomings. This guy's a good defense attorney. He's very much matter of fact to the point. He's not going to beat around the bush with a bunch of, oh, let's watch this whole interview that is completely pointless. He's making the points of, you never saw this, you agreed to this, you said this. Okay, moving on.
Okay.
Damn.
At the bottom, I think.
So this guy just instantly thinks he's trying to be tricked.
The kind of bottom line says, I think that's December 26, 1996, right?
Yes.
It says phone calls to Mark's office and asked secretary if received postcard.
Yes,
Now, you do know something about this postcard, don't you?
I do.
There was a postcard that was received at his office,
Yes,
and that did have handwriting on it.
it did. Yes,
And that's the only sort of thing related to any of this harassment that was submitted to the crime lab.
yes,
And the crime lab determined that it was not Mark Jensen's handwriting, correct?
correct. Yes.
Amazing.
Tucked in the beginning of, I guess in the inside cover of that log are some letters from Ameritech, aren't there?
There are. Yes.
And see,
And-
these are things that prosecution just skipped over because they weren't important, and defense may have
And there's a
not
letter
noticed
dated
it.
September 27th, 1995.
His
Do you see that?
original defense.
Yes.
And I've got this marked as Defense Exhibit 51.
Yes. Has been marked as an exhibit? It's part of that exhibit. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And there's a packet of information here, and I want you to please confirm that you have those materials in front of you.
Thank you. I reviewed them.
Uh-huh.
That's consistent with what's inside the cover of the log.
Yes.
And that letter from Ameritech, it has, it's notifying Mark and Julie Jensen that we recently placed tracing equipment on your telephone line.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then in the bottom right corner is handwritten 11/14/95. Do you see that? It says we'll start 11/15 for another 3 weeks.
Sorry, Mr. Perry. I got several pages here. Yes, I see it now. Yes.
Okay. November 14th, there's a note. We'll start 11/15 for another 3 weeks. Report calls, right?
Yes.
Then there's some notes at the bottom of that letter. It says calls from out of state, question mark, payphones, question mark, cellular car, question mark, local only, question mark.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to pull it up. Yeah, if you could, page 36 of the log.
Yes.
Come on.
There are calls reported on November 14th, November 15th, November 20th, 2 on the 22nd, November 24th, November 26th, right?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that these could not be tracked because they were out of area, correct?
Correct.
Out of area to you meant out of state,
Correct.
not something within the same area code.
Yes.
Yes, not something without in the same area code.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a little bit about Julie Jensen's day planner.
Yes.
You have it opened up?
I do.
Okay. That's the cover of it, right? That's the first page, at least not the cover, but the first page that's on the screen.
Yes.
What does it say on the top right corner, kind of vertical?
It has Scott McCraig / Kelly Labonte.
Okay. This is Julie Jensen's day planner.
It is.
On if you could go to March 18th.
Of 1998, sir?
So is there a possibility that Kelly LeBon was the one that was calling and hanging up because she was trying to get Mark to answer the phone? Just wondering. Or maybe another woman that Mark isn't talking about, maybe that would be the excuse that he makes for being home. Weird.
Yes, I mean, I think this whole thing is 1998, right?
Yes, I'm there at March 18th.
Okay. You see an entry for TurboTax?
I do, yes.
Is that consistent with your investigation that you learned that Julie Jensen did finances on the Jensen home computer?
Yes.
Oh. It may not be a slam dunk, but it shows that she did use the computer also. Is there a possibility that she did something to herself, but they never pursued it? Because how are you going to prosecute a dead person for yeeting themselves? How are you going to do that if they're already dead? It's easier to go after the husband, ex-husband, boyfriend, any number of things. So she knew how to turn on the computer. She knew how to operate the computer.
You were asked yesterday on direct exam about entries in December of 1998.
Yes.
On December 7th,
Yes.
you see an entry for Little Bears,
I do, yes.
and you know that that's the daycare for their youngest son,
Yes,
and that's a regularly scheduled thing that appears in the calendar, right?
it is.
On December 7th, it lists book club.
Yes.
You can see on this page that's on the screen right now, you see that heart that you talked about.
Yes.
That's for heart guard medicine or heartworm medicine for dogs, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know, did you ever learn what time the dog would be taken out in the morning at the Jensen household?
No.
You see the Stifel Christmas party noted on that page?
Yes, December 11th, 1998, Stifel Christmas party.
You have no idea if she planned on attending that.
I have no idea.
Stiff old
The following
Christmas
week of December
party.
14th, you see Little Bears, piano, kids castle, French club. Those are the entries basically, right?
Correct, yes.
These are all entries for events scheduled for her kids.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The week of
Doesn't mean
December 21st,
anything.
Yes.
Again, the daycare, last day of school, right?
Yes.
You don't see any notation of any Christmas parties or holiday parties?
No.
You have no idea when these regularly scheduled events were put in her calendar?
No.
She could have put those
I
in
guess
months
back in time,
before.
September 28th.
So what did she have on her calendar for January? That
Yes.
would be the question.
There's a note about apply to hospital, right?
Yes, there is.
Do you know if she applied at hospital?
No, I don't.
Well,
October 16th. It says volunteer.
come on. Get us to January. I want to see what was
Do you know if she
she had
volunteered or
on
where
her
that was at?
schedule for January.
I don't know.
You didn't follow up in December of 1998 in terms of the events on her calendar that preceded her death in terms of if she attended or her activities following up with those, did you?
No, I didn't.
It's very interesting. They've got a timeline.
Yes.
Of course, I handed those to you and I don't have marked. Which one's 48?
University of Wisconsin Parkside. It's a two-page document marked as D48.
And the other one's 49?
Yes, sir.
That's a copy of the certified copy of the transcript for Gateway Technical College.
Yes, that is listed as Defense Exhibit D49 from Gateway Technical College.
Starting with D49 from Gateway Technical College, that's a transcript for Julie Jensen, correct?
It is.
It indicates that in 1996, she took a course called Human Body Structure and Function.
Yes.
And received an A in it, correct?
Yes.
And the transcript from
Oh.
UW Parkside on D48. You have that in front of you?
I do. Yes.
It includes courses Bioscience and Intro into Human Development.
Yes.
In spring of 1978, she took Nutrition and General Chemistry.
Yes.
Took Principles of Human Physiology.
Yes.
She took a class called Death and Dying.
Yes.
Whoa.
All of them?
Don't know if it's damning, but could be.
I still have this here if you want this right away.
Boy, he is
As of 1998.
flush.
How many years of experience had you had?
Oh, that would be an estimate. 12 to 15 would be an estimate.
Okay.
Oh.
That was writing reports
Yes.
as an officer, then a detective.
Yes. I started at the police department on the auxiliary. I was, I had continually got promoted, and I was a detective sergeant at the time in 1998.
Okay. Trained to be as accurate as possible in your reports.
Yes.
You've worked on thousands of cases.
Yes.
You need to keep detailed reports because you need to have a record to remember what happened.
Correct. Yes.
And other people need to be able to look at those reports.
Yes.
And rely on them.
Yes.
And you've been trained to do reports as soon after an incident as possible.
Try to. Yes.
If you don't promptly note it, it can be difficult to remember it.
Absolutely.
I mean, today we're talking about something that happened in 1998, right?
We are.
And include all the information you think is important. That's fair?
Yes. Fair.
That is
Do you remember
fair.
interviewing Laura Shore in this case? And if you don't, or if you need to see the report in this matter, just let me know.
Yes, I am going to need to see that, sir.
Oh, he knows something. He knows something. What does he know? What does he know? Oh, boy. Come on.
And 7.3, is that from your police summary? Your narrative report, I mean?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You can just read it to yourself and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Come on, Officer Preacher Boy. Come on.
Yes.
You know, with these headphones, I feel like Princess Leia. Except more
When you interviewed
masculine.
Laura Shore, all those things about documenting the important stuff was at play when you typed this up, right?
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't have put something in here that wasn't told to you, correct?
Yes.
Laura Shore told you that she spoke with Julie Jensen, and she related that Julie had a job lined up at Bradford and was to start on December 7th, 1998. Correct?
Correct.
That's something that Laura Shore told you?
Yes.
That Julie Jensen told her that she had a job at Bradford High School and start date was December 7th, 1998.
Correct.
You testified yesterday about talking with Dave Nearing,
I did.
and that although you don't have any report, that he told you in 2002 or 2004 about some sketchbook of penis drawings,
Yes.
and you didn't document any of that.
Correct.
Why not?
And this conversation that you
You're
remember
so
happened,
accurate.
by your estimation, 18 to 20 years ago.
Yes.
It's a selective memory that he has. Get
further
the
questions.
inference.
Redirect? Yes, Your Honor. Let's start with the photos. And it was Mark Jensen that told you about photos being mailed to him at the office, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, I'll direct your
Oh.
attention to page 43 of the transcript of your interview. And as I've indicated, Your Honor, the state's going to be producing a copy to be marked as an exhibit. Is the television turned on? Because it's not coming up there. So, who,
Uh,
is it on? There we go. Can you read it? Do you recall posing the following question to Mark Jensen? Question, and I just want you to cooperate with me so we can get down to the bottom. Now, you left the photos around there, right? Am I right on that? Can you give me that? Did you leave some of them there? Answer. There were times when I didn't. I'd get stuff in the mail. I wouldn't give it to her initially because it would cause a great deal of upset, and that wasn't helping us. Is that the question you posed to him, the answer he gave?
Yes.
And then he went on to say, answer. There were times I just threw them away when I got them, but I mean, in terms of having the photos, question, did you leave them around the house? Answer. No, I did not. I mean, absolutely not. I mean, but there were times when I would just throw them away when I would stick them someplace like in the garage for a while and then bring them out. So she knew what was going on. Question, so that I'm clear here. I don't understand. Answer, in terms of question, you get a photograph in the mail with her in it showing her with a man's penis. Answer, yeah, and that was the stuff. It was very early on. I got that in the mail. I mean at the office. Question, okay, answer in the mail. So Mark Jensen was telling you early on that he's receiving these communications in the mail at the office, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not doing yourself any good prosecution. Hey,
Page 50, line 15.
hello, man. How is you?
And then do you recall posing the following question in counsel? This is page 50, line 19. Question. And you end up showing the majority of them to her? Answer. Exactly. Question. Although they go ahead, please. Answer.
I have
How
a
many times do you have to
dirty
see a picture
picture
like that and
of
get reminded of it
my.
before you kind of go, man, it's not worth it. It gets old. You put it
It's
away.
nothing.
And I'd put them away, and then something would happen, and I'd get pissed off, and I'd pull them out, and I'd say, I found these in the shed. Question. When in fact you had them. Answer. I had them. They accumulate them for weeks. Question. Now, why would somebody send them to you in the mail? I don't understand that. We cleared Perry of doing it. Answer. I have no idea. So those questions and answers are posed to you.
Yes.
Yes, we know.
Now, with respect to the conversation about Mark Jensen going to see Dr. Borman, go to
Yes, he confronted the doctor about the drugs that was being given to his wife, saying she's not doing too well. What did you give her? That's reasonable.
directing the court and counsel's attention to page.
I mean, if I knew my wife was going to the doctor, which she does on a regular basis, and she says, well, the doctor prescribed me this new medication. Hopefully it's going to help out with anxiety, depression, cold, flu, whatever, something. And then she's not only starts getting worse, but now she's bedridden and she's got other effects going on. I might get on the computer, look up what's happening to her. Is there something that might be an adverse effect? Is this dangerous for her? What kind of side effects is it causing? Oh, she's got some of these symptoms. I might confront my wife's doctor and be like, what did you give her? Especially if it's a family doctor and we both use the same doctor. I might be a little more confrontational. I don't see this as out of the norm. But so this guy's inference is just really bad. And this detective just got hammered because all the great work that he did and how wonderful, and he can remember all of these particular things, but whenever he's asked some of the simplest questions, he isn't able to answer those. So you pulled all these Playboy magazines out of the garage. Did you take any of the antifreeze? You were searching for antifreeze in all of the other drinks. What about in her? Was there any jugs out there? I don't remember. Come on.
13, line 1.
It just does not look good
You want
for
those
you.
on the screen, sir?
I am going to.
Okay.
Question. This is what, in fact, I marked some of the things in here because you seem to indicate to me that you thought that she could have died from some type of overdose or an allergic reaction to the Paxil and Abrium, which you meant to say Ambien. I think it was that she was prescribed. Answer. Okay. Question. Right. And then you supplied me with answer. Well, that's what was here. Question. This here, which makes you know her unsteadiness and all of that. Answer. Because you mentioned, question. Because you mentioned, and yeah, I don't want to get the dates mixed up, but this was on the second that you were concerned you went to see over to Dr. Borman's, right? Correct. Question. Okay. And what happened? Okay. She was not feeling well. You called Dr. Borman to begin with. She did. Answer. Right. Question. Okay. What happened after that? Answer. She saw him Tuesday. Question, which would have been what? When you say Tuesday, the first. Question, the first. Okay. Answer, the night of the first, early morning of the second. It was when we got this off the internet. Second, or yeah, it would have been Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. I went and saw
See what I mean? We got this off the internet.
Borman. I didn't call him. I just went over to the office. Do you recall that, posing those questions and getting those answers?
Yes.
No.
It's nothing abnormal.
And then question, answer, he gave me the prescription for the sleeping pills Wednesday morning, right? Question, right, that was answer the Ambien. Question, the Ambien, right. Now, when he's describing this, the purpose of showing her the
So
printout
she
about
took
the
half of
Paxil
this.
was to explain why she was feeling intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
Yep.
Well, he explained
It
to me why
is.
he pulled up the Praxetine, the paper about Praxetine and Paxil, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And it was because she was acting like she was drunk in the middle of the night on December 2nd, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, and those
Maybe
signs
she was
you've
drunk
learned
in
in
the
the course
middle
of
of
this
the night.
investigation that behaving as though
Better
you're
than I
feeling
am.
as though you're intoxicated, that's a sign of ethylene glycol, the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, correct?
It is the first stage, yes.
And so if somebody had knowingly ingested ethylene glycol on the evening of the first, that person would understand why they're feeling intoxicated.
Objection. Speculation.
Exactly. It is.
Well, I
I don't think
allowed
it's
the first.
speculation, Your Honor. If the person is researched,
I'll allow it. I allowed the first one. This is the lead detective. Go ahead.
so if
Oh,
somebody has
geez.
ingested knowingly and intentionally ingested ethylene glycol in the evening of the December 1st, and then they're feeling intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, they wouldn't have any questions about why they're feeling that way. They know that that's the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning.
That is correct. Yes.
But Mark Jensen indicated to you that Julie was feeling intoxicated and she was rubbing her knees and was wondering why that was, and that's why he pulled up the description of paroxetine or Paxil. Isn't that true?
Yes, it is true.
No. So Julie didn't know why she was feeling intoxicated.
Yes.
So isn't it convenient to have her
What?
ingest something that he can pull up stuff on the internet that makes it sound like, well, this is a possible side effect of Paxil.
Objection
It
argumentative.
was convenient for Mark Jensen to do that, wasn't it?
Objection.
Well, where is the exhibit on paroxetine? Is that
I think they're.
Oh, yeah. Now you
let's
want
try
to
keep
bring
the
it up.
exhibits on the table
You
up
didn't
here.
want to bring it up a minute ago. You don't want to have that being shown. But now, oh, it becomes important. Yeah, this is a good prosecutor, but I'm telling you right now,
50 will be received.
things aren't passing the smell test on this.
so? There were certain portions of that exhibit that had been, there was an asterisk placed next to it, and then another one was asterisk placed next to it, and it was underlined. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you find the part that was asterisked and underlined?
Now, he did not want to bring this up earlier, but now all of a sudden he is going to bring it up, saying, "Well, it was the defense that had the defendant that had underlined this. Is that correct?" I'm betting that's where he goes with this. God.
That would be page 22 of 25, and there's a star there, and the item next to it is nervous system.
Thank you. That was underlined. So show me the part that's underlined. Show me the part that's underlined.
Page 25.
Show it to me.
Right there.
Yes.
That's page 25, correct?
to
Yes.
me.
I'll go back to my microphone so that the. No, I need that. Okay, so the asterisk was on page 22. Asterisk, and then it reads nervous system, frequent, amnesia, CNS stimulation, concentration impaired, depression, emotional liability, vertigo. And then after that, infrequent, abnormal thinking, akinesia, alcohol abuse, ataxia, convulsion, depersonalization, hallucination, hyperkinesia, a whole bunch of stuff. And then rare refers to a number of rare circumstances. But then we go to page 25, which is not only asterisk, then there's certain portions of it which has an asterisk next to it. And underlined were the words, any drug which affects the central nervous system
Object.
can cause drowsiness or lethargy.
Defense.
Avoid
Object.
drinking alcohol. Those were the parts that were underlined, correct?
Yes.
Object, because this wasn't presented. Defense, you need to be objecting to this. This was not on cross. You can object. Limit your scope to what was asked, the questions that were asked. Of course, there is a possibility defense didn't say just this page. They may have presented the whole exhibit. Yeah, I don't
So,
think he wants to
listed
ask
under-
all of this.
On page 22, one thing that's listed as a frequent problem is vertigo, correct?
Yes.
Concentration impaired.
Yes.
Yep, he went back because it did not look good for him on the next page.
So the symptoms that Julie was manifesting in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 1998. Correct?
Yes.
So it's convenient, wasn't it, for Mr. Jensen to be able to pull this off the internet and show it to Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
Now, he made reference to showing her on the computer, but in fact, it wasn't on the computer. He printed it off the computer, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Now, if she was able to get up, he could have just shown it to her on the computer, correct?
Yes.
But actually, what he did, he printed it out.
Yes.
And that suggests to you that he printed it off the computer and then he took it into the bedroom to show it to her.
Had to have. Yes.
Now-
How is that abnormal?
If Julie Jensen had intentionally ingested ethylene glycol in the evening hours of December 1st, 1998, she would fully expect to be feeling intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 1998.
Okay, now I understand where he's going with this. He's basically saying, well, she couldn't have ingested this herself because if she had done this herself, there's no way possible she would have already known that it was the effects of whatever she was taking. Or maybe she underlined it herself. Because we don't know who printed it out. We don't know who underlined it. Maybe she pulled up the computer and she searched it out herself. Maybe she was feeling ill and these are the side effects that I'm getting, and then presented it to her husband. I don't know. And the nice inference to that is this: is whenever they get back up to cross on that, do you know that Mark Jensen is the one that printed this off? Is it possible that she printed this off ahead of time to show to Mark? That would be my defense on this.
88, correct?
That's very likely, yes.
But the reasonable inference to draw from this is that she didn't expect to feel intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 1998.
Yes.
And further, you're aware of the fact that later, at around 10 o'clock in the morning of December 2nd, when she was talking to Margaret Voigt, she was again feeling these symptoms, correct?
I object to the just endless leading right now.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Jensen?
Do you recall that later, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Julie Jensen spoke to somebody over the telephone?
Yes.
Who did she speak to?
The Voights, the neighbors to the south.
Well, she spoke to Margaret Voigt in particular, correct?
She did, yes.
And Margaret Voigt had she not made certain observations about the way Julie sounded?
Yes.
And what did she indicate about the way Julie sounded?
She sounded drunk or maybe possibly disorientated.
And furthermore, Julie had said at that point, whoa, this medication. She didn't expect to have that intact on her, correct?
Yes.
So even at 10 o'clock in the morning, Julie Jensen was still confused about why she was feeling this way.
Yes.
Which would suggest that she did not know she had ingested ethylene glycol.
Absolutely.
No.
But there was somebody that knew that she'd ingested ethylene glycol.
I'm sure there was.
And pulling off
God.
these side effects on paroxetine.
Objection,
would be
Your
mislead
Honor.
Julie, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Nothing further.
Recross.
Yeah, just a few questions.
Sure.
Characterize this correctly. You just testified on redirect that if a person had taken ethylene glycol, they would have known why they were feeling intoxicated, right?
Yes.
And that there would have been no reason for wondering why she felt intoxicated.
Correct.
All of that assumes she was being honest with Mark Jensen about her intoxication and having taken ethylene glycol.
Yes.
You said even at 10 a.m. with her call to Mrs. Voigt that Julie was confused about why she felt this way, right?
Correct.
Again, that assumes that she would have called and been honest about having taken ethylene glycol.
There you go.
Can you repeat that one more time, the last part?
That assumes honesty, right? It assumes that Julie Jensen was being forthright with her neighbor about having taken ethylene glycol.
Objection to the questions argumented, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead, answer.
Yeah.
Assuming that she was being honest, yes. Is that possible? Yes.
Now, have you studied ethylene glycol poisoning?
A little bit.
Yeah. Are you familiar with all of the symptoms of phase one?
No.
Were you able to look at that list of symptoms of paroxetine, of Paxil, and is it your testimony that those are the exact same symptoms as ethylene glycol poisoning?
They're not. The one that I'm familiar with the first stage is the drunkenness because ethylene glycol actually has alcohol in it. So that's how I know that.
Why don't you let him finish his
Yeah,
answer?
I'm sorry, I thought he had. That's the only similarity that you saw, correct?
Yes.
Now, you just came to a conclusion that because it was printed off, that meant he had to have taken it to her in the bedroom, right?
I'm trying to recall if he told me that or not, and I just don't remember without reviewing it.
Can you take notes on something without printing it off?
Yes. Say that one more time.
Can you take notes on a document without having printed it off?
No.
I mean, you can now, but
Yes.
in 1998 you couldn't, right?
Yes. Not that I'm aware of. Let me put it that way.
That's all.
Thank you.
We're done with this witness. Thank you. Do we have all the exhibits?
Damn. He should have gone much deeper on that. Can you prove that it was him that printed it off and not his wife? That's where I would have went with it, but there must be a reason why he didn't.
I need to move a number into
Yeah. I don't want any on the attorney's desk since we will not be able to find them.
Of course
Let's start
not.
moving in what you want to move in. And please use the microphone. So come over here.
it. 37, 48, 39,
Okay.
58, and 52.
Ready to move them in?
Moving those
Okay.
in.
Have a good lunch. 1:15. Thank
All
you.
right, 1:15. They're taking a break. But just because they're taking a break does not mean that we have to. We can just cram right through this thing. See where we go. Come on.
And then from that,
Oh,
Master's
look at
degree in
that.
computer for
Oh boy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen a geek, this is what a geek looks like. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, because I used to work with a bunch of geeks, and geeks are actually pretty damn cool. Most of the time, some of them can be a little geeky and a little awkward, but generally, a geek is a pretty kind person. They just don't have, not all of them, some of them don't have great social skills. It's not a bad thing. Doesn't make them bad people. Maybe makes them a little bit quirky, but this guy will exemplify what a geek is. Not saying it's a bad thing. So if you're a geek, thumbs up to you, brother, because you've got some skills that will get you paid all the way through the rest of your life. Just saying. Me, as a mechanic, yeah, I can get paid all through the rest of my life until, the body parts start failing. Then I have to find a new way of going about it. So you keyboard warriors out there, you keep it up because we think you're awesome. We wouldn't have this little thing called the internet, interwebs, had it not been for geeks. Absolutely. Puffer. They are very cool. Got to have the geeks around. I mean, they can be geeky. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes socially awkward. But once you get to know someone that is a true geek, I mean, where they're just geeking out on their stuff, they're actually pretty damn cool. Like the true ones. They are very cool. Trust me on that. And they're cool to hang out with and share stories with. And man, they can tell you some wacky stories. But there's a reason why they might be socially awkward. And don't hold it against them because we like the geeks. Yes. Always cool.
All right, we are back on the record of Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Thank you for coming back on time, folks. I'm really impressed on your showing.
Unlike me, I'm just a total dork. It just happens to have a very sexy voice. I'm just kidding. I don't think it's that sexy. If I listen back to my voice, I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound good. But, at least I'm not this guy.
This morning we started at 8:30.
The goatee
This
kills me.
afternoon we're starting at 1:16.
Look at that.
Thank you for taking your obligation serious. Okay, who's our next witness?
The state calls Jason Ruff, number 64.
64. Thank you.
And just imagine, he is probably about the same age I am.
All the way up front, sir, and I'll swear you in when you come up here. If you could remain standing and raise your right hand. We swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. If you can get as close as you can to that microphone.
This
first
guy
and last
looks
name
like
for
a
the reporter.
geek.
Yes, my name is Jason Ruff. That is JASONRUFF as in Frank.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
How are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation as a digital forensic examiner.
There you go.
Can you just
Geek
tell us briefly what a digital forensic examiner does?
like
Yes,
him.
so a digital forensic examiner conducts forensic examinations of digital evidence. So anything from cell phones, computers, really anything that houses ones and zeros within it is.
I love it. Anything that houses ones and zeros. Well, that would be just about everything because it's either on or it's off. You are in the Matrix. And I'm just a Fig Newton of your imagination.
What I'm examining.
And you said that's the Wisconsin Department of Justice?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54.
Thank you.
Is that your resume or CV?
This is, yes.
All right, so I'm going to put that on the screen as well.
Okay. I don't need to hear
First,
it.
I got my undergraduate degree in criminology
That's all it
with
is.
the FBI, a certificate in
You're
for white collar crime
talented.
act forensic. Correct.
Probation in the MAP unit. Can you tell us what that is?
No,
So
we
now I
don't-
want to talk about your work with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. What did you do there relating to computer studies or computer work?
There's a,
Okay, we don't need to hear all that.
And so that was creating the database
Yes.
and the tracking system?
and the tracking system and human trafficking.
Yes, we know
So
that
kind of
you're.
growing off of what I did in the Milwaukee.
Hey,
Evidence
Keep-
that would have relevance
keep
to
going,
some kind of
brother.
criminal investigation comes to the Wisconsin Department of Justice, then you're one of the analysts who takes a look at that.
Correct.
Okay.
Use, or we would call it information technology.
all right, let's get
Right,
past
then-
all of his CV. I don't need
And so
to
what
hear
is this
it.
image called? Is it a forensic image?
Yeah, forensic image.
Okay, so forensic image of the device. And is that true of any electronic device? Like we talked about a computer, but
Yes, we got
Either you
that.
acquire that data. You generally don't use a write blocker with a cell phone. That's pretty much the biggest difference between a cell phone and a computer.
and is this even true for external devices? Like if you had like something as simple as a thumb drive to analyze, would you make a forensic image of that?
Yes, you'd make a forensic image of that. You'd use a write blocker, go through.
That we're here to talk about. You were not the first analyst on the case, correct?
That is correct.
Because that would have been 1998.
Yep.
And what were you
He
doing? in
wasn't
1998?
even born
I
yet.
was probably in middle school or elementary school. I have to go back and
Okay, so we didn't give this to an elementary school child. Okay.
yeah, yes.
However, you were assigned to review this case. And so did you access the forensic image of what was designated item A, the Jensen home computer?
I did.
Yes.
And who is the person who made that forensic image?
Brad Haller, examiner Brad Haller.
And did you do anything to make sure that the forensic image you were looking at was an exact copy of that hard drive that would have been in the home computer?
Yes, I did. So one more step, and this is a step that is true of no matter what electronic device you're dealing with, is there are these different things called hash values. And what hash values are is, to a person who's not necessarily well versed in computers, it's going to look like a long string of numbers and letters. Now, the way that these hash values are created are by the different complex algorithms. At the time, they used what's called the Media Digest 5 algorithm, which even today is still the standard algorithm that you use. Now, what it does is it takes aspects of that actual physical device, so that hard drive that we're actually copying, and it calculates out this hash value that you get. And then what happens after you're done imaging the actual computer itself, you take that forensic image and then you hash the forensic image and compare the two hash values together. If they're a match, you know you have a bit for bit copy. If you
And this is how I can be with cars. I start talking like this with my wife about cars. Now, I do know quite a bit about computers, and this goes deeper than my knowledge of computers. Now, because I worked more on the internet side of it, where I would set up ISPs, I would set up servers, crap like that. I worked for an ISP for a bit of time, but this is how I would geek out on my wife, just talking about tearing down an engine. And if you want to put your wife to sleep in a very soft, gentle way, you just start telling her about the internal combustion engine and how you can just slide those rings onto the piston and she will fall asleep in a heartbeat. You have to do that while you're whispering into her ear gently, telling her you just slide that ring over it till it pops into place. You gently turn it till it's about. Yes, I can put my wife to sleep if I talk about engines. And that's what this guy can do to the jury. Hopefully, prosecution tones him down just a little bit, gets him to his point. Yes, we know you're smart. This guy is very brilliant. I like this guy.
they're not a match, you don't. So for this case, I took the original images and the original hash values that they had as they were compared to the physical copies that were done back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Well, if I went into it too deep, I would get myself in trouble.
And then I rehashed the images themselves and found that the image was an exact bit for bit copy.
Okay, so that's just to verify that you are in fact looking at an exact copy of this hard drive from the Jensen home computer.
Correct.
Now, before we get into some more details, this is a computer that you were looking at from 1998, correct?
Correct.
And so
Doesn't
I
matter.
imagine technology has changed since that time.
It's changed vastly. Yes.
So how is a 1998 computer different from a computer that you might receive today?
So in comparison, a computer from 1998 is far smaller in terms of storage, how much you can store in the actual computer. I want to say nowadays the average computer has between 256 gigabytes and 500 gigabytes of storage.
Well, that's a really shitty computer that you got there, son. Because my computer, which I built entirely from the ground up, has over 2 terabytes. It's 2 terabytes. Yes. I can build my own computer, and I do rather well at building my own computer. I've built at least 30 of them in my lifetime, and some of them I've built for friends. I can strip down a computer gently, massage that RAM into place.
Computer was around 10 gigabytes of storage, 10 to 12 gigabytes of storage.
Now, if he had a computer in 1998, more than likely about 256 megabytes of space, and then the rest of it you would have to store onto zip drives or CDs. But I think that zip drives were before CDs, so you would have had them on those god awful little 1.5 megabyte, 1.55 megabyte little. I hated those things.
So that right there is a sign. In addition to that, computers nowadays, because everybody wants to have every device they have connected, generally automatically connect to the internet and to cloud servers, which wasn't even a thing back then. I don't know if it was even a concept back then. So they're pretty rudimentary. At most, they're pretty much just storing files, and they weren't as adopted as they were nowadays. So not as many people had computers back then. If you had access to computers, it was usually through your workplace or school.
Not true. Not true. Not true at all. because you had Gateway that was building computers, you had Dell that was building computers back in 1998. I'm pretty sure that you might be able to fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that they were around in 1998 quite prominently. I know that where I worked, we had a computer, but it was just work. They tried connecting it to the internet. It never would, because they couldn't figure out how to actually set it up properly. But anyhow, I digress.
A lot of the times, even through schools, it might be one or two computers in the actual school that the kids have to work on. But in terms of
No, because in 1984, yes, 1984, I was working on computers in computer lab, and most of them were like the very old, like Macintosh, that were horrible, and they were all interconnected to each other, but they weren't connected to internet. There really wasn't anything feasible in that, but that's how I learned how to actually write in, like, what you would call CDOS or whatever the hell that was. I don't know. It was so long ago. Jesus Christ, 1980. Yeah, 1984. So that's a long time ago. Just saying.
it's night and day. It's kind of like if you're comparing like a prehistoric human to a modern human. There's aspects of them that are the same, and you can see where things grew out of them, but the differences are vast.
And so when you examine this computer, how did this computer access the internet?
Through a dial-up internet. So you would actually have to, and for those of you who remember, you would have to actually plug into a phone line to get access to the internet, and you get that fun dial-up noise. And
There was more to it than that, because if you were connecting a computer through dial-up, then you also had to make sure that you had an ISP, which your ISP would be that little box that would come popping up, and you have to make sure the phone number is right. And if you were using something like, what was that, Nero or something like that, you would use that particular one. It's so damn long, Juno or something, but you would have to actually make sure that the phone number was right. And sometimes they would give you extra phone numbers and it would dial through all of those. Yeah, I remember that. Yes, I had computers all from, seventh grade. Now, we couldn't afford one whenever because I was born a poor black child. That is not true. But whenever I was young, much younger, we couldn't afford a computer. I would say probably until somewhere around, I mean, I didn't touch a computer, I want to say, until about 1998, where, yeah, it would be about 98 that I actually, some buddies of mine were like, "Hey, we're gonna play some video games on PC. We got this really cool stuff." And everybody was into the Macs, and you had the iMacs and all those crappy damn bricks of a computer. And I went and bought a computer that was, God, I think it was a Packard Bell, something like that. Hewlett Packard. I don't even remember. The thing was such a piece of trash that the hard drive crashed within the first day of me having it. And I took it down to this place and said, "Build me a computer." They built me a computer. That computer crashed up at least 10 times within the first year. I kept having to take it back to them. And after I took it back the last time and I got it back and it crashed on me, I decided to build my own computer. That's whenever I built my first computer, which would probably have been around 1999 that I built my first computer. And from there, I've never let anybody build a computer for me. I don't build laptops, but yeah, I can put together a computer. I'm running an older graphics card. I think it's a 3000 or something like that, third NVIDIA graphics card. And then I've got, I don't know, 80 AMD processor, 57 something, 70 something. I don't even remember. I do a little bit of research beforehand to see, how many core processors, all that geeky stuff. And then make sure that my memory is good, make sure that my motherboard is solid. And I built a computer that lasts me for about 10 years. Alfina in 1998. Wow. Yeah. Alfina was, oh, that was so horrible. It was so horrible. Now, my father, he worked with the old punch card systems where you basically were given this big box. And that big box, you had to put each card in one at a time to do the code. And then whenever you got to the end of it, it basically fed out into it. Yeah. Now that would have been before I was born. So computers have been around for a long time. They know what the process is for computers. Computers are ones and zeros. Either it's closed or it's open. That's it. That's what he's talking about. It's either on or off. That's it. That's what computers are. And the faster they can do it, the faster computers get. So they're pretty simple.
Have to wait and hope that nobody answered the phone.
Yes.
Pulled you off of that.
Okay, so for this
Easy-ish,
computer
I
that
would
we're going to be
say.
talking about, we've learned that this computer was booted on December 17th of 1998. And so when you're examining this case and you have that knowledge, what are you looking for when you're doing your examination?
So with that
Dirty
knowledge, well,
pictures.
first of all, that's a huge no in terms of digital forensics. You want to leave a computer in the state it's on. So what I'm looking for with the knowledge that that device is on is I'm seeing where there may be timestamps that may have changed. So like the most recent timestamps would have been from December 17th. I'm looking to see where those.
Now, see, what sort of amazes me is if he was printing off all of these dirty pictures and they were images, they were photocopied, you would think that he was getting them from somewhere. So according to them, oh, he's printing these things off. He's leaving all of these pictures around. Is there a possibility that you would be able to find that information on those computers? Yes, you could find it, but it would take a little bit more than just slightly, looking at browser history.
Timestamps are in the actual system itself so that I know what was actually being done in the computer on December 17th. In addition to that, I'm kind of seeing just really anything that was done on that date, just to see what I can rely on and what I can't rely on.
See, at one point in time, I worked for that dreaded company that got bought out by Best Buy, which was called Geek Squad. I actually still have the actual Geek Squad badge. There is nothing more disturbing than being called out because an 80-year-old woman's computer is having problems, and you show up and you're clearing everything out, and all of a sudden you start seeing like pictures, like dirty pictures, like dirty grannies wearing like leather and whipping like boy toys and stuff. Oh yeah. And you're that skinny little white guy and granny's over there looking at you like, you like that? Yeah, it's creepy.
So are you saying
I've
that
been there.
when you see something occurred on this computer on December 17th of 1998, then you know it can't be attributed to any suspect?
Correct. It can only be attributed to whoever was manipulating it on that day.
And because you have that knowledge that it was booted, you wouldn't have any reason to confuse the actions of the person who's the suspect versus the person who booted it on December 17th.
Correct.
And so when you're talking about there being, as a result of turning on this computer on December 17th, when you talk about there being date changes, are you talking about dates changing to December 17th or anything else?
Yes. So in computers, to make it as simple as possible, there's basically 3 different areas on a computer. There is your user area, which makes up the vast majority of the actual computer. So that's the thing that everybody interacts with. There's the system area, which is usually kind of like the hidden files, the files you're not dealing with, or the files that you might go deep into your computer and look at and say, I have no idea what this is. And then there's the unallocated space, which is that empty space, deleted files, all that fun stuff. The updates that happen on that system file because computers themselves, and this is true to today, I mean, a little bit more complex nowadays, computers are essentially giant filing systems. So they're keeping track of things such as when a computer is actually turned on, when a computer is turned off, what programs are being accessed. So those would be the dates that are actually changed on that December 17th date.
And then you would see instead of
It lives on in my nightmares. Seriously, nightmares. I will never speak of it again. It's creepy. But I could tell you some stories. You have to understand the store that I operated out of. I was number 2 in the state of Georgia as far as the amount of work that I did. I calculated it up in 1 year because I actually would keep a record of it by number. I did over 6,000 wireless setups in 1 year. Yeah, it's a lot. I worked many, many, many long hours setting up those systems for people. So it was insane. People are weird.
Whatever date there was before, you would see December
Yes.
17th, 1998.
That is correct.
And so whatever value having the prior date would have been, it just doesn't.
If anybody ever happened to see my browsing history, they would think that I'm some sort of real freak, because the kind of stuff that I research, I can't even show on YouTube. It's just like, because I go down, like my wife says, you just dove down a rabbit hole, because I will disappear for hours into my cave. And when I come out, my eyes are glazed over. It might be because of the alcohol, because of the horrible things that I've seen. But I will tell you that I have done some deep dives on things that are probably not important, because my retention of shit is absolutely horrible. I have horrible memory. Tell you a true story. Met our neighbors 5 minutes after we walked off. I turned around and asked my wife, I said, what were their names again? I can remember faces. I can remember some specific things, but for whatever reason, I cannot remember names to save my soul unless I interact with them on a regular basis. So if I happen to forget who you are, it's not because of the Alzheimer's. Well, it could be, but I just don't remember names very well.
Exist anymore.
That is correct.
And when a computer is rebooted, is it possible that some things are overwritten?
So yeah, unfortunately, because of how
Yes,
certain devices
she
work,
will
and we don't even
never
nowadays
let
we
me
only
live
have
that
limited
down,
amount of
Ethan.
storage on computers. The way that they're programmed is that generally the older items within their certain file paths generally are overwritten as things are manipulated and changed in that sense. So, for example, in this situation, the last logon dates and things like that would have been overwritten and amended to that 2017, December 17th timeframe. In addition to that, things and automatic processes that might have been set up when you turn the computer on, they might have been initiated, which could have caused some potential issues there.
So then, in cases that you analyze, other cases, you sometimes get devices that the police have not been able to seize until days or weeks after the crime. Is that correct?
That's very frequently.
Okay, and so once the police are able to seize a device, they wait and send it to you and have it copied and write blocked like you told us, right?
Correct.
But obviously, from the time of the crime till the time the device is seized, there's no control over what's happening with that device.
Absolutely,
It
yes.
could be turned off, turned on. The suspect may try to delete things. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's an accurate statement.
And so sometimes do you try to look and examine if you can find deleted things on a computer?
We look to see deleted things that have been partially overwritten all the time in digital forensics. It's one of the main things we do when we first get into and acquire.
And that's something that was done in this case as well.
That's correct.
And then also, I want to make clear whether some things did not change as a result of the computer being booted on December 17th, 1998. Okay. So during your testimony, we're going to talk about a lot of dates and times. When you are testifying to a date or a time today, when you're shown that date and time, there's no reason for you to believe that that would have changed as a result of the computer being turned on December 17th, 1998.
That is correct.
So for instance, if we're talking about searches that happened on the computer on December 2nd or December 3rd of 1998, and we see a date and we see a time, there's no reason to believe that the December 17th event changed that date or time.
That is correct, yeah.
And in fact, if the date or time was changed as a result of turning on the computer on December 17th, 1998, then the date you would have seen is December 17th, 1998.
That is correct.
All right. So, really quick, if you open up a file, just a regular place where you store all your files, you can actually look and see when that last date was that particular file was accessed or changed. Now, I can open up like a Word document and see that if I don't make any changes to that Word document, say for example, if I open up a Word document, type something in and make a change to it, save it, it will put a new date on it. Now, the way that that's set up is if I open up the file, but I don't make any changes and I close it, I'm not saving anything, I'm not changing anything in that particular file. So say, for example, I'm looking for a picture from 2001. Now that picture would have stayed in 2001 until I opened it up and did a change to it. Maybe I just put a little dot, hit save, changes those changes, and then it changes the date on that. But up until then, it's not going to change anything on that file at all. unlike opening up basic Windows programs, for example, because I'm assuming this was a Windows computer, pretty sure it was. So if you've got like a Windows computer, it might show the last time that that particular file was accessed, but that's your that's what runs behind the scenes, your operating system. It'll change those dates as those files are being accessed and changed.
All right, so I'm going to start by showing you, this is on States Exhibit 55, and this is a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, I hope this isn't horrible.
Now, when you're testifying about this Jensen home computer, I first want you to tell us whether there was anything in the internet history for this Jensen home computer that would have been visible to someone who was a user of the computer after or as of December 3rd, 1998.
No.
And so first off, let's break this down and tell us, what is internet history?
So internet history,
Don't care.
we've been looking at.
Don't need
In
to
addition
know
to
it.
that, you have other things such as, so let me step back just a
My
little bit. So
internet history
when we're
is
talking
horrible.
about going on the internet or surfing the internet, it's somewhat of a misstatement. What we're actually doing is downloading the internet. We're downloading those sites that we're having. So there are traces that are left on our computer. Those traces, specifically among many different files, are known as HTML files. So that is basically the code that makes up each of those websites. Those can be saved, and generally those are saved in your temporary internet history. So the reason for a temporary internet history is so that the computer, it takes a little bit less of the stress off of the computer for loading the actual websites themselves. So that is one type of internet history. Another type of internet history could be cookies, which I'm sure we've all heard of cookies. If not, essentially it's just an industry term that's used for different types of artifacts that are used to essentially initiate and help the actual websites themselves take some of the stress off of them. They can house anything from past passwords that you might have saved on those websites, sizes of your actual browser so that it renders correctly and you're not getting weirdly sized lettering, anything from that. And then you have your actual, what we see as internet history, which is the physical websites that you went to.
I also learned how to write in HTML, which is really cool. Dreamwalker. I can't remember. You can actually get it in Adobe. You can dreams. I can't. God, that. See, I can't remember shit. A buddy of mine sent a copy of it. It was just like, if you're looking to design a website, and this is before you could do like all the websites now, you can just go online and basically drag and drop stuff. He was like, this will actually teach you how to write HTML code. And I'd never touched HTML code. So he sent me this program where you could if you drag and drop things to specific spots on there, it'll actually write out the code for you, so you can make changes to that code. Say you want to drop it down just, a few pixels, you could do that. So awesome. The awesome guy sent it to me. He was like, I designed this website with it. Check it out. If you like using the program, just buy your own copy or whatever. But I've got like this free copy that I can send to you. It'll expire. So I sat down and I actually wrote out all of the web pages for this what is it, Call of Duty 4 group that I was with, and they were just like, yeah, this is really cool. So, I've done HTML stuff before. It's pretty awesome. When I wish I would have stayed into it, but life happens. You have other process. I probably would look like this guy. No, I probably would look like this guy. No joke. Because, you sit behind a computer long enough and you just lose track of time. And trust me, I spent hours working on that website, and it was awesome. It was so cool. That was, I don't even know what happened with that. I think that somebody finally shut it down, but yeah, HTML is really interesting stuff. But now you can just pretty much drag and drop. I mean, crap, I think my wife designed the website for her law firm, and like by herself in just a couple of hours was like, oh, pictures, story, bio, boom. I mean, her website, if she shut it down tomorrow, nobody would notice because she does enough residual business. It doesn't matter.
All right, so I'm guessing that most people, when we're thinking about internet history, we're thinking about, we go on our web browser and there's some button you click at the top that says history, and then all these websites you've been to recently show up. So are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Sort of, in a way, but not quite.
And was that the same on a web browser, on the web browser on this 1998 computer?
It was slightly different. but fairly similar to what it was in a modern browser in terms of that kind of internet history.
Okay, so on this 1998 Jensen home computer, if someone turned on the browser for the internet and then looked at the internet history, does anything appear?
No, nothing appeared.
And
No.
if we know that this computer did access the internet, was accessing the internet for months, why would nothing appear in the internet history?
Likely it would have had to have been deleted. And older internet history would have gotten overwritten after time.
Not necessarily true, because there's a possibility that they didn't know anything about it, or it was already set up to erase that internet history after a certain period of time, which is a possibility, especially if you're a stockbroker, that you don't want to have that information out there just in case somebody accesses your computer. In 1998, I could not have told you how to clear out internet browser history. Now I've got mine set up where it basically clears out every so often, just because I don't need a lot of the weird stuff that I look at for research purposes only. No, really, it is for research only. I don't need that kind of stuff being out there, especially because in the area of work that I do, certain passwords I cannot keep. I have to change those passwords on a regular basis because I have to do like people searches, stuff like that. Yes, I have access to who people are. I can research like a mofo. I've found people that shouldn't even exist anymore. Amazing, isn't it? The internet is a wonderful place, and yes, I can find out a lot of stuff about a lot of people. I just choose not to, and also because I would get in a lot of trouble if I used those resources outside of work, because it is completely traceable, all the searches that I do. Interesting story. Before my wife and I actually started dating, she did a search on me just to see, because, you know, she's attracted to the bad boys. Just kidding. No, seriously. She is attracted to the bad boys. And of course, she wanted to do an internet search on me to figure out who I was. If I had ever been convicted, if I'm a criminal. You know, you see this guy with tattoos. And at the time, I had long hair. It's been cut much shorter. I try to be more presentable. But she liked the bad boys. So whenever she saw this guy, long hair, tattoos, with a physique like a Greek god, I'm wishing. No, I wasn't. I didn't have that great of a. Well, maybe I did, but of course that was over 2 decades ago. Okay, so bear with me here. So she sees this guy, and she's like, "Yeah, that does it for me." So she finds out who I am, what my name is. She does a search for me, does a skip trace search. And of course, she finds absolutely nothing because, yeah, as much as of a tattooed bad boy musician, I managed to keep myself out of jail. And I've done some like wild, crazy shit, but none of it illegal that I'll ever admit to. So she was able to figure out that yes, he might look like a bad boy, but oh, he's just a sweet little teddy bear. Yes, no, I am not a sweet little teddy bear, but no, I have never done anything that would result in serious prison time that I know of. Well, there was, you know, Texas, but we won't talk about that.
But in terms of this computer that was initially seized on December 3rd of 1998, and then first turned on December 17th of 1998, and then analyzed after that, if it had been on the internet, we should have seen something there, right?
Correct.
And so the fact that you don't see anything there means the user deleted it?
Yes, it's indicative of user deletion.
Now, is there another place on the computer? So if we move past the browser and what we're all familiar with, clicking on the internet history, is there another place on the computer where a user could access internet history?
Yes. So specifically in the 1998 computer, you can go through, well, and I should say in modern computers now, but specifically for the 1998 computer, you would have to go through the actual file system itself. You'd have to go into the Windows path and navigate your way to that actual internet history, get to that, and then delete it. And that would.
And that's how I would find viruses on computers, like a lot. And no offense against you ladies out there, but the worst people for destroying computers are teenage girls, because they click on yes on every freaking thing. Everything. Teenage girls are the worst. So you think that, oh no, teenage boys, they're looking up like all kinds of like dirty pictures and like horrible things. No, it is teenage girls are the absolute worst. Every time that I got called out to come out and work on a computer, the worst were the teenage girls. They would have like 10 antiviruses and oh my God, just it was the worst stuff that you could ever imagine on their computers, because they don't read anything and they just click yes, accept this, yes, accept it, yes. I don't care. I want to look at the new Barbie dress or whatever. Teenage girls will destroy a computer in less than 6 months. They will have it infected with all kinds of viruses and malware. The boys you don't have to worry about. They'll pull up dirty pictures, and if they can't access it, they'll just go, yeah, I ain't messing with this. I ain't telling them yes. I don't want them to figure out where I'm at. We're very skeptical that way. So teenage girls, watch out for them. They're the ones that get all the bad stuff on their computers.
Delete it from the computer without,
Okay, so in order to show us on the Jensen home computer what the internet history or lack thereof looks like, what did you do?
So one of the great things about the forensic images that we collect is they're also very similar. Well, they're the exact same thing as when, let's say that something happens to your computer, you have to go take it to a store and physically recreate it. They do something very similar to that. So what I was able to do, because it is a bit for bit copy, an exact copy, I'm able to do what's called a virtual machine. What a virtual machine is essentially, it's a computer, a guest computer running on a host computer. So what I did is I recreated the desktop and the computer as it was, not connected to the internet, using that virtual machine, or using that.
And if you ever take your computer to Best Buy, and I will tell you right now, because that was one of the reasons why I left Geek Squad. Because Geek Squad, at the time that I was there, was much different than Best Buy, because Best Buy had their own like computer in-house build shit. And they were okay. Now, I got hired on by Geek Squad, which was owned by Best Buy, but they were different, which I don't think they are much anymore. But at the time that I was there, I didn't answer to anybody, pretty much. I was my own boss. I would show up, I would pick up. Basically, Best Buy was the supplier of all the hardware that I needed to do my job. Now, I would show up and they would say, hey, we're having all these problems. And I would sit down and I would look at what they were doing. They would have multiple computers hooked up and basically doing virtual machine like this guy is talking about. And what they would do is they would basically wipe the entire hard drive. So everything that you had on your computer, they would completely wipe it. And then they would reload the operating system, because they were too incompetent to actually figure out where the virus was on the computer. 9 times out of 10, what this guy is talking about is an internal file that you can go into, and you can basically delete that internal file. Once you delete it, basically your virus is gone. That's the simple way of looking at it. But these people, because they were so incompetent, they couldn't figure out how to actually access the computer, because all of a sudden all these little pop-ups are coming up and they're just freaking out. So what they do is they would just wipe the whole hard drive, and they wouldn't retain any of that information. And they also had a really bad problem of if they were able to retain that information, they would retain it for nefarious purposes, because there might be some images that you wouldn't want to have shared out there. So I would never recommend trusting anybody with your computer, because they will do nefarious things with it. It is very easy to do. It is very easy to get all of the information. Every single website that you've ever visited, every picture you've loaded onto your computer is accessible. And if you have access to the internet, every single thing that was ever on your computer or could possibly be on your computer could easily be put on the internet. Nothing is safe at all. Trust me. Trust me. Some of the images that I've seen on computers are a little creepy. Now, one of the very important things to note, that whenever I was hired on, it was very clear, if you find anything such as somebody being yeeted or something to do with children, that those were to be turned into the authorities immediately. They were very steadfast on that. They didn't play with that at all, because it is not uncommon that you see intimate pictures most of the time, because, you know, what I'm doing, I don't really care about people's intimate pictures, but they're saying, you know, I've got a virus on my computer. Sometimes you end up seeing those intimate pictures, and some of them can't be erased from your mind, but you would basically say, you know, okay, that's over there. I'm not looking at your stuff. Really, it's just happens to be there. Now, if you've got something with like children or something like that, that's going to be turned into the police, just so you know, because I don't play that shit. And it's pretty obvious that, okay, they're doing that, but I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for what's causing the problem on the computer. And that's the kind of stuff that you're actually working on. And as far as like copying that kind of stuff down, no, don't do that. That's bad, because that's going to end up out there somewhere, and they're going to go, well, who was the last person to be working on my computer? Well, guess what? I had so-and-so there. Now, Geek Squad got some bad reputation while I was actually working there, for people doing nefarious things by leaving phones in like showers and things like that. Yeah, that wasn't me. I was the guy that would show up and go, this is what you need to get fixed, and this is how we're going to do it. All right, see you, bye. I like to make my entrance nice and easy, do my job, and go the hell home. And that's also why I was number 2, because I wasn't interested in your personal files. Personal files didn't mean anything to me. I was there to fix the problem, set up your wireless internet, and get the hell on to the next job, because I would be doing anywhere from 10 to 15 jobs a day. And I was pulling in a lot of money. Like had the head, I don't know, CEO, whatever, came into the store on a Black Friday, because for whatever reason the manager thought, oh, this would be wonderful if we brought in our Geek Squad guy to like show up with his little clip-on tie and white shirt and hang out. And of course I had to cancel all kinds of service that I had set up for the day. And the big boss man shows up and, how are you doing today? Oh, I'd be doing much better if I was actually out there making your company money. He said, what do you mean? I was like, well, I was asked to be here on Black Friday. I had to cancel however many jobs it is. At the time, I honestly don't remember how many it was. And he turned to the manager and said, sir, why is he in the store if he has work to do? Well, blah, 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 blah. And of course they said, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you call those people up and go take care and make them some money? Yes. Yes. One day I will show my horrible Geek Squad badge, but that is not today.
Forensic image, so that I could follow the file paths, and I'm not just looking at it from like a forensic back standpoint point of view where I'm not looking at like ones and zeros and things like that. I'm looking at it as if the user is actually looking at it.
Okay, so as the user would see it.
Yeah, I've
All right,
taken
so then I'm
down
showing you the second slide
quite
here.
a bit of
I'm going
alcohol,
to play
so
this, and
I'll
then you can tell
probably
us,
be
what this is.
rambling most of
Your
the
Honor, before we
night.
do this, I do believe that at this point it would make sense that we
But
actually get this
I'm
into
out of
evidence, and
town
I think
tomorrow,
that
so I will not be
doing
here
so
tomorrow.
is problematic for the record.
Has this exhibit been marked?
Make
It
sure
has. This
you
is
hit
Exhibit
that
55,
like
and
and
I would move it into
subscribe.
Are we good?
I would simply ask for more information about how this was created and who created it.
Well, I thought you said to move it into evidence, and I
It's
just
just
did.
a little thumbs up
Okay.
button.
So I'm
I mean, you could ask him the questions.
okay. So you're familiar with this PowerPoint presentation, correct? And it shows the data from the Jensen home computer.
Correct.
And this is something that you personally analyzed.
Yes.
And so the exhibit is a visual aid, correct?
Yes. Correct.
For the data that you saw on the computer.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back for a second because this is a video that we're playing. So I have to start it over.
Dun dun dun. We are playing a video of our internet searches. Yahoo! Why are you
Okay, so-
deleting?
What we're looking at on the screen here is
Can-
that
Hang on. Can we just close that window for a second? Hopefully that's not my car.
Or mine.
Thank you. Go ahead.
okay. So what we're looking at here on the screen is this actually the Jensen home computer.
Correct. This is the virtual machine that was created with forensic image.
Okay, so this is not some other Windows 98 computer or an example of what a Windows 1998 computer would look like.
Correct.
This is what the Jensen home computer had on it
Yes.
in terms of Internet Explorer.
Correct.
Okay, and then what you showed us in this video, well, actually, just tell us, what did this video show us?
So what this video specifically showed is if you're on the computer, if you went into the actual web browser, how to delete the internet history.
Okay, and so then what were you doing here?
Okay, this is not appropriate at all. This is showing how you delete the internet browser history. Why don't you show us what was on the internet browser history?
So I was going to the internet. No, this way. I was going into the Internet Explorer browser. I went over to the history tab, and where it shows today, that would be where the internet history is, and then you would click delete.
Okay, and in fact, when you did go into this Internet Explorer, you did not see in this particular area of the computer any prior internet history,
No.
which indicated that it had been deleted.
So because this is the virtual machine and it's not connected to the internet, this specific image wouldn't necessarily show that aspect of it. It would show it in the file path. So
He's correct, sort of.
I can't say that about this specific video, but based off of other examinations, when I went into my actual, when I looked into the actual index files and things like that, the actual system information, that's where I saw that there are discrepancies between what's there and what's in deleted or not space.
Okay, and so in terms of this particular video that you showed us, this would be one way of deleting the internet history on this computer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now moving to
So he's showing how to delete the internet history does not necessarily mean that the internet history was deleted. There's a big possibility that somebody screwed up and deleted the internet history. It could have been anybody in the home that deleted internet history, but he's also not showing that you can set up a time schedule for your internet history to be deleted on your computer, and you could do that back in 1998. It would schedule it to basically delete old internet history.
the third slide. Can you narrate for us as this slide plays what's occurring here?
Yes. So we are back in the actual website, the actual virtual machine. I have to go into Windows Explorer and scroll down in the C drive. And then I'm going over to the Windows tab, which is within that file system. I'm scrolling down to that history tab, and then seeing the today internet history. And then that would be how you delete that.
Okay, so if a user of the computer were to try to delete the internet history in Windows Explorer, these steps that you've just shown us is what the user would do.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so now tell us, based on your examination of this computer, was there evidence that the user was deleting the internet history?
Yes, there was evidence that internet history was being deleted.
No. He is absolutely misrepresenting that because, like I said, you can set this up so it will auto delete after a certain period of time. You can set up your internet history, and you can do this currently, that it will delete after a certain period of time, every day, every 7 days, every month, every year, whatever. You can set it up. It will automatically delete your internet history.
Yes.
And tell us about that.
So I'll put a caveat there because because the internet history is overwritten after a certain amount of time, and because the computer was turned on the 17th, what I can tell based off of underlying system files, history that goes 20 days back had been deleted on that computer, and it was deleted on the 29th of November, the 2nd of December, and the 3rd of December.
Okay, and so based upon your analysis, you could at least see those 3 separate times that the user had deleted internet history.
Correct.
That is true. That is true. You can do that also.
Now, in your analysis of this computer, were you in fact able to recover internet history?
Yes, I was able to recover much of the internet history.
Okay, and so
Yes,
is
you
this
can.
something that you would need your specialized software to do? So in terms of an analysis, just turning on the computer and searching for the internet history wouldn't be good enough?
No, yeah, you would need specific forensic tools to actually get that.
You need more than just you can do that. You can still recover old internet history that's been deleted.
Recover that internet history.
Okay, so if someone had booted on this computer and tried to find the internet history based upon the deletions that you saw, they wouldn't be able to find it.
Correct.
So what were you able to do using your forensic tools?
So what I was able to do, so if you remember, I told you there are 3 different areas. So there are what we're going to talk about is the system areas and the unallocated space. So when an individual deletes information, specifically in this case, the internet history, as I said, the computer itself is a machine that's basically a filing system to assist humans. So when you're deleting your internet history, what you're essentially doing is removing it from your site, removing it from anybody who might go onto it, but the computer itself still has that information logged on it. The reason for that, well, there's many reasons for that. It assists in the computer's just basic functions and all of that kind of information, so that it can gather those websites faster the next time that you want to go on to them. The other is the unallocated space. So computers have a bunch of free space on it that is unused, and then that's where the information gets written to it. When you delete something, rather than it actually just wiping away and turning those ones and zeros into nothingness, what it does is it de-indexes it from the actual computer itself, so that when you're looking at it through the operating system, to you it appears that it's no longer there. What actually that is it's a space called unallocated space, which is basically freed up so that the computer understands that as more and more things get written onto it, it can write over that information.
Yes, he is correct.
And so is this the general idea that just because you, the user, think you're deleting something from your computer, it doesn't mean it's gone?
Correct.
So you think you've deleted it, you can't find it on your computer anymore, but an analyst using forensic tools might be able to find it.
That is correct.
And is that what you did to find the internet history on this computer?
That is correct, yes.
And did you, in fact, compile a document of internet history or an Excel spreadsheet of internet history?
I did.
All right, so this is also on States Exhibit 55. So I'm going to bring this up. And so if you look, States Exhibit 55 on the screen here, the Excel document entitled Internet History Central Time. Is this what you compiled of the internet history on this computer?
That is correct.
All right, so if we zoom in a bit. I don't know what I just did there. Okay, so we see at the top here, we see stuff from December 17th of 1998. Would that be the computer being booted on that day?
Yes.
Okay, so you know when you're analyzing this computer that that's not attributable to any suspect.
Correct.
Okay, and then the internet history after that starts on 12/3 of 1998 at
No,
9:43
prior.
a.m. Is that correct?
Not after, prior.
So what we're looking at here is this all of the internet history that you were able to compile from this hard drive.
This is as complete as I was able to compile from the computer, correct.
All right, so before we go further, based upon your review of the hard drive of this computer, can you tell at least an approximate date when this computer began to be used?
Based off of the information that was on the computer, around July 6th of 1998.
Okay, so that's when it appeared to you that this computer started to be used.
Correct.
So brand new computer, 1998.
You talked about going on the internet and how that actually involves some degree of downloading things from the internet. Can you explain what is actually downloaded when someone's going on the internet?
So, I can't really see it in this, but well, yeah, you can. So when you are going to a website, especially back in the day of dial-up, if any of you who had dial-up remember the way things would render, the pictures would sort of kind of do like a scrolling motion. That's them actually downloading to your device, and it's slowly being rendered on your actual computer. So if you see something, for example, this is just an example, but the GIF, the GIF files or GIF files, those would be pictures on a specific website that was on there. So that is kind of the information that's being downloaded. Specifically, it's doing that so that, again, the system, when it goes back to it, it can re-render those files a lot quicker the next time you go on.
So that means that his wife was actually accessing the internet.
So for this computer, based on this concept that you've just described for us, is it possible for us to actually see, at least partially, some of these 1998 websites that were visited?
Yes.
Because if I'm not mistaken, that she was applying at that particular department. Interesting.
That is correct.
And so now this internet history, this complete internet history that you compiled, are we able to see all of the websites on this internet history?
No, you are only able to see what is either recoverable in that unallocated space or what is already in the temporary internet history.
And so if there's an HTML file associated with the internet history, are we able to then see it?
Yes.
Okay, but if the particular internet history on this list that you've compiled does not have that associated file, then you can't see the website.
And I hope that the defense, and I would say for the defense, they can say, can you determine who was actually accessing those particular sites?
That is correct.
Okay, so On the presentation that we're talking about, when we see a website on that presentation, it's because you were able to recover from the computer the HTML file for that website.
Yes.
But not every website was that possible for.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so before we get to that though, let's go to, all right, so let's zoom in a bit on this. Were you able to map out day by day when the internet was being used on this Jensen home computer?
I was.
And is that what we're going to see various slides that look like?
And if you look at those particular times, 2:43 in the afternoon, 2:44 in the afternoon, internet activity 1:23 in the afternoon, 11:03 in the afternoon, 12:14 in the afternoon, 1:17 in the afternoon. If a man is going to work on a regular basis, who do you think might be accessing the internet on a Friday afternoon whenever he's at work? Curious. Defense, step up your game.
This monthly slides. Is that what these slides represent?
Correct.
So what we're looking at here, July of 1998,
Yes.
you were able to find in the internet history, for example, internet activity on this Friday, 2:43 p.m. to 2:44 p.m.
Correct.
11.
And then Saturday,
12.
1:23 p.m.
Correct.
Then if we move over, Sunday, 4:57 a.m., 5:26 to 5:26 a.m.,
That's correct.
and then 5:14 p.m. to 7:11 p.m.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, during your review of the internet history of this computer, was there internet activity in the normal working hours, let's say about 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
Very sparsely.
So almost never.
Yes.
And so when was the internet most commonly accessed on this computer?
So the primary usage that I saw was primarily in the early morning hours and late night hours or evening hours.
Oh,
Okay, so
Oh,
let's just
that
look at
could
the
be
month of
him.
July. We have Sunday
But
and then Monday 1:21
2:30
a.m.
p.m.
and then 10:06 p.m. to 10:08 p.m.
I'm sorry. You're saying 10 o'clock to 10 o'clock p.m. Could be anybody. 2:30 in the morning. That's completely sus. 7 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. That's not, that can look completely sus right there. But, 9:35 in the evening could be him. 2:30 in the morning. I thought those were some of those later on in the weekend looked like they were PMs. If you're seeing like anywhere in the midday afternoon kind of thing, that could be somebody else that is not who you think it is.
Is that accurate?
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Okay, and then again on Tuesday, we have very early morning internet activity.
Correct.
And then late at night internet activity, 11:51 p.m., 11:53 p.m. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so then going to Thursday again, 11 something at night internet activity.
Correct.
Friday, early morning hours internet activity, 12:14 to 2:02.
Correct.
And then Saturday, 1:17 a.m.
Correct.
Now there you go.
Once
That
again,
that
next
is a
week, so
good
we are on
smoking
Tuesday.
gun.
12:51 a.m. internet.
That is correct.
Then the next Wednesday, 9:35 p.m.
That is correct.
And then going to the end of the month, early morning hours that Sunday,
Correct.
and then early morning hours the next Monday.
That is correct.
Then on the 30th, so that would be Thursday, early morning, and then late at night.
Correct.
Okay, so during the whole month of July, the only time during the week that the internet was accessed during like normal work hours was this July 10th,
Yes.
2:43 p.m. Now, if we look at the Excel spreadsheet, can we see what was accessed at this time?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's take a look at that.
That's a very good smoking
So we have to go all
gun
the way down to
against
July
him.
10th. Oops. All right, so we see July 10th, 2:43 p.m., and then I'm just going to scroll up until we get past that.
2:43 p.m. So that's in the middle of the afternoon. That's saying that she
Yeah.
had
So these are based off of the actual file extensions
investor
themselves.
audio.
Those are more
yeah.
system files related to the actual internet. I would
Now, I just want to say that he's looking at stock kind of stuff in the wee hours of the morning. MSNBC, Warner Brothers Entertainment, AOL, Microsoft, that could easily been just a simple update to Windows 98.
Wouldn't be able to say fully based on the age of the actual files themselves, obviously who and how specifically that they were being rendered, but those are files that come natural at the time with Internet Explorer. So for example, if you're first starting up a computer, or around that time you're first starting up a computer.
Adultcheck.com. Dun dun dun. He was looking at dirty pictures.
Certain files have to continually update themselves. And at the time, because computers weren't naturally connected to the internet, whether you left it on and let the computer upload, or you turned it on specifically at that time to get those files to upload, that's kind of what those files are specifically. They're not necessarily websites themselves. They're the actual remnants of things that were programmed into Internet Explorer and Windows at the time.
So, for example, in a little while, we're going to see actual like browsing sessions on the computer where you can see the user going from website to website, correct?
Correct.
And that is not what you see on July 10th of 1998.
No.
Okay, so we're in the period of July at this time.
All right, so that was the only time during regular work hours in July, correct?
Correct.
All right, so then moving to August, let's zoom in on August.
So we got early morning activity here, there. Could be anything, could be anybody.
All right, so once again, Monday, August 3rd, we see early morning hours internet activity.
Correct.
Same with the Wednesday, the 5th, early morning.
Correct.
Also the 6th, early morning.
Correct.
Now, I will say that there has been times that I've been on the internet at the early morning activities, and my wife would probably, if I had to guess, that her stuff would be very late night. So we're on the internet at the exact same time. Her internet browsing history would probably look something like the Greatest American Baking Channel or something of that sort, because, well, she gets like geeked out on that kind of stuff, where I might be looking at, some weird kind of internet stuff. I might have like pulled up woodworking or something like that. Yeah, I have a weird internet browser history. I would hope that somebody deletes it.
And then Saturday, the 8th, late at night.
Correct.
Now moving to the Sunday, the 9th, early morning hours.
Correct.
Nothing the rest of the week. And then finally, we have 2 Sundays here. So we have Sunday the 23rd, 1:09 p.m. And then Sunday the 30th, 3:37 a.m. and 10:28 p.m.
Correct.
And he could have been just sending emails out to his lover.
All right, so during normal work day hours in
Lover.
August, you did not see any internet activity.
That is correct.
Okay, now let's go to September. All right, so on the Friday, late in the evening, 10:21 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And then Saturday, 3:12 p.m. and 9:03 p.m.
That is correct.
Sunday, early morning activity, and then in the afternoon, 2:12 p.m., 4:10 p.m. to 4:40.
4:32 p.m. That could easily be the wife on the computer.
9 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, Monday, early morning activity and late in the evening activity.
That is correct.
Tuesday, early morning activity.
That is correct.
Then the 9th, early morning activity.
That is correct.
And once again, around
But here's the problem that he's going to run into, and the defense should hammer down on, is saying, can you confirm who was actually accessing the computer at this period of time? That is a good defense.
September. The 11th, early morning activity.
Yes.
The Sunday, there's afternoon
Defense is
activity,
going to
4:32
hammer
p.m.
them on this, and if
Yep.
they don't, then they
And
suck
then the
at their
14th,
job.
early morning activity, very early morning, 12:31, and then early in the morning, 6:27 a.m.
That is correct.
So then that Thursday, we once again have early morning activity, the 17th, correct?
Correct.
Then Monday, the 21st, late at night.
That is correct.
24th, late at night.
That is correct.
25th, early morning.
That is correct.
And 28th, early morning, and then late at night.
That is correct.
Okay, so during the month of September, during the week, during normal business hours, no internet activity.
Not that I was able to recover, no.
Doesn't mean squat.
All right, so now there's a few of these websites I want to now show you for September. So what you were able to recover, where we can see the actual website. Okay,
Okay.
so I'll just ask you a few questions about those. All right, so first off, this screen here, what does this tell us?
So that is an HTML file. So as I said before, an HTML is essentially a scripting language for websites. And when it's a .html file and you're using a web browser, it's able to read that code and then populate what the website looks like. So what this is a HTML file entitled intranet stifle. So that it's a HTML file from that website.
Okay, and when we see these screens, we're going to see these type of screens repeated over and over again, right?
Yes.
So it tells us the date that this website that follows is accessed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it tells us the time.
Correct.
And then it tells us the HTML file.
Correct.
Boy's
So then
looking
what we're gonna be
nervous
doing,
over there.
Right now is browsing some 1998 internet.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, so this is very small.
He's looking
But is
nervous.
this Stiefel intranet?
That is correct.
The HTML from that?
That's him.
That is correct. Yes.
And so how would one access an intranet for a company back in 1998?
So back in 1998, again, it's different than this. You would obviously go to your web browser, type in your actual, whatever the URL is, which is the website, the long string, www.whatever's-in-the-middle.com, and then you'd access it that way. And then for Stifle or Stiefel, you would have to do some sort of login information through my analysis of this. They used, I believe, Exchange, so that would have been Windows, which would have been like an Outlook or a Windows-based email server that they amended so that it had their names on it and everything like that, and that's how you would get into it.
Okay, so again, this is the Jensen home computer,
Correct.
right? And so you saw that on Sunday, September 6th at 1:40 a.m., the user of the computer is accessing the Stiefel.
Tie it up.
Correct.
And in order to do that, you said that you saw they had to enter some kind of Microsoft Exchange password, or
Yeah, they had to go to the website and then essentially log in.
All right, and then same date, just a little after this, do we see the user accessing emails?
Correct.
And on this home computer, these emails that were accessed appear to be from someone by the name of Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
And so
Oh.
in your analysis of this computer, did
There
you
you
see a variety
go.
of emails?
There's your
between Kelly
smoking
Labonte and
gun.
I did.
Now, from what you could tell, this is accessed through his work email, right?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that the same how people do it today, accessing their work email?
Primarily, if people are accessing their work email, I guess it depends on where you're working, but either you would have to have access to.
Okay, so look at those times. Those are 4:15. Those are 4:09. Those are 3:56. Those are 3:29 in the evening. So he would be at work doing this. It's a little confusing, but I'm sure they will get to a point.
Your internal system, or I suppose if they're less secure, you could go to a website and just log in. But usually, yeah, most of the time people don't have a personal and a work email.
So the user of this computer was accessing Stiefel work email
Correct.
through dial-up internet.
Through dial-up. Yep.
All right, and then shortly thereafter, this is where you see the actual emails, right?
That is correct.
And so again, a bunch of these were recovered from this computer, correct?
Correct.
All right, so now let's go to the times for October of 1998, the times of internet usage. Now, if we look at the very beginning of the month of October 1998, we are not seeing internet activity during that time period, correct?
Correct.
None that you were able
Why?
to recover.
None that I was able to recover. No.
So these 3 days beginning of October, no internet history.
That is correct.
Okay, so then going to Sunday the 4th, you were able to recover internet activity in the late evening hours.
Yes.
Then the 5th, early morning hours.
Yes.
The 7th, late evening hours.
Yes.
Yes.
The 8th, early morning hours.
Yes.
The 9th, early morning hours.
Yes.
The 10th, there's some in the afternoon.
That is correct.
So that's a Saturday, right?
Yes.
Saturday the 10th. And then evening hours.
Yes.
Now moving to Sunday the 11th, you see afternoon activity
Correct.
and then evening activity.
Correct.
Okay, so moving to Monday, early morning hours, correct?
Correct.
And then late evening hours.
That is correct.
Then moving to the 13th, early morning hours.
That is correct.
And then late evening with the bottom entry, 11:46 p.m.
That is correct.
Moving to the 14th, so this is a Wednesday, 14th,
That is
early
correct.
morning hours.
Correct.
And then 9:17 p.m.
That
If
is
you
correct.
consider
10
9
p.m. to
o'clock in the
11:57
morning, early
Correct.
morning hours, then
Thursday,
you do
early morning hours.
not know my
is correct.
schedule.
And then later that evening,
Yes.
Friday the 16th, early morning hours.
Correct.
Later that evening,
Correct.
the 17th, early morning hours.
That is correct.
Okay, then the 18th, early morning hours.
Correct.
And then 6:51 p.m. to 6:54 p.m.
That is correct.
And then 9:30 p.m. to 10, I think that's 10:18 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, then Monday, the 19th, early morning hours again.
Correct.
So then we see again a gap of days, October 20th through the 24th with no internet activity, correct?
Correct.
Then it starts up again, October 25th in the evening,
Yes.
October 26th in the evening.
Okay, come
Yes.
on.
evening,
Get to your
the
point.
28th early morning,
Correct.
Get to your
29th early
point.
morning.
Correct.
And now we do have something on the 30th at 11:56 a.m.,
That
correct?
is correct.
Other than the 30th, during the regular days of the week, during normal work hours, 8 to 5-ish, there's no internet activity, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's this gap like we talked about at the beginning of the month and then here in the third week of the month.
Saying
Yes.
that was not her.
So now if we want to see what was
on the
happening on the
internet.
30th at 11:56 a.m., can we go to our Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
This is their smoking gun. Bring him down.
I think when I zoomed in, I lost the date. Let's go to
Ladies and gentlemen, cheers
so
to you.
October 30th,
Cheers
1998,
to all.
11:56 a.m. And for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's not large enough, the date disappears. Whoops. Okay, so what is happening at that time?
So that specific thing is a cookie that we talked about. Cookies frequently update themselves based on connection to the internet.
Okay, so this internet activity that was noted is not a browsing session.
No.
And that's the only daytime internet activity during the month of October during the week.
Correct.
All right, so let's go back to the 1998 internet. So now, once again, we see one of these screens with the date and the time and the HTML, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so on this October 5th, early morning hours, we see some emails being accessed, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, these are the emails with Kelly Levante, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And shortly after these emails are accessed, what is this page?
This is a page. It appears to be a like financial page or a website of some sort.
Okay. And did you see pages that appear to be from this website pretty frequently?
Yes,
Okay. And then it says on the bottom here, thestreet.com.
that is correct. Yes.
So like Wall Street.
Yeah, Wall Street.
Shortly thereafter, more email.
1997.
Email. Okay. Now moving to October 9th, early morning hours.
Oh, come
Email
on.
again,
Get
Jensen,
through all
Kelly
this
Levante.
crap.
Correct.
Get to the point. Bring it home. Come
Email
on.
again, Mark Jensen, Kelly Levante.
Correct.
All right. So then moving to Sunday, October 11th at 2:37 p.m. So this being a Sunday, this is midday browsing, correct?
That is correct.
And this website that we see appears to have something to do with phishing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how come when we're looking at the 1998 internet, how come we can't see whatever these things are?
So the little boxes with the X's, those are the other things in that browsing history that you see that don't have that HTML. Frequently, those are tied to advertisers. So the website administrator themselves isn't the person who's actually controlling what goes inside of those. It's whatever advertiser is currently in those spots. So
Hey,
those were not
cool
recoverable
frog.
since they frequently change.
Cool Frog, would you like to come on? Give me a big thumbs up and I will send you an invite. We can hang out. We can talk trash because I am half trashed.
Okay. And so when we're looking through the websites and we see this kind of box with the red X, that's an HTML that couldn't be recovered.
Either an HTML or an image or something, some sort of file.
So it could be a picture or something.
Could be a picture. Yes.
All right. So looking at the same Sunday, more phishing.
Correct.
Right.
It's not creepy.
Then we move a little bit later on the Sunday to a search for Patagonia, correct?
Correct.
Now, what is this search engine? What is this?
Caledonia. Caledonia. Why do you look so good?
It's the Yahoo search engine.
Okay. Did you see any Google on this computer?
I did not see Google on this computer.
Pre-Google?
Yes. I believe
Okay.
Google came around in 2004. So
So Yahoo searches.
Yahoo searches.
All right. So the first search we see on this computer that you're seeing on
Cool.
this slideshow is for this Patagonia.
Let me
Correct.
send you a.
And then did you see that the Patagonia website is accessed?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we can see the words by these red X's, but there's some kind of image or something that's missing.
Yes.
Okay. And so there appears to be some online shopping here, right?
That is correct.
A fleece furnace.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Fishing.
Okay. So now moving on to later in the day on Sunday, October 11th, 10:36
to
p.m.
fish. If you ever loved
Once
to
again, we're
fish,
seeing emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Levante, right?
That is correct.
Does this look like an email that's
get
in the middle of being drafted?
down
Like a
Yes.
reply?
dirty.
Yes, or it was sitting on the page.
Yeah.
Okay, so now moving on to Monday, October 12th, 1998. Now we see on this date that Mark Jensen, under mjensen@execpc.com, appears to be sending an email to various people with Stiefel addresses, correct?
That is correct.
Including a jensenm@stiefel.com.
Correct.
And this email, it appears to reference an online article, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then on the computer, you can actually see this online article that was emailed, right?
Correct.
So the article that's referenced in the email is recovered in the HTML.
That is correct.
And
This
is
guy's a
Wall Street article.
stockbroker. What do you expect?
Yes.
So we
Come
page
on,
through it and
get to the
bottom.
point here, lady. Taking too much time. Don't put
Street.com.
your jury to sleep.
Yes.
And this once again was from the early morning hours.
Yes.
Then we return in the same early morning hours to the emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Levante, correct?
That is correct.
And on this page, then we can see a list of emails from Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
And again, this is all recovered from the Jensen home computer.
Yes.
Okay, just more emails between these two individuals.
Yeah, we already know
That is
this.
correct.
Come on, get to the meat. Get to the meat. You're giving a dog a bone,
All
but
right, so
you're
now
not
moving
giving
to
us the
Tuesday,
meat.
October 13th,
On
1:14 a.m. We see another search being conducted.
Correct. Yes, that's
Correct.
a
And
search.
this one is for O'Hare Marriott.
Yes.
well, that would be
And
Chicago.
around the same time period, early morning hours, October 13th.
Yes.
We see the O'Hare Marriott website accessed.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, then same time period, we see a search for Morton's of Chicago. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's right after the Marriott's being searched for, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so 2:43 a.m. And then Morton's website.
Yep, that is correct.
You can't see much because we don't have the images, but you
No,
can see
you
the
don't
words, correct?
Yes.
Come on.
Now go into the menu,
Yes.
the directory of locations for Morton's.
Further information on Morton's.
And then directions for Morton's.
That is correct.
Midway, Addison, Texas.
Okay, here's the menu.
Gosh.
No prices on this menu.
Correct.
Pulled down
So
a
right
recipe.
after that, right after those websites are accessed, we see emails again.
Yes.
Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen, subject, Chicago.
Correct.
Come on. God, I love geeks. They're so much fun.
All right, so now moving to Wednesday, October 14th, 11:36 p.m. Did you see this website being accessed for Sprint?
I did.
So that's phone service.
Yes. It's the homepage for Sprint phone service. At the time.
Sprint. Now, if you don't know, there's a little secret back whenever Sprint was the bomb.
Okay, and then immediately after that is the website.
So back whenever Sprint was really popular, and I had some friends that worked in their call center, there was a little trick that they would play with people because Sprint was the long distance carrier at the time. This would have been back in 89, 90, 91. That what they would do is they would call someone up and say, hey, would you like to sign up for our long distance plan? And yes, they had all of your information at that period of time. What they would do is they would just automatically sign you up for a Sprint long distance. They would get their commission and you would call and say, I never signed up for this. By the time that you called up and said, I didn't sign up for this, they would get their bonus. It was a nice little scam that made them a lot of money. So those of you that like Sprint, well, you got screwed.
Accessed for Sprint St. Louis coverage.
That is correct. Yes.
Sprint was horrible.
And then Sprint Milwaukee coverage.
That is correct.
Okay, so now we see another Yahoo search. Bass Pro.
Yes, this would be a search for Bass Pro fishing shop.
Then the fishing website being accessed.
That is correct.
Bass Pro Shops. Whoa.
Thursday, October 15th, 12:52 a.m. Big Cedar.
Correct.
This is a website for the Big Cedar Lodge,
Yes.
Big Cedar
1 hour
Lodge.
south of Bass Pro Shops. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So we can see the Big Cedar related websites that are accessed.
Yeah, that would. Yes. This would be the price site for it.
For instance, the honeymoon cabin in the middle here
Correct.
Nice.
with prices.
That is correct.
Hey, that ain't too bad. Get a nice little honeymoon lodge out in the woods.
Yes. That's the honeymoon cabin. HTML.
All right. So did you ever see when you were examining this Jensen home computer, did you ever see an email sent by Julie Jensen?
Yes, I saw quite a few emails.
No, sent by Julie Jensen?
Oh, sent by Julie Jensen? No, I did not.
Oh, no.
So the emails
never.
you saw are the ones that we saw on the screen. Mark Jensen, Kelly Labonte.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have another Yahoo search here on the bottom. And that one's a little hard to read, but does that say WinStar?
Yes, it says WinStar.
So this, the WinStar related searches, October 15th, early morning hours.
Oh,
Is that accurate?
they
Yes, that
are
is accurate.
Okay, and was the
bringing
WinStar
down
website
the
accessed?
hammer on this
Yes, it was
guy.
accessed.
Look at this.
Okay, so for instance, on the WinStar website, then we see a
Barbados.
variety of cruises being offered.
Yes.
Yeah, those are pretty good. Damn. That's expensive.
And so just multiple pages of the cruise packages that you were able to recover.
That is correct. Yes.
And then finally, there's this page where someone could request a CD-ROM.
Yes. So back in 1998, it was fairly common since web servers were a lot smaller and more robust than they are nowadays. You needed more information, they just mail you a CD-ROM or a CD.
So you essentially request their advertisement.
Yes, you're essentially requesting advertisements.
And so that particular aspect of WinStar was accessed, correct?
Correct.
Nice. And you had
All right,
to
so now
actually
there's quite a
pay
few
for it
searches
too.
that were occurring the
Oof.
early morning hours of Friday, October 16th, 1998. So I want to examine the searches that were being conducted at that time.
Your Honor, this may be a longer chapter, so I don't know if the jury wants a break now or if we want to.
Yeah,
I
let's
think
give
it's,
the jury a
Ms. Gilman,
break.
It's her direct examination here.
So, I mean, this is I would say a significant chapter, so it is a okay time for a break.
You want a break now or you want to wait? Break? All right, take a break, folks.
Take a break. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, then it appears the user access.
Or the appearances are the same. The
All
witness is
right,
still
here
under
we
oath,
go.
And you can continue your direct testimony. Ms.
We are
McPhee.
hitting our final
So you've
hours.
been asked a lot of
and
questions about this internet history and dates and times.
My
correct?
throat hasn't been
Now, when you examined the
completely
internet
shot
history on this
because
computer, what's contained in
I'm
that Excel
taking
spreadsheet,
water.
what time zone was that all in initially?
Initially, it was in Pacific time.
And why was it in Pacific time?
So older computers, generally, when they were built out west. So the computer time zones were kind of set at that time. Contrary to newer computers, a lot of the protocols and things that are created to automatically update your computers and phones and things didn't exist at that time. So the computer itself just stayed in that time zone unless somebody manually changed it.
Okay, and so when you examined this computer, it was still set
He's
in
right.
Pacific time.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of the system date and time, so like if the user is looking at the corner of the screen to see the system date and time, what was that set for?
Are you talking about the computer itself? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so apart from what the internet history is reading, the system date and time.
So the system date and time, I believe, was also in Pacific time.
Okay, so in terms of this internet history, having drawn from it and seeing that it was in Pacific time, these times that we're seeing on the screen, is this in Central time?
Yes, I modified them with my forensic tools so that they match up with the current times.
Okay, so all these dates and times we're seeing are in Central time where this computer was located.
Correct.
And then one more thing about the dates and times. We've heard about this computer being booted up on December 17th of 1998. Does that cause you to question the accuracy of any of this internet history, date and times that you're seeing in this presentation?
It does
Yes.
Okay, so that particular issue with the computer being booted does not affect these dates and times.
No.
It
And
could.
then just to be very clear, the date and time we are seeing, you are confident that that is the correct Central Standard date and time that this was occurring.
I'm confident of that, yes.
Okay, so now looking at
Okay.
what was occurring on Friday, October 16th, 1998 at
He's
1:54
confident.
a.m., we start to see a series of searches, correct?
That is correct.
And so for these Yahoo searches, we actually see the search term at the bottom here,
That is correct.
correct? So this first of the series of searches is for the word underground.
That is correct.
Alta Vista. God, I haven't heard that in forever.
Now, if we go back to the top here, are we just seeing continuing results for that same search?
Yeah, so this would be like if you go to the second page of the Yahoo search, it renders a new HTML because it's got new search results on that site.
So like in modern times, it's like reaching the next screen of your search results?
Yeah, it's like going to the second page of Google, but on Yahoo.
Yahoo.
The term is still the same though.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, then it appears the user accessed this website
That is correct.
and then this website.
That is correct.
Okay, and then do we see a return to the search results?
Yes, this is the next page of the search results. A return to it.
Oh, come on. See, they're spending way too much time on this.
Okay.
They really
Then the next
need
page of the
to
search
bring
results?
it
That is correct.
forward. They really need to bring this forward.
The next page of the search results?
That is correct.
More search results?
More search results.
Which some of this is
All
just
right, so now we're seeing a
stuff
different category match.
being
Yes, this is a new
rammed up.
search.
And this is a search for drugs.
Drugs, that is correct.
So someone searched for drugs on the internet.
That is correct.
Why not? Who doesn't like drugs?
Again, if we're paying attention to the time, this is all basically happening consecutively.
Consecutively, yes.
Okay, then we have a search for the term botulism. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then we see our search results for botulism.
That is correct.
And then can we see the sites that the user accessed
Yes.
related to botulism?
My apologies. Yes, you can see some of the sites that were accessed.
Your Honor, at this point with these slides on, I'm going to ask for an instruction for the jury that these are what was displayed on the screen, but that we cannot verify the accuracy of the websites themselves.
There
This
you
is what
go.
is on the screen. He has been qualified as an expert. He can base an opinion what's on the screen.
So, Judge, I basically agree with the defense just in terms of I think they're saying that just because a website gives certain information doesn't mean it's true, just like today on the internet.
I think it was true in 1998 and it's true in 2023. So
Well, it depends on the website.
that'll be for the record.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, so that's the first of the botulism websites, and then we move on to more search results, correct?
More search results.
Still for botulism, correct?
Correct.
Botulism.
And here we have another
don't
website that is
do
accessed for the
it.
botulism site, correct?
Correct.
This 1 pound of meat. Well, maybe he just liked food.
So then another website for botulism.
Okay, more search results.
Correct.
And then another botulism website, is that correct?
That is correct.
Just skip right over those because, we don't want to talk about that.
And then this website here, if you look at the words, they don't even really make sense, right?
No, they do not.
saw that.
Yeah,
Patagonia.
I'm not really
So
sure.
they're disconnected words just stringing together,
That is correct.
but the user accessed that site.
User accessed, yes.
Okay, so we have more search results, correct? Still for botulism?
That is correct.
Maybe he heard the word. Who knows?
So then you have some kind of recipe webpage.
That is correct.
Recipes.
Apparently there was Netflix.
Yep. Had DVDs at the time.
Dun, dun,
Isn't that when Netflix only gave you the
dun.
discs though in the mail?
Yep. You'd have
That's
to,
when for the record, that's when Netflix only had discs.
for the record, that's when Netflix only had the discs and you had to set your subscription to either monthly. I don't remember exactly, something like that. Yeah.
All right, so
And
then just if you look at the timing, this is
destroyed. Just in case you don't remember, Netflix completely destroyed Blockbuster like that. It was so quick. Now, back in the day, if you had a membership, you would jump in, you would go into Blockbuster, you would get your stuff, you could go to, what was the other one? Hollywood Video, and then you had your local mom and pop shops. But you would jump in there, you could get the latest movie that happened to be out. They paid it up front, and you just sort of paid it on the back end. The way they made their money was off of your late fees. Now with Netflix, the way that they market it is no late fees. Basically, you hold it as long as you want to, but you're not going to get another movie until you turn the old one in. Now, my wife and I, we actually picked up Netflix pretty early on. We ended up getting Netflix, and it was sweet. Oh, geez. What a life-changing thing, because by the time that I think we were starting to date, I think Blockbuster was pretty much gone. Hollywood Video was still out, but yeah, we could just order like 3 CDs. They would send it out to you. You could send back one. They would send you another one that was in your little queue. But they've improved it so much since then that now you can just stream it live. You don't even have to worry about getting a CD. It's pretty cool.
It's 2:13 a.m. for this website.
Correct.
And then shortly thereafter, it moves to another website. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And again, we're still on the topic of this botulism search.
Yes, that is correct.
Cooking for 1 or 2.
And again, you're just showing us here
Cooking.
the websites that were
Sounds
accessed
like
as a result.
cooking.
Yes, yeah. It's another website related to botulism or cooking.
More search results, correct?
More search results further down. Another site for botulism.
Another botulism website.
So why would a guy be looking up for botulism? There's a big possibility that his wife is looking this up. Creepy.
All right, so now going to this particular search that's happening. Is that for poisoning?
That is for poisoning.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so we're clear on the time frame. This is at the end of the botulism searches, correct?
Correct.
October 16th, 1998,
That is correct.
2:21 a.m.
That is correct.
Now, I've asked you a variety of questions about the searches that were done on this computer. Are there some items that were not searched for?
I mean, lots
So-
of things weren't searched for.
Right,
Yeah.
drugs were searched for, right?
Yes.
But to give you an example, was the word divorce searched for?
No, it was not.
In all of the internet history that you looked at for this computer, you never saw a search for divorce.
When I was able to recover, no, absolutely no search for divorce.
Okay, how about a search for something like child custody?
No.
How about a search for child support?
No.
Any searches for attorneys,
Not that I recall, no.
like divorce attorneys?
No.
Any court-related searches for divorce?
Nope. No searches for divorce.
All right, so moving to Friday, October 16th, 1998, 11:57 p.m. So now we are later in the evening of that Friday, actually almost to midnight of that Friday.
Correct.
What is this article here that was accessed by the user?
So that is an article about a man who was accused of blowing up his ex-wife with a pipe bomb, and that's his sentencing article.
So again, regardless of whether anything is true or not, that is what this article is about.
That's what the article is about.
Man who attempted to blow up his estranged ex-wife with a pipe bomb.
Look who joined me on here. How are you doing, fine sir?
All right.
It's good to see you.
Well, yeah, good to see you. I just ended my stream from this afternoon.
Oh, did you?
20 minutes ago.
So you've been streaming?
I'd been streaming. I did an 8.5 hour stream.
Dude, yes. Yes.
Right.
Very
So
cool.
doing the 8.5 hour stream, then you said you want to come in here. I'm like, sure, I'll come in. I'll come chat with you for a short bit.
That's-
whatever. I'm looking at the time and I'm like, night show's supposed to start for me at 10 o'clock. It's like, oh, I got an hour to get some content together for that, because there's people that are expecting me, and
So what are you going to be streaming on tonight?
I have no clue.
Well, man, you know,
We covered
what?
so much stuff today. I mean,
Dude, you totally did. I was watching in the background. I had so much work that I was like trying to get done. And while we were in the middle of the chat, it was just like, it's like, oh my gosh, I've got, you know, my lovely wife came down and was just sort of looked at me. It was like, I've got this thing that needs to be done. I was just like, oh, sure. And it was like, oh crap, I really need to get that out for tomorrow morning. So I had to put a bunch of stuff together. I mean, of course, I'm going to be out of town Friday night, Saturday night. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream Sunday. I'm going to try to, but it was just like, yeah, let me go ahead and get this knocked out. And then of course, by the time I got finished, she was like, oh, let's go for a walk. I was like, all right, that sounds good. But yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to blow you off earlier. I just
No, you're
was
good.
like, you know, work kind of thing. So I don't know. There's just so much weird shit going on. You've got the Crowder stuff. You've got
Mhm.
the
covered that.
yeah, because that was insane.
Mhm.
I mean, I saw that Jeremy Boring just like laying into Crowder, just like, yeah, something doesn't seem quite kosher with this.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, there was parts of it that I agree with. It was just like, listen, this was just a preliminary kind of contract, but you know, that's the weird kinky part about it, because, you know, my wife being an attorney,
Mhm.
you know, she was given offers by other law firms, but whenever she was transitioning out of being with a big firm to going to work for herself, there were other attorneys that were just like, yeah, we would love to have you come in. And they wanted to bring her in. And she was looking at the offers and just like, yeah, this is no different than what I left. And so she just basically did her own thing. And then after she did her own thing, was like, oh, this is actually really good money. And then people would come in and it's just like, yeah, we'd love to absorb your law firm. And she was just like, yeah, I make too much money. It would be better and was butthurt to stuff for him.
No, that's
Nice.
not it at all.
But yeah, it was
$50 million.
Yeah, but if you watch the Quartering's video, he breaks it down where if he's even getting half the amount of subscribers that he currently has to transfer those over, you're talking about well into that it's an insane amount of money that they would be getting paid off of his work already.
Oh
yeah. Well,
penalty.
and I don't, and Lenny, I will tell you, I don't think it's not just the money or the penalties. It's that starting rate. Let me put it to you this way. I got hired on working for Honda at a certain amount of money, and it was acceptable. And then whenever I left them and went to go work for my wife, they actually came back and basically doubled my salary. They were just like, we will pay you to come back, and we need a shop supervisor that can actually, handle this stuff. And I was just like, you don't realize, folks. I mean, working for my wife, I'm making that just in bonuses alone. That's it. Just bonuses alone. I'm making more money than you guys are actually offering me. There is no incentive for me to go back. If you want me to come back to do this kind of work, you're going to have to at least double that, because there is no way that I can do that, because no, I make really good money working for my wife. And I've had people say, oh, you work for a woman. Oh, you must just be a total cuck. No, trust me. All that money that we make comes back into us because she can pay me out in bonuses.
Sure.
She pays me out in bonuses. All that money comes right back to us.
Stays right in your own home. Right.
You can't beat it.
Right.
You can't beat it. And all I have to do is answer the phone, file a whole bunch of like really crappy documents, and she signs off on whatever I'm working on.
Sure.
So for Crowder to come in and say, listen, I'm going to be bringing you hundreds of millions of dollars over this every year, and then you're going to want to basically ding me because of X, Y, and Z, you would think that from the get-go, you would want to set up a really good contract that's just like, yeah, we're not going to ding you for this, we're not going to ding you for that, but we do expect you to produce. And you've already got your own crew. We're going to pay your crew no different than we're going to pay you. We're just going to make sure that everybody, Daily Wire would have made an ass ton of money off of Crowder. And I think that Crowder can do this on his own and make just as much money, even if he goes and just does nothing but Rumble by itself. That guy has so many followers.
What we did is we actually watched what Crowder had said.
Yes.
We watched the 20-minute or the 15-minute from today, and we went back and we watched the 20-minute from yesterday before, whatever. So then, basically, the way I look at it is, if he would have actually taken the contract and said, yeah, let's do this, he would have been selling his soul to another company to tell him what he can and can't say because of the stipulations that they put on him, the fines and fees that if he got struck or dinged for anything were ridiculous.
Oh, exactly.
For him to do what he had actually done was totally worth it. For him to actually say no.
Yeah.
He was better off saying no than he would have any other way. They could have raised that at any point in time to any other number, and it still would be the same deal. Be a big fat no. That's not how it works. That's not what it's just a straight up no.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that he actually did it, because you go back and you watch the stream that I did. You listen to the couple things that I had said, because it triggered me. It triggered me to the point to actually tell my own personal story of where I turned around, where I came from, why I started doing what I started doing, and why I'm now where I'm at, and the refusal to turn down what I currently have, which is not
Exactly.
much of anything. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't care about the dollar. I really don't. What it really comes down to is the relationships that I had formed with all these people that I now have friendships with, from like every single one of them, from America's Shirts to Winning Reality to Jimmy YouTube to yourself to anybody and everybody else that has wanted to join me to do almost anything, talk about absolutely nothing,
Yeah.
actually talking about anything, from straight up to, we had an hour and a half, 2 hour conversation about flat Earth today. I mean, so
Nice. No, and that's really what all of this is all about. And I think that one of the things that really sort of opened me up to actual live stream is just like, it's like, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. I'm gonna watch what I want to watch. I'm gonna stream what I want to stream. If people want to join in, I would love to have people in, and I will be totally engaged. Yes, Ted.
I'm super sorry. My son just walked in the house, and he's asking
It's
for
okay.
a few minutes of attention.
Give him attention.
Right. Yeah, I'll be
Give him
right
attention.
back.
I will continue on with this hearing, so you can give him the love. Please give him the love. Let's show this.
Correct.
All right, and so now we have moved. That other search was close to midnight, and now in the timing we've moved to just after midnight on so now we're on Saturday, October 17th, 1998. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we see a search, some kind of chemical, mercury fulminate.
Yes.
Okay, and this website, you see it accesses Jolly Roger.
Yes.
And what the user would have seen is about mercury fulminate is used as a primary explosive in the fabrication of detonators.
Nice.
That is, yes, that's what's on the website.
So again, whether it's true or not, that's what the user would see.
Correct.
Okay, and then there's a list of items here. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Includes syringe.
Correct.
Then there appears to be a helpful caution on the bottom here. Acid will burn skin and destroy clothing.
That is correct. That is
Again,
caution.
the user who saw this website would see these.
Would see that.
Somebody looked up the anarchist cookbook.
Shortly thereafter, the HTML here is poolfun.html. You see that?
Yep, that is correct. And it appears to be a website, or website by Jolly Rogers again, specifically related to pools and things you can do with them.
Okay. And so does this actually involve the sabotage of a pool?
Yes, using chemicals.
And so some kind of directions about that.
Yes.
Okay. Then shortly thereafter, we have another search, correct?
That is correct for nicotine.
And this search, if we actually get to the search word at the bottom here.
It is for nicotine.
Okay. Okay. And once again, we're continuing basically along the same browsing session, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So continuing with the nicotine search, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So now, just shortly thereafter that, 12:46 a.m., what do we see on this webpage?
So this is it says Stifle branch listings. It appears to be the branch listings for the business Stifle.
Okay.
On that web.
So, up until this guy right here starting to bring some of this stuff up, I was leaning towards him not being guilty. The state was not proving a very good case. This right here is bringing it up quite a bit more. And I would still like to see the defense be able to destroy his testimony in saying, but can you prove that it was him actually on the computer at this particular time? Just because he was doing it other times, and I think they're making a very good case of saying, hey, this guy was looking at, stocks at this point in time. He was looking at all of these things that were related to his business, and then all of a sudden, still at the same period of time, he's all of a sudden looking up ways to like create explosives. He's looking up ways to eat his wife. All of those things are very important, and I think this guy's doing more damage to his defense than all of the prior BS that they had going on before. So this guy, I think, so far is doing a really good job, and I don't know that the defense is going to be able to back this stuff off. So I was pretty much looking at the innocent part of it, but now that I'm seeing this part of it, I'm leaning a little more towards the guilty side of it. But that's just my perspective.
How much of this is left?
You see, this
let's
individual
see.
was looked up on the branch listings
Correct.
from Appleton, a Ron.
Probably
Roughly,
about an
yeah.
hour, but we can talk about other shit, man.
I
This
mean,
is like,
I'm just asking. Just asking.
No.
'Cause,
Internet Explorer.
you know, obviously, I
This
have
is-
my own thing coming up here in half of the next hour here. So.
Then do we see another person is looked up in these branch listings?
Yes, John Joseph.
see, I really wish that I could like transfer people over to you whenever you're going live. I may
You
jump
need
over
1,000.
there
You
for a
need
bit.
that 1,000 subscribers to actually get there. So anybody that's not already subscribed to them, hit that subscribe button.
Yeah,
Help him out. Help him get there. Help him, do what he needs to do.
I have been getting a lot of views, which is really cool because that helps in those viewing hours. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
this is-
those watch hours are really something that you're gonna really be looking at towards the end. Which, from when I started having 0 viewers, 0 watchers, whatever, for the first couple months to actually picking somebody up, to what I got to just before monetization after a year and a couple months, it was like I had over 8,000 watch hours.
wow.
Yeah, watch hours really was not an issue for me. It was getting to that 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, the subscribers really help out.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of them going hit the like, and,
Right?
same way with all those
Like,
guys.
share, subscribe, share, subscribe every single time. Every
Yeah.
single time you hit a stream, and I know I do the same thing. I don't think about it. I don't think about it until I was your first like that you had tonight. So I mean, as far as that goes.
Wow, yeah, that is true.
I seen that. I seen you went live, and I popped in there right away, and I hit the like button for you.
You're just like, hey.
I was still live. I was still doing my own thing or whatever, and I kind of like, oh, he's gone. Let's go pop over there real quick and throw the like at you.
Absolutely, and that's the same way that I got in. Man, I honestly don't know how I got turned on to you. It could have been another person that was just like, yeah, check this guy out, and I checked it. I was like, oh, this guy's actually pretty cool. I like it. It's good stuff.
And and I look at it, I'm like, I'm just some guy on the internet, having fun. So as far as that goes, right? Vices did a lot for a lot of people.
Yes. Yeah. And Vices, that is probably where I picked that up from, was from Vices, because I was like, oh, he would be like, somewhere in the 20-minute mark, he'd be like, if you haven't hit the like button, make sure you hit the like button. It was just like, oh shit, the thing is still not darkened. Let me hit that damn thing. And I would hit that like button like immediately and be like,
it's amazing what
button.
the like button actually does, because it pushes the algorithm out to actually get more people to actually, come in. They see that there's somebody live and they got, 15 likes. They're like, oh, they got 15 likes. People must be really liking what they're doing.
Yeah.
They must really be liking what's actually happening. Let's go jump in there real quick, see what they're actually talking about. And then you find out that they're talking about the same thing that the last guy was talking about, but they have a slightly different opinion.
I know. and you don't have to agree on every single thing. Yes, yes. Now he does it as a fun poll, and I've been wanting to adopt that. I'm just like, I just feel like it'd be so cheesy to like steal what he does. It's like, because I would,
that cheesy poll, as far as that goes. I mean, the other day I went and I did the poll, and I popped out whatever, and I come back later and I noticed that I didn't hit the like button. I just did the poll. I'm like, oh, that's horrible. Hit that like button.
oh yeah,
So I mean, even myself, somebody that actually promotes, you hit that like button for everybody. I still
yes,
have the tendency to forget to hit it myself because you go in there, you open up the screen, you turn up your volume a little bit, and you go off. You're doing something else. You're listening. You
yeah,
usually don't sit down and and watch the whole thing. So
yeah. And 9 times out of 10, like because I wake up so early, I will see that meme is coming on in like an hour or 30 minutes or something, and I'll pop him on, and I'll like go run on the treadmill or something, just because I've got a few pounds I'm trying to lose. And I was like, so I'll like, have that thing popped up, and I can come back in, pop my headphones on. It's just like, oh, cool. Meme's got something going on. I have to rewind it a little bit, and I might like chat a little bit of something like, hey, how's it going? Whatever. And then I'm just pretty much listening while I'm like checking like local news and crap like that. And then I'll see that, probably about 30 minutes into it, you'll see like Legal Vices stuff will come up. And it's just like, oh yeah, I'm going to listen to this. Now, whenever he's doing his, his OJ Simpson stuff, I generally don't watch it just because I lived through it once. I don't need to live through it again. And it's cool, but I'm gonna basically stay on there for a few minutes. I'm gonna hit the like button because that also boosts up the algorithm. Even if you're not watching it, as long as you've got it, I might mute it and let it run in the background. I'll just hit the like button because some of that is watch hours. It helps boost that algorithm up.
right.
And it's just like, but there's other stuff that he does. I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to watch this. This is good. This is fun. And then of course, I'll also have like on Rumble, I'll pull up Nick Rekieta. And a lot of times I'm just like skipping through it. It's like, yeah, you might have too much super chat here. And I'm just like, I'm interested in the meat of the story of whatever he's talking about. Dude, that town hall stuff was insane. Did you see any of that?
No.
Okay. So,
It's
so
is it as sad as it is or whatever, when you actually become a creator and you
yes,
actually create as often as you do, you have the tendency, though you want to watch everybody else, to
yeah,
not get the chance to, because you're like, okay, now I'm tired. Now I need to lay down, you get some sleep, come back the next day. I have a few hours before, to get a couple things ready to hit the next show, to get ready for that or whatever. And then all of a sudden, it's like I ran the show tonight or today. Till all of a sudden you're like, hey, you want to come join me? So I'm like, oh, okay, sure, let's go.
yeah.
I'm digging through news articles as we're speaking here, and actually trying to find stuff for tonight,
All
so that
right.
way I can,
Look up town hall. Oh God, what in the hell was he talking about on it? Jesus, and it's just like slipping my mind because I've got so much information going on in here, like work related. But he brought up some stuff for town hall, and then he did a part two that is just and just watching, I'm like, oh my God, this is just how is this kind of crap happening? And his coverage on it is insane. Just look at,
he's funny, and
oh my
he's
God,
very,
yes.
very intelligent and well spoken.
It was Nick's, I am pretty sure. I don't know about Vice's. I hadn't seen Vice's take on it, but Nick's was just like really hitting hard. But most of that
Oh,
stuff he was saving for
like
Rumble.
newspaper town hall, or was this like
Yeah, like the print town hall kind of stuff. It was the website town hall. They
okay?
were They were posting some pretty intense stories, and he was sort of digging deep into it. I mean, he did a little bit of the Crowder stuff, and then once he was switching over to Rumble, he was going hard on this town hall stuff. I do not remember it because my retention is
No,
is
you're fine.
absolute shite.
I mean, I'm like, that's why I'm asking. Is this the newspaper town hall? Because townhall.com.
Yeah.
It just like several other sites or whatever. They're great stories.
Yes.
They're super fun to actually dig through and read. And my content's a little bit different than theirs. I've read plenty of town hall articles.
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely plenty.
And their latest article is like hitting hard on something, but I honestly cannot remember what it is. I am just so I have gone almost every single night for 7 nights, and I've been trying to keep up with this stuff here just because I find it really interesting the way that they're doing a retrial, because it's not often that you'll see a judge kick something back and make them try the whole fucking case again. I'm like, this is insane. And then they're bringing stuff
amazing.
back up from 98. I mean, good Lord. And some of these people are just dead and gone. They just don't exist anymore. So it's like, I was like, I've got to see some of this stuff. And I mean, watching it, Lenny was asking about it. It was just like, are you feeling he's guilty or not guilty? I'm like, up until this tech guy coming in, I'm pretty much leaning towards it. They're just making up shit just to bury this guy. And once this tech guy comes in, it's just like, look at the stuff that this guy has been looking at. And my thing is like, well, okay, defense can knock this down and say, can you prove it was him? I mean, it's a weak defense, but it is a defense. So that's where I'm at with it. It's just like, I don't know. Could he be doing it? Could he not have? I mean, if I actually thought about it hard and deep, I would say, yeah, this guy probably killed her off. But I'm looking at it on that out. I look at things in a really weird way. It's just like where I sort of give the benefit of the doubt. You're innocent always until proven guilty. Always. And you know, it's like this guy right here is just nailing that coffin shut unless they can like dispute what this guy's putting out there. Oof. Yeah. Part 3 or part 4 tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is he really? He's going to go over part 3 on the town hall stuff. Lenny, if you've got a link to that, throw it up there because Cool Frog will cover that because that's really good stuff. I know that it was really good what Nick was covering, and I would love to see your take on it, Cool Frog. Really, I would love to see your take on that.
As opposed to doing a bunch of random articles.
Yeah, and that
particular subject it might be kind of interesting, kind of fun.
And that's been like one of my hard parts is, you know, whenever I get on, I'm like, well, what happens to be trending or the news today? And I'm looking through it. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I'm still really interested in seeing what happens with Sam Bankman-Fried. I really want to see his ass just get hammered to the wall.
Sure.
Because I think it goes much deeper than that. That stuff that happened with Alec Baldwin, it's just like, you know, like I said earlier on, whenever I was on with you, it's just like there was stuff going on with that director that she was doing some stuff on some like really bad shit that was going on, and then all of a sudden she ends up dead. It's like just there's those little bitty things, you know, that you can't prove that someone does it for that intent purpose, but it's that conspiracy theory mind of mine that's just like maybe maybe not. You know, maybe dig into her a little bit. She's interesting. I mean, she was a very woke person, but she did not like the little touchy going on between adults and children. She did not appreciate that. So
that's no, don't do that.
And like I said, that was just one of those little things. You know, it's no different than whenever the whole coof shit started happening. One of those things that you see happening in your and there's a bunch of other conversations that happen about the same time, like the synchronicity of weirdness that happens, and you go, something's not quite right about this. Something's a little bit off. And then all of a sudden, 3-4 months later, weirdness happens. And you're like, did I see it coming and I just didn't say anything? I didn't notice it. I don't know. It's weird. Of course, I'm an odd character. January 18th.
We all have to be a little different, right?
So what time are you flying in tonight?
This had part 1 on it. I don't know if she's actually, is she trying to post something that she can't post?
I don't know.
Because she doesn't have a rent, she can't post links.
Lenny, let me.
I'm kind of confused on her chat.
Let me see if I can do this. Because I'm so slow on the internet. And I was just talking about this earlier. Man, I used to like.
Yeah, exactly. That's because she doesn't have the right. She can't post link.
Well, we can take care of that really quick. How about this? Add moderator. There you go, Lenny. You have a blue wrench.
You're gay.
You're gay now. You have been indoctrinated into the gayness of being a moderator. Post a link on that. Go ahead. You got the power.
And fight.
And fight. Wrench fight. First wrench. I feel honored. You should feel honored.
Awesome.
Lenny, you've been on like a good majority of my streams. You should feel very honored for being here. I am honored to have you here.
Rumble.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, that's Ricada.
Yeah, but he goes into it past the contracts part. It's probably halfway into the stream. He actually pulls up that actual article, and I'm telling you, find the article, give your take on it. I think that your take is going to be similar, but you're going to have a different aspect on it. I really do.
Sure.
I really think that you're gonna probably like hit a nice little gold mine there. Oh, she'll give you the article. You give Lenny enough time, she's gonna say, "Cool Frog, here's where the article is."
Here's what we found.
Yeah, it's pretty damn solid. And Nick had a really good take. I was like, damn, where in the hell does this man find it? If I had the amount of time that I actually spend working to do the research.
If you could see my bookmark list.
Yes. Oh my God.
You can see my bookmark list of all of the newspapers that I dig through in a day. From Town Hall, from Red Star, from Zero
PJ
Hedge,
News, everything,
almost anything and everything you can think of. There's so many websites with so many different articles. Some of them do the same thing, so you kind of look at one and it's like, oh, it's got the same thing over here. And this one, it's not that far off. That's where I'm. Yeah, see, that's that one's kind of. Did he actually do that on YouTube?
No, he did it on Rumble.
He did it on Rumble only. Okay. Some of that you really have to pay attention to what you're actually doing on YouTube.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be
YouTube will like, and I think he did the first part of his thing, which was most of the Crowder stuff, and then he went over to Rumble and finished it out, and then he went into the other one.
True.
And I honestly don't remember what he was talking about, but it was just like, oh my gosh, this is
So
like
I'm gonna do something here real quick for you. So let's see. Top of the list: Free Beacon, Red State, Texas Tribune, CD Media, New York Post, Conservative Brief, Breitbart, Home, Florida Voice, Political News, America Out Loud, Global News. Sorry about that. That's an
no,
alarm.
that's fine.
Cash Patel, fightwithcash.com.
Yeah, Cash is
American
good.
Wire News, Insider, Daily Caller, PJ Media, Star Tribune out of Minnesota, Fox News itself, Stars and Stripes, The Blaze, Guardian. That's just the first page.
Yeah,
I got 3 or 4 more pages of stuff, and that's usually when I go through articles or whatever to find stuff to actually read through the night. I go through all of them. I try to. Sometimes I don't make it through all of them. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, I got 15 articles, or I got 20 articles. I'm good. That's gonna give me 2-3 hours worth of content. I don't need to go anything further than that for a night stream. It's usually where I try keeping is between the 2-3 hours. Which is really strange when you actually go back and you actually look at the stuff that I originally was doing. We're like, we hit an hour and we'd be like, oh, okay, I'm done. We'd be beat after the hour. And then I was, after a month or two doing it, we were like, we were hitting 2 hours without trying. Then all of a sudden, another month later, we were like hitting 3-4 hours without trying. And now, listen, you look at me,
yeah,
today.
I mean,
I did my own thing for how many, what, 8.5?
What was that, 5 hours you were running that?
Today?
Yeah.
8.5.
Dude. But I mean, and I can do that. The only thing is that my wife would be just all over me going, come on.
And that's the thing is mine's nice enough to allow me to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
But it's just like, I mean, my goals have been from the beginning of this is I would like to get my channel on it. The first thing is to basically have enough people to come in here that it made it worthwhile for me just to pay for the subscription of StreamYard, so I didn't have to deal with the time limit on StreamYard. And then I was like, you know what? If I can get this stream up to 1,000 subscribers within the next year and get it monetized, doesn't matter if I'm making a whole lot of money off of it, because I'm having fun with it. I'm actually enjoying what I'm doing. Right. And it's so much better than sitting down and playing a video game that's just a big time suck. I can give my perspective on what happens to be going on in the world. Whether anybody cares about it or not doesn't really matter. It's just sort of like that big explosion of vent. You get that out of your system. You can say, this stupid person doing X, Y, or Z, and I just don't agree with it. And I think, I've actually have another channel that I started back in, I want to say,
and that's what started us talking about like flat Earth today. There was some dude in chat that just so happened to say a couple things and kicked us into talking about it or whatever. I didn't do a lot of the talking on that particular subject.
Yeah.
Winning Reality was, he's really like, he's well versed in certain things. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to
boy here in Georgia.
Yeah, when certain things come up, he's like, you're not going to stop him. He's going to go.
Yeah,
he's going to go, and he'll be. If you try even stopping him, you're not going to get a word in edgewise.
Yep. Which is so much respect for him. I was just like, because I'm a little more laid back where it's like I'll let somebody go ahead and just, I look at it as them blowing off steam and getting that out, and then once they've got it out, then I'll give my opinion. I'm just not a big, jump over somebody unless it's something I'm really passionate about. Then I'm just going to be like, no. Me, I'm not too passionate about a lot of stuff. I'm passionate about my music, which is really interesting that winning it. I would bet you that if Winning and I met person to person, we probably know each other. I don't know his real name, and I'm not gonna like call him out on
Winning?
YouTube.
No, you're not going to get it either.
Yeah, but I would almost guarantee that we've probably run into each other just because we're both from Georgia. We both played in bands, and the kind of music that he's interested in, the kind of music that I played, and the kind of
Sure.
music that he's currently doing, I would almost bet that we've probably run into each other in some way, shape, or form.
I bet.
And it's going to be one of those where I'll talk to him whenever we're not, on live, because I don't want to call anybody out, but I'd say, yeah, we probably run into each other. Yeah.
As simple as that is even if he watches and pays attention to when you show up, he sees your face, he may have actually already recognized you, as far as that goes.
I doubt it, because
you just don't know.
whenever I was really playing music, like out there, like constantly, I was much thinner. My face is fattened out quite a bit. My hair is much, much shorter. He might not even recognize me, but if I named off a couple of bands, he might go, "Oh, okay."
I've stood right next to you and we played in the same.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. And there's also a possibility that it's just like, yeah, I was too busy with my big band to really notice you, which is a big possibility too. Not saying that I was anything super big or anything, but I mean, we had a good following. I think that, there's a possibility he might have had an even bigger following. And if you watch some of the stuff that he does, he's got Aquarium Rescue Unit, which is Kofi Burbridge and O'Teal, which Kofi, if you know anything about Aquarium Rescue Unit, Kofi, which is O'Teal's brother, Kofi was the real musician. He was schooled. That guy can actually play like sax, clarinet, keyboards, bass, guitar. I mean, that guy is skilled. And then you've got O'Teal, which is just sort of like a goofball bass player that's really talented, just natural talent. So
I see Leanie's actually saying, "Hey, Shizzy, set up a Cash App, a Venmo, or a buymeacoffee.com."
I don't know how to do that. I've got PayPal.
I mean, if you have a PayPal link, you throw those. If you something that okay with sharing,
it's under my link tree. It's under
Right.
my link tree.
Oh, okay. Buymeacoffee.com, very easy site to actually set up. It's simply, that's exactly what it's called, is buymeacoffee.com. Yeah, you set one of those up.
Okay.
They're easy ways to actually get people to actually throw small donations, tips at you or whatever.
Oh, sweet! I like that.
Yeah.
Well, I will
until you get to the point where like right now, finally, after a year or whatever, I've been actually pushing buymeacoffee.com for the longest time.
Nice.
Yeah,
I will definitely do that. I will add that in there. Also, you need to set up your link tree.
I have a link tree.
Do you? Because
it's a massive link tree.
Okay.
Linktree/Coolfrog is massively huge.
Okay.
There's so much in there. There's so many things there's so many things in there that I don't even use.
Well, and I still haven't figured out how to. Man, I had Discord back whenever it first came out, whenever I was playing like Call of Duty. Sure. So, and I literally just was like so frustrated with it because I was so used to using TeamSpeak and Ventrilo. It was just like, this is just frustrating. So I just didn't touch it forever. And then whenever I went back in, I was like, I can't figure this out. And I've got like 10 million other things going on. So I'll have to I really need to get with somebody and just walk me through that
we can help.
that Discord to get it set up. And I'm not really worried about setting up a Discord, although I know that people are using it more often than they are like Twitter because it's just easier.
Drama wise, yeah.
Like you can send out your links.
There's a lot of drama that ends up happening and occurring on Discord.
Yeah,
and some of it's disturbing. Some of it gets in the way. Some of it, breaks things up that the way you would ever want them to be or whatever. And it's just saying, if you set up a Discord or whatever, just keep yourself minimalized or whatever. Don't sit there and like invite the world.
Okay.
You start inviting the world. You start inviting some degeneracy and some randomness and some hate. Gotcha. People not getting along with other people, saying, oh, well, if you're going to hang out with this person, I'm not going to be around. And it's like, stop picking and choosing who you're going to hang out with because of some other person.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's very, very weird and sometimes very disturbing. And it ends very good friendships because they believe the other person over you on some random bull crap that come through Discord. And it's like, it's Discord. Stop it.
Yeah, I mean that was the drama that back in the geez, that was been years ago, but whenever I was playing Call of Duty, I was with a sniper only group, whatever. They didn't do the run and gun kind of stuff. It was pretty much creep around and pop people off, and actually joined up with like this sniper league and all this kind of stuff. It was so much fun. We just get together, shoot the shit, make fun of each other, just have a blast. And then of course Black Ops comes out, and these guys were still trying to play it the same way because they were like, oh, we can control our own server, which was complete BS lie, never happened. And it was just like, yeah, you're just running around killing everything that you can. Who really cares? Let's just have some fun. And
put it back in your pants. Stop playing games.
Right? And some of these guys got so bent out of shape that they were just like, yeah, we're going to ban this guy from our server. And what I guess I was up to be like promoted in their clan or something like that. I really didn't know, and I didn't really care. I was just like, yeah, whatever, I'm just on here having fun. I've got a real life. This is Call of Duty. I don't really freaking care.
Right.
And one of the guys reached out to me and was just like, yeah, these guys are talking shit about you, and we're leaving, and we're taking about 5 guys with us that don't want to do this stuff. Do you want to join up with our new group? And I was just like, okay, whatever, sure. Right. Set up their website for them and all this kind of stuff. And then just like everybody just sort of faded off after that. It was just like, okay, cool. I'm going to go do something else. So that's
kind of amazing how fast things just kind of disappear.
Yeah. And over like really weird shit too. Cause that's all it was. It was just like, oh, he said something that pissed me off. It was just like, well, dude, if you would just said something, I would have like probably said, dude, sorry. Or whatever. I would have appeased, I'm not a total dick all the time. Most of the time I am, but sometimes I'm not. But this dude got really worked up over something that I said to him. And I think it's something happening in Black Ops or something. Like I ran up behind him and like stabbed him in the back of the head or something. That really pissed him off.
I don't know. In the back.
He shouldn't have found me. Whatever. He's cheating. I think I called it cheater. I don't know how many times. Because in Black Ops, I'd like hit like top rank like super quick. Just because I had like it's no different than any other video game. You figure out the little algorithm that they have going on. Like there was a spot that I could pick out, sit there with a sniper rifle, and I could just pick off people from either side. Nobody could get to me. And if they did, by that time I had already jumped in a helicopter and like drone strikes and atomic bombs and whatever the hell I needed to do.
Copyright.
Yeah, it was like my kill streaks were insane. Just because I figured out the algorithm to the bullshit.
Heck?
But it's a video game. It's not real life.
This is ridiculous. So I'm just looking at today's stream, which I can't fix it. I can't take the copyright out of it because it's an in stream. And it's saying that I'm actually dinged for Jesus built my hot rod from 5 hours, 27 minutes, 58 seconds to 28 minutes and 16 seconds. So
Jesus built my hot rod. That would be ministry, right?
Yeah, yep.
You were playing that?
18 seconds. I wasn't playing anything. That's winning.
Oh, was Winning doing that?
He was playing his little clips in the background. I'll talk to him. Be like, dude.
Well, and that's why
I can't change it. So it
that's why you need to get Winning's little code that basically will kick that copy strike out. That's what I was asking him for. I was just like, give me whatever it is that you're sending out so I can get that stuff knocked off.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. He's supposed to actually join me here, so kind of.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
I'll talk to him before we actually start going.
Yeah, and tell him drop me an email and also, just privately, you don't have to announce it to the rest of the world. Just go, yeah, this dude played in bands around Atlanta for quite some time. You may know him, but just reach out to him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and spam him just like, oh, let's go hang out and let's go party and stuff. I'll be like, yeah, this is who I played with. I'll do it privately, but I won't do it online. And he'll if he responds and says, well, this is who I'm currently playing with, or this is who I played with, I'll be like, oh, cool. I think I've heard of you guys, or I have no idea who you are.
Right.
Because I built PA equipment. I worked with sound companies. I worked for a major backline company here in Georgia. I've toured for years. Plus, played in bands that have toured locally in Atlanta and outside of Georgia for many, many years. So there's a possibility he may have heard of the group. Doesn't matter if he didn't. I don't get. I've met everyone from Rick James. I've met just the amount of people that I've run into it. The list could go on and on. I met Ray Charles. I actually made a joke about Ray Charles, which the drummer found humorous, which was weird. But
interesting.
Yeah. Mother's Finest. I've worked with them. I've worked with, all of the major shows that were going on in Atlanta in, the 2000s. I'm not an unknown, but just sort of stayed in the background of a lot of musicians.
Sure.
And a lot of big named acts I've run into, and I'm still cool with all these people. Are they going to do anything for me musically? No, because I don't have that much talent. I mean, I'm okay as far as a musician, but
right.
Yeah, not on the level of being able to say, oh yes, I sold 10 million albums. No, that never happened. I think the most we sold was maybe 10.
All right.
Hey, you have
I'm gonna actually cut out for these last 10 minutes before my show starts, and
peace.
There probably won't be a camera tonight because he hasn't been around. I'm not gonna kick him out of this room.
Who are you gonna have on tonight?
Winning should be with me, and hopefully Shirt will actually show up eventually. America Shirts is my original co-host, so he's like always about to come around.
Absolutely.
And he
I
actually
may,
he actually has abilities in StreamYard. You know, like in StreamYard down in the corner somewhere in the first screen where you hit to create,
yeah,
you can set up to actually share with somebody.
yes.
He's actually got my share. So as far as that goes,
Very
he
cool.
can actually use my StreamYard and create his own content. You know, so as far as that goes, he's always available.
Yeah, and it's so good surrounding yourself with people like for example, I got Leanie in here. Rabbit's on spending time with her grandson, which I'm just like
Awesome.
because Rabbit was just like, I may not be on tomorrow night because my grandson's going. I'm like Rabbit, have fun,
Have fun with
enjoy
your
your grandson.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is YouTube. This does not matter. This is nothing. And same way with Triple T. Shelly was just like, like, you know, because we were supposed to do something Tuesday. She was like, I am not feeling well. I was like, no. You take care
she
of
hasn't been
yourself.
feeling well for the last few days.
Yeah.
I've talked to her a couple times.
It was like, get to feeling better. We can do it next week. There is no pressure on you whatsoever. I enjoy talking with people and having fun. So don't feel pressured ever by me. I'm just some dude with like 46 subscribers. It does not. I'm just here having fun. You get to feeling better because I want you to be able to enjoy the completeness of me.
Sure.
But you have a good time tonight. I will try to catch it later on.
All right, sounds good. Later, Leanie, everybody else that's in chat, if there is anybody else in chat.
Yeah, if they're
guys
there,
have-
if they're not, I'm still going to finish
Hit
this
the
one out
like
tonight.
button.
Yes, thank
Hit
you.
the like button. That's all you have to do. It's
Hit
the
it,
easiest thing to
massage
do.
it, love it.
Caress it, smack it with your peen, however, whatever.
Hey, whatever gets you off. If you need to smack it with your peen left, right, and center, make sure that you just hit it.
Just make sure you only do it once or at an odd enough amount of times. Don't do it an even amount of time.
Yes, or it could become a little odd.
All right.
All right.
Peace.
Thank you. Later.
You have a good one.
You too.
John Joseph, branch manager, Colorado Springs. That's what the page displays.
That is what it is. Yes.
Okay, and then shortly thereafter that,
It's a branch listing for John T. Joseph, aka Jock.
So
in
John-
quotes.
so is it John T. quote Jock unquote Joseph?
Correct. Yes.
So that's what the screen displays.
Again, for Colorado Springs.
So that's what the user was accessing at this point.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Then shortly thereafter, something called inbox. So does this appear to be an email inbox?
Yes. Partial recovery of an email inbox.
Okay. And then once again, do we see emails being accessed between the defendant and Kelly Levante?
That is correct.
And once again, that name appears, the Jock Joseph, Colorado Springs.
Correct.
There appears to be some search screen that's accessed.
That is correct.
And on the next screen after the search screen, a variety of Kellys, including Kelly Levante.
That is correct.
Okay, so before we lose the date and time. So now we have moved to Monday, October 19th, 1998 at 2:24 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, and we're seeing more searches now.
Correct.
This one for pipe bomb.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. More results then for pipe bomb
That is correct. It's the next page.
and more results.
That is correct.
Oh, that feels so much better.
Following that, do we see a new search for the term anarchist?
Anarchist. That is correct.
Anarchist Handbook.
And as a result of that search, did you see websites accessed for the anarchist cookbook?
I did.
Cookbook. That's right. I couldn't remember what it was.
And so this would be what the user accessed at this time?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we know what that is.
Some website spunked press directory catalog?
That is correct.
I see. Maybe he wanted to be an anarchist. Anarchy in the UK.
Apparently they're collecting food and drink recipes.
Yeah, this appears to be a different anarchist cookbook about literal food recipes for anarchists.
It's filled with
Okay.
chocolate
And just
sauce.
so we don't miss the date and time, we're now at 3:14 a.m. on the same day, the 19th, correct?
That is correct.
So continuing with the anarchist search at that time as well.
That is correct.
Okay, so now we get to November of 1998, and I'm going to ask you the same questions about the dates and times that the internet is being accessed in November.
You know, and some of this stuff can be.
Okay, so on the second, we see
completely
internet activity in the late
explained.
evening hours, that Monday.
That's
correct.
That's what's so
Then on the Tuesday,
aggravating
once
about
again,
it.
the late evening.
I mean, this stuff can be so easily explained because, you know, you hear something on the news about the anarchist cookbook and you just do a simple search for it.
Hours, the third.
That is correct.
Crazy.
Then on the fourth, we have the very
So
early
good,
morning hours.
cool frog.
That is
I mean,
correct.
I'm
And
so
then late
glad
evening
you're
hours
here,
starting at
lady.
11:01.
Yes.
Now we see another gap in terms of internet activity.
And as far as the bands on iTunes or YouTube, there might be some stuff on YouTube, probably on Facebook, and because some of it's old enough, it might actually be on the music cloud of what was the thing that basically got destroyed by Facebook? It's been so damn long. A couple of different bands I've been in that have put stuff out, but nothing that ever made a lot of money. It was pretty basic blues stuff. So yeah. Vine? No, it was god damn it, because that guy would always try to come into my little thing. What was the fucking name of that? It was a predecessor to it'll come to me probably in the middle of the night as I'm sleeping, and I'll just be like, oh, it was, yeah, that's me.
Internet history. So November 5th, 6th, and 7th, you did not find any internet history on those days?
Correct.
Yes, that was
So
it.
back
Thank
to-
you. MySpace.
Also the 8th is missing. Then the 9th, do you see internet activity in the early morning?
I do. Yes.
It
Then
shows
Tuesday
how
the 10th,
boomer I am.
Once again, the early morning hours.
Yes.
Wednesday the 11th, early morning hours.
Correct.
And then another gap of days, 12th, 13th, 14th.
That is correct.
And then 15th without internet activity.
That is correct.
Okay, 16th, early morning hours.
Correct.
17th,
Man, prosecution's
9:47
just
p.m.?
hammering
That is
on
correct.
this.
okay.
All right,
Followed by a
come on.
series of days, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st,
Gotta
where you
get
did not
three.
see internet activity.
That is correct.
Then going to
Boom,
series
boom,
of
boom.
days, 24th day, morning
Yes,
hours.
yes. We
Sun-
know.
Friday,
We know.
All right.
We know.
Is
Get-
suicide.
Yep. Suicide.
Suicide. Yeah,
Asia?
we got it to
Is
it.
that accurate?
That is accurate.
And apparently this website
Okay. Kevorkian.
I do.
Yes, we know all about that. It was a big story back in '98.
psychology resource, internet resource, effects of ethanol.
Yes. Okay, we know he was
That is correct.
doing these
So
kinds
I'll
of
be showing you
searches.
those.
Makes me feel that he's more like back in the day. See, you have to understand. I will say this. See, back in the 80s, I was in high school, and I dropped out in, it was 86. Yeah, 86. I enlisted in the military. And then I went in the military. I didn't pay any attention to what was going on around me. 1990, I went from being in the, did I have Bon Jovi hair? No, I was worse than Bon Jovi hair. No, I did not have the Bon Jovi hair. I had the high and tight. So shaved on the sides, set up nice and spiked up on top. And yes, Miami Vice was a thing where you wore like the pink blazer and all that crap. Yeah, I did that for like a year before then. But when I went on tour, I actually shaved all of this off on the sides, and I had a mohawk that set up about yay high all the way across. And going in through Texas, where they'd never seen a man wearing basically, what was I wearing at that period of time? A leather jacket with like spandex shorts, because for whatever reason, I thought that was pretty cool. Of course, my junk was like very well exposed. And of course, whenever you get like a bunch of rednecks that want to like kick your ass because you look really fucking weird, I don't disagree, because I had my septum pierced at that period of time. So yeah, I looked like a complete freak, and I can understand why somebody would want to be a complete dick to me. Of course, they didn't realize that, yes, I could actually fight. So they didn't really last too long. But regardless of that, I get to Florida, do the tour around Florida. Of course, I've got a mohawk, and that's really impressive for the ladies, because they think that sounds really pretty hot and it looks really good. And, this guy has his nose pierced, and, he's a total punk rock. No, it really wasn't punk rock. It just was a good image to have. And once I got back out to California, I sort of grew out of that. I was just like, yeah, I really don't care. I started growing my hair back out, and I literally did not cut my hair except for the mohawk from the time that I got out of the military, which was in 1990. When I got my discharge papers signed off, when I got out, I did not cut my hair probably until 2000. Yeah, probably around 2000. No, it was, yeah, around 2000 is whenever I cut my hair. So I had hair, somewhere down the back of my back, and I just put it all up in a ponytail, took a big scissors to it, and I had shorter hair, but it was still, somewhere around in here. And after I met my wife, I actually was like, you know what? This stuff felt so good, just taking off this big weight off my neck and shortening it up, that I was happy taking the rest of it off. So my hair's been short ever since then. It gets a little bit long at times, but yeah, I've got pictures of me at the basement in what is that? Dallas, Texas, back whenever that was the place to hang out, with long hair and, leather jacket, hanging out with girls that were Hooter girls. And, I got I got all of those memories, and Bon Jovi really wasn't the thing. By the way, I worked with David Bryant, which was the keyboard player for Bon Jovi, and he didn't even like Bon Jovi. Just saying. Yeah, so yeah, it was, that kind of thing. Just wild, crazy 80s, 90s. And, here I am in 2023, and I've done so much, and I'm so appreciative of the wild and crazy life that I've had, and the things that I've done in between, the people that I've met, because I've met some really insane people and some really cool people, and some people that I wish I could absolutely forget. I've met people that you would only meet once in a lifetime. I mean, just imagine this. You get to meet Ray Charles. Just walk up and go, Mr. Charles. And he reaches out his hand because he can't see you. And you shake his hand, and you realize that this is a very frail old man, this icon of music. And you reach out and you shake this old frail man's hand, and you realize that all of this music that he's done, all of this great voice, this sound, this talent, is this little bitty old frail man that's sitting there in front of you, and you shake his hand and you just go, I mean, what do you say? At that point in time, what would you say? I know what I said, but what would you say if you met Ray Charles, shook his hand, this icon of music, this icon that that changed a generation of ideas of music, and you get to meet this person? What do you say? I know what I said. I was just like, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate all that you've done for music, because nobody else could have done it but you. And he just laughed. He laughed. Yeah. Yes. And the people that I actually invited backstage at that show, they were in complete awe. They were standing back like, I don't know. Should we even talk to him? I was like, I want to totally say hello to this guy, because he gave generations music, and beyond generations, beyond me. That music's going to live on forever. I mean, you just don't get those opportunities. I got a chance to meet Rick James being like completely fucking whacked out of his mind. Him and Casey and the Sunshine Band, got to see those guys perform. I got to walk up to Debbie Harry, Blondie. She's tiny compared to me. She's very tiny. And walk up, and because I grew up listening to Blondie, just belting that crap out, and meeting this tiny little woman that could easily be anybody's like sweet grandmother, and going, oh my gosh, you're Debbie Harry, this is awesome. And just meeting her and saying, thank you. Sometimes that's all that they're just happy with that. They're happy with like, wow, I'm actually appreciated, and I feel good that somebody I touched with my music. And by the way, I will just say that there's Gwen Stefani has a big round booty. Wasn't too impressed with her, but of course, Orange County, that's sort of what you expect, is a little bit of an attitude. Be speechless at some of the Phillies, Eagles, and one of the Flyers announced, I was in awe. I talked to announcers, said, oh, he was so nicely. Yes. I will tell you right now, you meet those folks in person. They are so different than their personality online, because they're doing a job. And whenever you meet them outside of their job, they're not the same person. Like, I used to deliver pizzas to Tinsley Ellis. If you know who Tinsley Ellis is, he is a blues musician that was pretty big here in Georgia. And he helped out a young kid that was starting fresh. Now you might know his girlfriend before that, but Sean Costello, if you ever look up Sean Costello. He actually yeeted himself by an OD, but Tinsley Ellis actually helped set him up in his studio, and Sean Costello played with our band at least 2 shows, because our guitar player couldn't make it, so he set in. This guy learned all of our songs in like minutes. He's just talent. Music wise, I would love to meet Pat Benatar. Oh, now I have not met Pat Benatar, and I don't know who Martina McBride is. But what is her name? Off the top of my head, I can't think of her name. Girls just want to have fun. And the mind is going. No different than meeting Elton John. Being in Atlanta, Elton John lived, I don't know if he still does, but he lives in Atlanta in a little high rise. But I've met Elton John. I've met who's the guy that did some other stuff? Yeah, see. Yes, thank you. Cyndi Lauper. Yes. Cyndi Lauper, no butt. No butt at all. No butt. But her voice is awesome. Absolutely awesome. I was so impressed with her. I got to sit backstage while Primus played. Of course, they were doing it as they were doing it as Primus. Actually, twice. I got to work a show at Lollapalooza in Chicago. Met Perry Farrell. He actually did all of the backline crew. He had Wolfgang Puck's catering service come in to take care of all the backline crew. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we were all well taken care of. Perry Farrell was pretty cool. Really tall, too. I was surprised how tall he is. And then, all of the musicians there and in between. I've seen bands get kicked off stage. I've sat down with the guy that managed the Beatles, and that was in Galveston, where Perry Farrell almost started a riot because he wasn't going to play another show until they because they were basically telling him he couldn't run his laser lights. No, I met so many wonderful people, and I met some complete assholes too. Don't get me wrong, there are some musicians that are complete assholes. I will not name any names. But yeah, whenever they destroy your equipment, they tend to be assholes. But no, really, really good musicians that are grateful to the people around them and happy to be just performing and doing music. I mean, I did not realize that Jack Black was so small. I mean, I thought he was like bigger round and bigger than he is, but he's a little tiny dude. And his chunky frame actually fits him for his height. He's really tiny, but he is absolutely the coolest person that you could possibly meet. I may not agree with him politically, but as far as personality, I could sit down and have a drink with that guy anytime and would discuss anything with him because he's just he's got a great personality and he's so gracious. I do not remember who the rest of his band is with Tenacious D, but he was so gracious introducing me to him and just was like, what can you say? Yeah. I've met some really cool people. Really cool people. But let's get back to this shit so we can finish it out tonight. It is past midnight and we've got to go over and watch a little bit of Cool Frog after this. Hopefully we can get through this thing. And Leanie, thank you very much because I've got that set up. What happened to my sound?
All right, then following those toxicology websites, do you see this website here for the National Toxicology Program?
I did.
Are you hearing sound? Because I'm not hearing any sound. Sound okay?
Okay, then following that,
Okay.
it appears some searches conducted.
Good.
Chemistry, health, and safety search.
Yes, looks like a website you can search in. Yes, for that.
So searches.
And once again, it appears that there to be the effort to delete it.
Correct.
Like I said, this is bringing in the guilt to this gentleman.
User accessed in this morning hours.
Okay.
The look of it. Now the term is diabetic ketoacidosis. Is that
So I've gotten the gist of this. Sorry, set up my machine. I ignore. No, I didn't think you were ignoring at all. Okay, we know portfolio. Damn, that's a pretty sweet portfolio. Citigroup, JBL, McDonald's, McKesson, McDonald's. Why are you going through dude's investments? Dude, that's so horrible. Down about $8,000 on anything. Other accounts, investment accounts. Jeez, Sorensen. Dude, he's hurting for cash right there. Back in the 90s, that would have been quite a bit. But do we really need to see this man's financials of how shitty he was at running his
Okay, so
business?
regarding this Quicken program, were you specifically looking for files or something in this program related to the Jensen home finances?
Yes, I was looking for any files related to that. Yes.
And did you find anything that appeared to be the Jensen home finances?
Outside of the one at the beginning where it shows that it says Jensen and then there's a file and then within it is a different account, there was nothing that I could find.
So what we see you clicking through here, that appears to be, this financial information appears to be under the name Sorensen.
That is correct.
Okay, so we were seeing financial information, but that is labeled Sorensen.
That is correct.
And did you find anything that looked like the balancing of a checkbook?
No.
And as you actually click through Quicken, as the user would be able to see it, did you see anything besides what you've shown us on the screen?
I did not.
So whatever material was saved in this Quicken computer program was very limited.
Yes.
And all of the things that actually had money amounts or stock amounts were under the name Sorensen, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so now before we move off the Jensen home computer, I want to go back to the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
Now, on the PowerPoint that we've just looked at, those were the internet websites where we could actually see something because there was the HTML file, correct?
Correct.
But in this Excel file, this is all the internet history you were able to recover, correct?
That is correct.
And so there's some internet history where we can't see anything more than basically what's in the Excel file in terms of a visual.
That is correct.
So it's still internet history. You still would have a date and time for when it's accessed on the computer. There's just no real visual to it.
Yes.
Now, when you looked at this computer, I believe you testified that you first saw activity that would indicate use on July 6th of 1998. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you examine the early internet activity that was occurring in July on this computer?
I did.
And based on your examination of this early internet activity, did you see access to pornographic sites?
I did.
All right, so I'm just going to direct your attention to specific pages in this internet history.
Your Honor, I have an objection. I think we should possibly take it outside the presence of the jury.
How much more direct do you have?
I don't have a ton more, but there's a few other devices that I have to ask questions about. So I think I would be done by 5 if we continue.
Well, we're going to have the jury leave. Let's go out for a minute and we'll figure out what we're going to do, okay?
Oh, yeah. It's going to kick the jury out real quick. There we go. Also financial can give another reason why. Yeah, that could be. It could easily be the reason
Right,
why.
This is related to pornographic searches that have to do with the topics that have been discussed so far regarding the pornography. So there's a search for
Pornographic
dick
surgeons.
size. There's a search, or there's a website that's accessed about oral sex. There's a website that's accessed erect guys. A website that's accessed blowjob central. So the particular pornographic sites being accessed, I think, fit in exactly with the other discussions of pornography in this case.
You're not going to go into any other categories, just what you mentioned.
Right, and I'm just doing a few sites. Certainly there's a lot of history there, but I'm just highlighting the ones that fit into the pattern that we've been discussing.
So it sounds like this information's already been presented to the jury and we're just showing what was in the computer.
Correct. That's why I wanted to take this up outside the presence of the jury, because if we're going to be reading every single pornographic internet address, I think it would be.
But we're not going to do that.
But we're not doing that.
We're going to be specific exactly what we've already talked about.
Yes. Then I can withdraw the objection.
All right, the objection is withdrawn. You think we should let the jury go home now?
I mean, it's really up to the court and counsel.
I think we should.
All right.
These are hard to watch.
Yeah.
I think if she can get it done by 5, I think it would be great, and then start with cross. I mean, I would love to leave right now. I'm not saying that that's not a good idea. I'm just saying that. I think I'm just saying that, like, I think your co-counsel disagrees with you. I'm just concerned about the trial. So I will leave it to the court.
I'm not going to rush this case.
No, I don't.
And it's difficult to look up
As you
at screens all the time.
I think you're
Humans can't handle that much. We're not robots.
That's fine, Judge.
I mean,
Yes.
the jury stares at it and you can tell after a while they want to break.
Yes.
We all glaze over.
You know, it's not like we have a live witness and we ask questions. We constantly stop and then you got to look at the screen.
So does the
No
jury.
objection to adjournment for the day.
The jury is
We're going to
over
bring it
it.
back and say we have too much to finish today. They come back at 8:30. Okay, bring it back.
Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, I think the judge wants to get this thing finished up. I really do. He knows
All right,
this
we're back on
guy's
the record.
going back to prison.
Madam
He's
Martha
already
Jensen,
seen
2
all
CF
of the
314, the appearances
pleadings
are
of the
the same.
filings.
The objection
This
has been
is
withdrawn, folks, so the state's going to be able to ask questions in this area. We're not going to be able to finish by 5, and I don't like to drive when it's raining in the dark, so I want you to come back tomorrow. So have a good evening. Don't talk about a case. 8:30. Thank you.
so. How far along we got? Should be a little more after. It's not much. So we'll hit a little bit of fast forward. Then
Sure.
we're going to go over it.
Like you're
We
getting
got
nervous. So I
something
just
to
want
say.
to talk about this witness
Here we go.
going forward.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we do have a number of witnesses who are going to be essentially reputation for untruthfulness witnesses based on the blow up at the last time that we talked about
I think
this.
it was a blow up. I think it was just a decision I made. You didn't like.
Well, I feel feeling like you're getting yelled at. So I just want to make sure that that's not going to be an issue.
Come
Well,
on.
as long as it's not in the order that I signed, we can get into it.
Yes. And it's reputation, it's not specific instances.
I mean, let's talk about it in the morning because I was going to bring it up myself. So we'll talk about it in the morning.
Okay.
And I have another timing issue. We do have witnesses who have to testify tomorrow because they've traveled here. And so, depending on how long things take tomorrow, I might have to ask court and counsel to agree to break with this witness and get in the witnesses who have to go.
Oh, jeez.
That's possible. They'll be available. It's just, and they're not extremely long witnesses. Tarika Krafasi and Stacey Bauer traveled.
He's back off to jail.
We're good. He can go.
Do you think he's going to get out?
Just alerting everybody that
Try to talk to each other. You guys have seemed to been working.
Yeah, women, you work this out. Yes, he is totally over this day, Leanie. As am I. As am I. It has been a long day. Went a little bit longer than I normally would. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I really do. Because I'm going to go over there. If you have not, go check out Cool Frog. Go check him out. Because Cool Frog has done so much to help out. Really. Honestly and sincerely, my gratitude is out to him. My gratitude is out to Aussie Overlord. He has helped me out quite a bit also. Sort of, he's the one that broke the seal. So if I do something really screwed up, we'll just blame him. You've also got Valhalla. You've got Mighty Meat. Run into these guys all the time. Cool Frog. Dance Biker Dance was the very first person on my channel. And all of these folks, I greatly appreciate for breaking me out of my shell because I can be a known recluse. Trust me, recluse. You see hands the size of this, you understand why. No, just kidding. No, but they are big hands. I am humbled by the outpouring of support that I get from all of these content creators and all the people that are gracious with their time. It is very much appreciated. Now I'm getting all weepy and sobby, and I think back to my half brother that I just met not even 10 years ago. So imagine having a brother out there that you just meet randomly. And my brother, I called him up tonight because it was his birthday, wished him a happy birthday. And because he hasn't had any real family, it means so much to him. And cheers to Derek, my brother. And same mother, different fathers, but you're still my brother. I appreciate you. I love you. You're my favorite. And this one is for you because we both enjoy the dark, nice, sweet, tender taste of bourbon. That one's for you, my brother. Thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful evening, as I will. And I'll probably jump over on Cool Frog stream. Join me over there. Go listen to him. I am sure that his show is going to be entertaining. In the meantime, reach down, hit the like, hit the subscribe, join over on Rumble. I'm trying to get that up so I can start dual streaming over there onto Rumble. I get that thing up to 25 subscribers. It's not much. It's just 25 of you. 25 of you go over there. You don't even have to join up to Rumble. Just go over there and hit subscribe. That's all you got to do. Once I get those 25 subscribers, I can stream over to Rumble. And Cool Frog's going to help me out with that one too, because he said, once you get the subscribers, I will get you hooked up over there, and then we will be dual streaming, and it's going to be a blast. We're going to have some fun. 2023 is going to be off the rails. It is going to be the Shizzy Whiz Nut 2023. We're going to get this thing up over 1,000 subscribers. We're going to have fun. We're going to have a blast. We're going to watch absolutely random bullshit that makes no sense. I'm going to rant and rave. And of course, there's going to be people that come on here that I don't even care if you like them or not, because I find them interesting. And yeah, 2023 is going to be awesome. I'm going to have a good time. I mean, for God's sakes, this is the first time I've actually had moderators of my channel that I can actually say, please go forth, prosper. You've been given this big blue gay wrench. That's what it is. It's a gay wrench. Once you've gotten that, and I'm a moderator on channels too, so I guess that makes me just about as yay. But I appreciate all of you for coming on. And in the meantime,
Exótica.